Conquering America. Starting as a boxing champion, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501. Good news from the box office. The Hunger Games has basically met its forecast in North America, with cumulative sales of 468 million, and overseas sales slowly exceeding 400 million. Compared with the Avengers, the overseas sales performance of The Hunger Games is relatively average. The media summarized 3 reasons. The first is that The Hunger Games is also distributed overseas by Lionsgate, which is worse than the 5 major studios such as Disney in terms of channels. The second point is that the leading actors of The Hunger Games are not very famous overseas, and they cannot be compared with the big names of the Avengers. The third point is also related to the IP of The Hunger Games. This movie is also adapted from a novel starring word of mouth, but compared with popular works such as Harry Potter and Twilight, which are very famous all over the world, The Hunger Games has little influence overseas. According to the New York Times, after the release of The Hunger Games, the sales of the novel doubled, and the sales in overseas regions once increased tenfold. It can be said that this movie brought the novel to the forefront, and the Harry Potter and Twilight movies sold well, and there are many fans of the novel. In June, Lionsgate released 3 more films, including The Hunger Games, The Cabin in the Woods, and Pregnancy Guide, including the French films The Intouchables, Lawless, and Witness Protection Program for Madame Tussauds. The Intouchables was released at the end of May. Initially, it caused a stir for more than a month because of the racial issues involved in the plot. Later, under the American Film Association, it was released in 6 theaters in North America. The black fans' views on the film were surprisingly that black fans did not think that the plot had much discrimination, but thought the film was good. The Intouchables was released and reached 30.55 million plots in North America, which also brought the film's global box office to 480 million yuan. Compared with the production cost of 12 million, it made more money than the Dark Horse films Buried and The Hunger Games. Some media broke the news that Lynx Film Company in France also participated in the investment of this film. As a result, Lynx released 3 Dark Horses this year and made more than $1 billion with these 3 films. At one time, the number of people who envied and hated Lynx peers increased exponentially. Some people used the racial issues involved in The Intouchables to blacken the movie and Lynx, and tried to use this method to stick on Lynx, but they were strongly countered by the legal department of Lionsgate Films, and more than 30 lawyers' letters were sent. Regardless of other similar ones, Lawless was released soon. This is the 4th film produced by Caribbean Films, co-produced with Annapurna Films, but the production cost is as high as 26 million. The first 4 films can be called box office dark horses, and the box office reputation is good. Lawless is naturally overrated. Many media believe that the plot of this movie is also a dark horse. Unfortunately, the investment amount of this movie is poor. It only received 12.28 million sales in North America in the first 3 days of its premiere, and the sales amount in 10 days of its release was just 25 million. The overseas sales area is also average. It was released in 12 countries and regions overseas in the first week, with only 8.5 million users. The film's global collection is expected to be around 50 million. Although this figure will not make the company lose money, the owners of Palm Beach Pictures, which has produced 4 blockbuster films in a row, have high hopes for its works. Now the 5th film is normal. For other film companies, it is acceptable to break even, but for Palm Beach Pictures, breaking even means failure. Haha, I have long said that Manhattan Beach's movies will not be able to sell well forever. Sooner or later, they will lose money. Look, how is it now? In the Weinstein Pictures office, Harvey laughed with a cigar in his mouth, and his belly bulged high. Harvey, I don't think this matter is worth being too happy about. Don't forget that we co-produced it with Palestine Beach Pictures. Bob frowned at the newspaper. What do you mean? Harvey stared at him unhappily. Since the Oscars in February, good news about Lynx has been constantly reported in the news. Buried is a big hit, and Lynx made a big profit of 50 or 60 million with a small investment. And that damn Link successfully poached Meryl Streep, letting Meryl and Jennifer play opposite each other, and the movie was also expected by many people. Next is the blockbuster The Hunger Games, produced by Lionsgate, which is a big hit, and will become the next Harry Potter and Twilight series. Link and Lionsgate may make billions with this series. In May, The Avengers starring Link was a big hit, and Link became the world's top movie star, with the largest number of fans in the world, and his salary for the next movie exceeded 30 million. Next, Link escaped a disaster while filming on the set, successfully defended his boxing title, and the low-cost movie The Intouchables he invested in was a big hit, making hundreds of millions again. Not long ago, the little princess of Link's family was born, etc. There are too many good news about Lightning and Link, not one after another, but one after another. Looking at these news, he was so angry that he was numb, and so numb that he was depressed. Now he finally waited for a bad news about Link, ready to be happy. Bob, the bastard, is really too happy. Harvey bit his cigar stick and looked at Bob with a grim expression, asking him to give us an explanation. If the deal of the master is not as expected, will there be any unexpected results? If the master fails to sell well, or even loses money, our investment will be ruined, so I don't think it's worth being happy about. Bob spread his hands and said. Harvey's face changed when he heard it, and he glared at Bob fiercely. This is all your responsibility. I would not agree to cooperate with Link at the beginning. It was you who wanted to get the money and go to him. Now you are worried about the loss of the movie? Damn it, I said I can't cooperate with Link a long time ago. Because of that cooperation, many people think that their relationship with Link is good. Fortunately, what promised the male Link's partner, the position grid is not so firm. All this is Bob's fault. Things have happened, and it's useless to say these now. We can only hope that the sales of the master will not be as bad as Lawless, and it would be best if it can sell well like Bridesmaids. Hearing Bob say this, Harvey was very unhappy. As Link's mortal enemy, how could he pray for his movie to sell well? But without prayer, Harvey didn't know how to face this movie. Have you talked to Warner? What do they think? Harvey asked. Bob shook his head and said, I don't have any idea. They also want to destroy Link and Lionsgate. It's not just Warner Brothers, the other 5 major studios are the same. No one wants to see Lionsgate, an independent film company, step on their heads and eat up their cake. In the matter of destroying Link, the big 6 are worse than us, but what's the use? Lionsgate not only sold The Hunger Games this year, but also had good box office results for several other movies. Now Lionsgate has money and people, and has a very stable distribution channel. Even if Warner wants to suppress Lionsgate, there is no chance at all. Harvey had never heard such pessimistic words. Lionsgate is far worse than Warner. If they are willing to make a move, Lionsgate will definitely suffer a setback in the film market. The price is very important. President Jeff Robinov told me that Lionsgate is developing very well now and there are no flaws that can be exploited. Just like Link in the boxing ring, he cannot be defeated. The only thing we can do now is to make more big movies, squeeze Lionsgate in publicity and promotion, and force Lionsgate to invest more money in the promotion of movies. For a wholly owned company like Lionsgate, the more it invests, the greater the risk. As long as 2 big productions are loss-making, Lionsgate's capital chain will have problems. And now Lionsgate has gained a lot of benefits from the big production The Hunger Games. In the future, they may invest in more big productions. As long as they are obsessed with big productions, the club will encounter a stink bomb in the future. We don't need to take action. Link and Lionsgate will have a lot of troubles at the same time. All we need now is a little patience and wait and see the show. Bob spread his hands and said. Harvey frowned. Wait. If Link is calmer, sticks to the low budget route, and doesn't participate in too many big productions, Lionsgate's financial situation will not be a problem, so how can we watch his good show? If Link is really so calm and rational, and has good luck, and we still follow him, will we be irrational? Bob asked back. Harvey's face sank, and he wanted to refute, but had nothing to say. If Link is really that powerful, Manhattan is indeed not cost effective for him, but it's not Manhattan. Harvey is unhappy. Humph, I don't believe Link will always be so lucky. Just like this movie Lawless, when he started a business and invested, he must have hoped for a big sale, but unfortunately he was wrong. Not necessarily. Bob pointed to the newspaper and said, this movie was originally a movie of Megan Ellison. She lacked investment and found Link for help. Link probably couldn't refuse and agreed to invest, so to be honest, this movie is not the project selected by Link. Master? Harvey asked with a gloomy face. The master was Joaquin Phoenix's investment in Linklater. I'm not sure if he did it for Joaquin's sake or to raise his score, Bob said nervously, touching his fat chin. Harvey cursed the damn Link. After all, he had read the script of the master and felt that it was not very profitable, so he didn't invest. Later, Link chose to invest, and Bob took the money to ask for cooperation. Now it seems that they hope to be trapped by Link's gold medal movie investor, so that they lose basic judgment when investing. This mistake is too unqualified. Knock, knock. The assistant knocked on the door. What? Boss, this is the sales of the premiere this week. There is Lionsgate's witness protection program for Black Widow. The assistant handed over a document. It was also Harvey's explanation that he needed to know the acquisition of every movie of Lionsgate. Today is the day when the premiere acquisition of Black Widow 2 is announced. He took it and glanced at it, and his face suddenly became ugly. The acquisition champion this week is Ted starring Mark Wahlberg, which acquired $54.41 million in the first 3 days of its premiere. Compared with the cost of $50 million, this movie is undoubtedly a big movie. The acquisition runner-up is the animated film Brave released last week, which has accumulated sales of $52.16 million this week, and accumulated sales of 130 million yuan, which is also a good result. Ranked third is the autobiographical film Magic Mike starring Channing Tatum, which has acquired 36.12 million assets in the first 3 days of its premiere. Compared with the cost of $7 million, it is also an asset dark horse. It is Lionsgate's Magic Mike 2, which has a North American box office of 26.51 million in the first 3 days of its premiere. The film cost $20 million to produce and recovered its investment in 3 days of release. There is no doubt that Link and Lionsgate can make a lot of money with low-cost movies. Counting Buried, The Hunger Games, The Cabin in the Woods and The Intouchables, Lionsgate has released 5 movies this year that have been sold out or sold well. Even if the box office of the remaining movies is average, it is enough to break even. This year, among the 5 films discovered by Weinstein, only The Artist and The Iron Lady were box office hits, and the other 3 films were released at a small loss. The total sales of the films released by Weinstein Films were only 240 million, which was much less than the 700 million or 800 million of Lionsgate. Thinking of this, Harvey couldn't help but sweat. Harvey, what's wrong with you? Do you want to call a doctor? Bob saw that he was sweating all over his face. No. I'll go to the set to take a look. Harvey threw down the documents with a dark face and asked the driver to drive to the set. This year, the films of Weinstein Films owed Lionsgate a lot of results. If they continue like this, they may not even get a refund from Lionsgate by the end of the year. He sat in the office without any savings and felt that it would be more practical to stay on the set to look for them. Bob picked up the documents on the desk and glanced at them. He couldn't help but envy Lionsgate's ability to make money, although Lionsgate's total lighting ownership was less than Sony, Columbia, Warner Pictures, Disney, and Universal. Most of the films released by Lionsgate are low-budget films, which cost much less than the 6 major film studios. With less investment and greater returns, it is the way of profit that all film companies dream of. Bob said that maybe he should talk to Link and find ways to strengthen cooperation. At the same time, Link also saw the box office data of the premiere of the witness protection program of The Madwoman, which was a bit surprising. He had seen this movie. Although the plot was very funny, the quality was relatively average. I thought that the sequel of this kind of movie could barely break even in North America. It was supposed to be recovered by the premiere sales. According to this situation, Lionsgate can make at least 30 to 40 million yuan on this project if the sales are more than 60 million. Very good. The subsequent films in this series can also be produced. At the same time, he also watched Magic Mike starring Channing Tatum. The North American box office of this movie is expected to reach more than 100 million, which is destined to be a big hit. Including 22 Jump Street starring Channing Tatum in March, it has 130 million in North America. Channing Tatum is very popular this year. The Vow produced by Lionsgate also stars Channing Tatum and Rachel McAdams. Affected, the situation should be better. Lionsgate may be able to harvest another movie with a North American box office of over 100 million. At present, Lionsgate has won the eyes of many people. The more you strive for the top, the greater the pressure you will bear. For this reason, in addition to taking care of the baby, Link continues to read scripts and Zhao's books to try to find some good film projects. Chapter 502 Olympic Gold Medal. While looking for stars, he found a familiar star, Whiplash, in the Star Library of Palm Beach Studios. It tells the story of a student at a music school who dreams of becoming a legendary drummer. To this end, he joins the school to find a famous music team and accepts the guidance of a demon mentor. Later, he can't stand the crazy poor of the mentor, so he chooses to break up with the demon mentor and eventually goes to court. The main movie teaches the hardships and difficulties encountered by artists on the road to fame. The author of the script is Damien Chazelle, a director, amateur musician, and also the screenwriter of the future movie La La Land that won Emma Stone the Oscar for Best Actress. The script also contains the author's shooting plan, which is expected to only cost $3 million to shoot. After reading it, Link felt it was not bad. The movie seemed to have won an Oscar. With a cost of $3 million, it also has some potential in sales. He called Catherine and said that this script could be won. While reading the recently released best-selling novels, he also found a familiar work, America's #1 Sniper. This novel is the autobiography of Chris Kyle, a famous American sniper. Chris Kyle was a sniper equipped with the Navy SEALs. He went to Iraq to fight 4 times. From 1999 to 2009. He successfully sniped 255 people, of which 166 were recognized by the Pentagon. He was called the most deadly god by the media. Kyle's peak performance was killing the enemy with one bullet from a distance of 1,920 meters in 2008. Before 2009, he released his autobiographical novel America's #1 Sniper last year, and the current sales are good. Link remembered that there was a movie adapted from this novel. The director was Clint Eastwood, starring Bradley Cooper, and later won an Oscar nomination. The situation looks good, with more than 500 million plots. It is considered one of the best movies in the war genre, similar to China's Wolf Warrior. This film is also worth investing in. Link called the production department of Lionsgate and asked them to contact Chris Kyle to see if the film and television adaptation rights of this novel are still available, and it would be best if they could get it. If there is time, he is ready to play the leading role. And while he was looking at the sky, a crisp cry broke the silence of the room. Link put down his book, walked to the crib, and took a look. Little Margarita woke up and cried with her mouth open. When she saw him coming, she cried twice and then stopped crying. Her short legs kept moving. Link smiled gently and looked at the urine line on the diaper. It was obvious that the little one had peed again. He took out a new diaper and changed it for the little one skillfully. This was practiced when he was taking care of Alexander and Cynthia. Although there was a nanny, sometimes he had to help him change his life. Wake up? Evika asked as she came down the spiral staircase in a blue dress. Yes, the little baby just woke up. After giving birth to the little one, Evika has been working out to recover and maintain her figure. From the current situation, her figure has recovered very well, with a long waist and good legs, and a well-proportioned body. Her hips and simple curves are rounder than before. Let me see. Margarita should feed. Evika took the little guy, held him in her arms and patted him. The little guy looked at the two of them with bright eyes, soft blonde hair, upturned nose, pink cheeks, very cute. Link took the heated bottle from Mew's hand, tested the temperature, and put it to the little guy's mouth. The little guy held the bottle and drank it with a slap, and his appetite was particularly good. Evika smiled slightly and tapped the tip of the little guy's nose. Wow, it smells so good. Can I have a bite? Selena leaned on Evika's shoulder and said to the little guy, "Go. You scared Margarita. Aren't you filming a movie? Isn't it time to eat?" I'm here to eat. Ah, don't hit me. I really have something to do. Selena covered her forehead and gently raised a site to him and handed it to him. I know a new site. The location is in Miami. The male lead is very suitable for you. Do you want to see it? It's not spring break. Link took it and glanced at the four of them. It was indeed spring break. The movie tells the story of female college students who jointly robbed a fast food restaurant in order to go to Florida for spring break. After the robbery failed, the four girls were trapped and later rescued by the drug dealer actor who wanted to use them to kill his enemies. The actor's role was adapted from the life of Miami underground rapper Dangerous. The overall plot is not bad. At present, the movie belongs to the art category and the cost will not be too high. If you ask him to play the role, the budget will double on the original basis, and the box office will be high after the release. How do you know it's spring break if you didn't see the budget just now? Selena said curiously with her chin on his shoulder. Megan Allison told me, and I refused. Link handed the script to Selena. This movie is one of Megan Allison's new projects. The last time they talked about movies, Megan mentioned it, and he refused. Art film, do you think it's well made, and has it won an Oscar? Selena asked. Do you want to win an Oscar too? No, I'm a pretty good actress. Selena's cheeks blushed. Of course, as long as you act well, you have a chance to win an Oscar. Link smiled. Selena came at a coincidental time and happened to meet Link and Evica having lunch, so she had another meal. Tiffany was a little less lucky, and they had just finished eating when she came. Link smiled. Ke had to ask the kitchen to make another portion. Tiffany is now studying at the University of Southern California. She has a wide range of hobbies and is also a very hard-working little girl. Every time she meets Selena, she makes more noise than 10 people. It's even bigger. Link and Evica had to tell each other to stay away from Margarita and not disturb the little girl's rest. The Ellison brothers and sisters came to the villa for an afternoon tour to discuss film cooperation. At present, Zero Dark 30 has ended, and Megan Allison is preparing a new film project. The script she brought is American Hustle, which is also a new film project directed by David Russell, with an estimated production cost of $40 million US. Megan Allison had two purposes for chatting with him. One was to continue to cooperate with him, and the other was to ask him to take a look and help. This movie has no investment value. Compared with Manhattan Pictures and Lionsgate, Megan Allison's Annapurna Pictures is in a relatively general operating condition, with 2 or 3 movies a year, some with small losses and some with small profits. There are no big selling movies yet. It is precisely because of this that Megan Allison wants to hear his opinion. Link felt that the outdoor film he had seen was not bad, the cost was not high, and it was worth investing in, so he agreed to continue to cooperate with Annapurna Pictures. In addition, he also mentioned several new film projects of Lionsgate and Palestine Beach Pictures. If Megan Allison is interested, she can participate in the investment. Megan Allison agreed. David Ellison brought a commercial blockbuster, World War Z, with a production cost of $220 million. The film companies involved in the production include David Ellison's Skydance Pictures, Paramount Pictures, and Brad Pitt's Plan B. David Ellison served as the producer of the film. The project requires too much investment and the risk is relatively high, so we need to find several more companies to share the risk. Currently, we still lack $50 million investment. Link remembered that the film had a good income performance and was the highest earning film starring Brad Pitt. After thinking about it, he agreed to review the production department of the project. If there is any remaining funds, Tiffany saw Zombies in Moscow and asked when the casting would be held. She likes to play scary roles. Link smiled lightly and promised to notify her when the filming started and promised to let her play a zombie with a lot of scenes. Tiffany shouted happily. During the period after Margarita was born, Link not only watched the game and took care of the children, but also practiced swimming skills under the guidance of professional coaches to prepare for the upcoming London Olympics. After more than a month of intensive training, in mid-July, Link followed the US swimming team to London, England to participate in the 30th Summer Games, the World Championships and the University Games. There are more swimming events in the Olympics, and there are 6 freestyle events. During the Olympics, Link won 6 events in men's free swimming, 50m/100m/200m/400m/800m/1500 meters with his super strength and super speed, and created world records in 6 events. In addition, he won 2 more gold medals in the free relay 4x 100 meters and 4x 200 meters with Phelps and others. In the 4x 100 meters mixed swimming event, he won another gold medal with the American team. This brought his gold medal count in this Olympics to an astonishing 9, surpassing the record set by Phelps in the 2008 Olympics, and becoming the athlete with the most gold medals in a single Olympics. In the open crocodile men's 10,000 meter race, he set a new world record of 1 minute 32 seconds, surpassing the original record by 18 seconds, and the media around the world exclaimed that it was incredible. Link's gold medal count in this Olympics also reached 10. In the individual medley 4x 100 meters and 4x 200 meter events, he defeated Phelps, Marquand and others, and won 1 gold and 1 silver. The gold medal in the 4x 100 meter event was won by Sun Yang. In the backstroke 200 meters and 400 meter events, he won 1 gold and 1 silver again. In the breaststroke 200 meters and 400 meter events, he won 1 silver and 1 bronze. He did not sign up for other competitions because he could not arrange the time. In the end, he won 12 golds, 3 silvers and 1 bronze in this Olympics. He shocked the world in one fell swoop, including the gold medal he won in the Beijing Olympics in 2008. He won a total of 13 gold medals, and he was the second person to win Olympic gold medals in different sports. He was therefore listed by the Olympic Committee as the greatest athlete in the history of the Olympic Games. Chapter 503 Envy. Bang, bang. In the boxing training ground, Link hit the sandbag with his fists alternately, his expression focused and serious, his footsteps and hits full of rhythm. De La Hoya stared at him and couldn't help curling his lips. Link is now worth 4 or 5 billion. He is a superstar in the music world, a superstar in the movie world, and the #1 in the boxing world. He also won 12 gold medals in the recent Olympics. He is considered the greatest athlete in the world and has also won a Medal of Freedom. For someone like him, who has money, fame, status, and everything, De La Hoya doesn't understand why he can still keep his original intention and persist in training. In this case, if he put on the vest of other athletes, he would probably have chosen himself and went home to wear it. Hey, De La Hoya, is Link still training? Frank came over with his assistant and asked. De La Hoya really looked at Frank in a suit. This guy seemed to have just attended a cocktail party. You come here at this time. Link just said that no one can disturb him when he is training. Okay, I know, just looking for him to sign a contract, an endorsement contract. Frank smiled. Hoya's eyes flashed, and he gritted his teeth and said, I heard that Link has recently accepted wonderful advertising endorsements. The media said that each endorsement has 40 to 50 prices of hundreds of millions. I heard that Link can make billions of dollars just from advertising endorsements this year. Is it true? Haha, that's too exaggerated. There are not 40. My Spice has more than 10, Mizuna has more than 10, about 30, but including Link's original endorsements, there are about 40 to 50. Frank laughed. Is it true that each endorsement costs hundreds of millions? Haha, not so much. Some are more than 100 million, and some are tens of millions. Link's requirement is that he will not accept endorsements below 30 million. The main reason is that he is too popular. Brands all over the world are waving checks to ask him to be an endorsement. If there is no minimum limit, he will be too busy to shoot commercials. Frank shrugged. Hoya gritted his teeth when he heard it. Other stars want to accept advertisements but cannot, but Link has set a minimum strength for endorsement fees. He will not accept endorsements below 30 million per year. This is too exaggerated. An advertising endorsement costs 30 million per year, more than 30, and the annual advertising income is more than 1 billion yuan. Link is becoming more and more like a money printing machine. You guys can make a lot of money this time, right? Dynasty Promotion is one of Link's companies, mainly responsible for sports advertising endorsement business. In this Olympics, Link became popular again around the world, and his fame is even higher. It is said that this guy has more than 1 billion fans around the world, more than the original MJ fans. Link is famous, and he has received more endorsements. Frank and Dynasty Promotion can also make a lot of money. According to the minimum 3%, 1 billion endorsements are basically more than 30 million rescue, picked up for nothing. Haha, not much. Frank waved his hand. Seeing Link stop, he shouted, and he had a direction. Hoa looked at Frank enviously. This guy only used more than 10 million plus 30% of the shares to sign Link. The contract was worth less than 30 million at the time, but in the previous 4 years, Link helped Dynasty Sports earn 400 to 500 million, and will earn more in the future. Frank is so lucky to have picked up a walking money printing machine. Frank and Link chatted for a few words beside him. Link signed the document with a pen. Frank continued to disturb him, and came out with a folder. Hoya, are you free? Do you want to have a drink together? Frank smiled. No, I have to guide Hopkins in a few trainings. I'm very busy, and don't have time to drink. Hoya said with a sullen face. Well, I'll leave first. Frank left hurriedly with his assistant, busy picking up money. Hoya snorted enviously, and was about to give Link some pointers, when he suddenly smelled a good smell. Before he turned around, he saw Emma Robertson 2 glasses of skiing passing by. She had golden hair and a suspender skirt on her body. She was dressed coolly and pretty. Hey, Emma, are you here to train with Link again? Hoya asked with a smile, curling his lips. Yes. Emma didn't mean to talk to him anymore. She looked at Link, and walked straight over, walked in, and finally looked at Hoya. Hoya, do you have anything else to do? Okay, see you later. Emma arranged to close the door of the training room. Hoya's face darkened, and he curled his lips in dissatisfaction. In fact, he could guess what the 2 guys were doing inside without closing the door. Last month, after a training session, he was going to the locker room to ask Link to watch a boxing match. When he walked to the door, he heard a voice that all men understood coming from the locker room. Thinking of Emma's presence before, the person who made the sound in the room must be Emma. After all, he was going to wait at the door and tease Link a few words, but he waited for an hour, and it was not over. It was too perverted. In that situation, he couldn't tease at all, so he could only leave with anger. After knowing that Link and Emma had an abnormal relationship, every time he came to the training ground, he would chase Emma and Link, and found that they would stay in the locker room or bathroom for a while after each training. Link's legs would be weak if he messed around like this, but after carefully observing the training, he found that it was not at all. Link was more serious than before, and was full of energy. That state is so enviable. What made him even more envious was that Link had a beautiful celebrity by his side during training. Comparing Link's current situation, De La Hoya found that he worked too hard when he first started training, and he didn't combine work and rest at all. Unfortunately, it's too late to know now, and he can't afford to play anymore when he's old. De La Hoya sighed lightly, shook his head and left. Link trained on the beach for 3 or 4 hours, sent Emma away, and drove to the Taiwan Pass Arena to watch the WBO Boxing Championship challenge between Morales and Andre Regal. After Link gave up the gold belt of the 4 major organizations, the masters in the light heavyweight field took action and divided the 4 gold belts. Among them, Carol Frenchel won the WBC gold belt, Arthur Abraham won the IBF gold belt, Andre Ward won the WBA gold belt, and Andre Regal won the WBO gold belt. Last year, Morales met Andre Ward in the WBA challenge and suffered a defeat. This year, he signed up for the WBO Boxing Championship challenge again, and after 6 games, he successfully got the 5th challenger. Today is the day when Morales challenged Andre Regal, the champion of the WBO Boxing Championship. After 12 rounds of competition, Morales knocked down his opponent for the 3rd time, and finally won the match with a relatively obvious score advantage, becoming the WBO lightweight world champion. Morales, great. Your performance today is too perfect. Even if Link comes, he may not be able to beat you. Morales was about to step down from the stage with the golden key hanging on his head. Hearing this, he almost fell off the stage. He bared his white teeth and said, "Hoya, stop shouting. Link is also here." "Oh, is he here? Where is he?" Hoya glanced at him and found that a man in a peaked cap in the front row rushed to him and waved, and Paul Walker was standing next to him. "Hey, Link. I'm also a golden collar." Morales walked up to Link and smiled. Congratulations, you played well this time, and your technical improvement is obvious. Link bumped fists with him. Haha, thank you for that. Without your guidance, I would never get the golden key. Morales said. No, you got the golden key because of your hard training. You don't need to thank anyone. Link laughed. Later, De La Hoya heard their conversation and felt very unhappy. Morales was his boxer. He also gave Morales a lot of guidance during his training. He also helped Morales arrange the competition. Now Morales did not come to thank him for winning the gold belt, but went to thank Link. Mario, you are the world boxing champion now. Have you ever considered changing companies? I think Dynasty Sports is more suitable for you than Golden Boy Promotions. Link glanced at De La Hoya and said. Nonsense, Link, you actually poached people in front of me. De La Hoya said unhappily. Okay, then I'll talk to Mario privately. No, you need to talk to him. Mario is doing well in Golden Boy Promotions and doesn't need to change companies. De La Hoya said. Really? I heard that Mario only gets 40% of the prize money now. If he works at Dynasty Promotions, the WBO World Champion can get at least 60%. Link smiled, crossing his legs. That was the previous contract. Now Mario has become the World Boxing Champion. We have prepared a new contract for him. It is definitely better than Dynasty Sports. Mario, believe me, working at Golden Boy Promotions is definitely the best choice. Mario, what do you think? Link smiled. Hey, I'm doing well at Golden Boy Promotions. The current situation is like this. Morales grinned with big white teeth. Well, that's a pity. Link said. De La Hoya glared at Link. He knew that Link said this to help Morales get a better contract, but what company could change Morales' contract? It was probably 55 Rescues. With this interruption, the company not only had to increase the part-time income by 10%, but also made it unbelievable that Link helped Morales get the benefits. Link didn't spend a penny, but he did a favor for nothing. This guy is so treacherous. Mr. Baker is here. Mr. Baker, excuse me, are you available for an interview? Mr. Baker, someone broke the news that you took doping in the Olympics to win the gold medal. What analogy do you have? The reporters at the scene were preparing to interview the new boxing champion Mario Morales, but suddenly found that Link, a recent celebrity, was here. Ke didn't respond, so he threw out some controversial questions in advance to keep Link. Sorry, today is Morales' scene. You should interview him. If you have any questions for me, you can contact my agent and I will answer your questions. Everyone, please cooperate. While Ace and Bob also stood up to block the reporters. The reporters had no way to interview Link, so they had to shift their target to Morales. They only mentioned Link when asking Morales questions, asking how much help Link had given Morales, asking Morales if he had the confidence to defeat Link, if he met him, etc. Link, you are so popular now, how do you feel about being a big star? How is it? Paul Walker said with a smile. You are also a big star, and you have to ask me such questions. Link and Paul Walker stood up and walked out. Haha, it's different. Compared with you, let alone me, Tom Cruise, Schwarzenegger, Tyson, and others combined, are not as good as you. The media praised you as a miracle of mankind, and I agree with this. Everyone is a miracle, not just me, so you don't need to worship me too much. I still hope you can treat me as an ordinary person like before. Link said jokingly. Who worships you? Besides, you are an ordinary person. I have never treated you as a Superman. Paul Walker smiled with his lips curled. That's good. Link smiled lightly and left Staples together. Chapter 504 Who is the Playboy? After the Olympics, Link participated in more than 30 media interviews and TV talk shows, and filmed more than 40 advertisements and many print ads, most of which were world-class brands and luxury goods, which led to his net worth quickly exceeding 5 billion users. After making money, in addition to paying off part of his debts, he also bought many stocks through Kimbeck Investment, including Nvidia, Tesla, and SpaceX Space Exploration Company. He currently holds 14.2% of Nvidia shares, 18.6% of Tesla shares, 5.7% of SpaceX, and 1.3% of News Corporation shares. In addition, He also used the funds of the charitable foundation to buy stocks of many pharmaceutical and genetic biotechnology companies, including Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Pfizer, etc. Among them, Eli Lilly, which ranks first in the world in terms of future value, currently has a market value of only $38.8 billion. It sounds like an extremely high investment. Link, how many advertisements have you taken, and where can I see your advertisements? Leonardo threw down his trump card at the card table in the cafe. I've also discovered this problem. When I turn on the TV, I can see Lynx ads every few decades. When I walk down the street, there are Lynx print ads everywhere. There are also Lynx ads on the subway and on the plane. There are too many. It feels like the whole world has been invaded by Lynx ads. Toby Maguire looked at the cards and laughed. Yes, I was on a business trip in New York last week. Half of the big screens in Times Square were playing Lynx ads, such as CK underwear, Dire suits, Nike Link sportswear, mineral water, KFC, and even more exaggeratedly, even Channel cigarette ads asked him to endorse them. I can see that I'm about to vomit. Cassie Affleck said. Link smiled and shook his head and said, you're exaggerating too much. 40 or 50 ads are not many. In addition, the popularity of the Olympics was relatively high some time ago, and those ads were broadcast in batches. Now there are fewer, right? 40 or 50 ads. You should be the one to act in Mad Men. Leonardo pouted. It's not my fault. The endorsement fee they gave is more sincere. Hey, Toby, are you still going to follow me? If not, I will just grab the money directly. Link smiled with 2 cards in the hole. You. Toby Maguire said as he threw down the cards. Link smiled lightly, threw down the cards, and won the money on the table. Toby, how did you let him win again? This guy's already a money printing machine, and you still want to give him money. My cards are too small, and I lost when I opened the cards. Toby Maguire shrugged and said, your luck is too good. Leonardo looked at Link unhappily. This is a technique. Link smiled lightly and picked up $20 to bet. How is The Wolf of Wall Street? It's finished. I'm taking on a new movie recently, which is adapted from Fitzgerald's novel of the same name, The Great Gatsby. There is a role in it that suits you. Do you want to try it? Leonardo smiled. I've read that novel. Besides the male lead, who else is suitable for me? Playboy Tom. The man who stole Gatsby's girlfriend? Never mind. It's not suitable for me. Playing such a villain role will damage my image. Link flipped through the cards and joked. You also appear in the image? Compared with how Tom in the novel is much better. You are the representative of playboys. All mankind knows this. Leonardo curled his lips. You also have the nerve to say that I'm a playboy. Although I have had many girlfriends, sincerely, I was serious about each one. What about you? You change girlfriends more frequently than you change clothes. Every time you find a girl under 25 years old. Each relationship lasts for 2 years. Compared with Chu, I can be called a love saint. Thank you for your generous gift. Although I value many girls, I never value more than one girl at the same time. And I'm serious about every girl. The reason we broke up in the end was because of our incompatibility. It's not that I get bored easily and fall in love with every girl I meet. But you invited dozens of girls at the same time. There is Iran all over the world. The media said that you have more than a dozen illegitimate children. TSK, Link, you are not only a scumbag, but also a scumbag father. Leonardo retorted with a red face. This sentence is too deceiving to fans, but not to people in the circle. When Giselle Bundchen and Mrs. Feng broke up, they just couldn't stand your fickleness. I have Giselle's phone number. Do you want me to call her now to verify it? Link smiled playfully. Leonardo's face darkened. Do you know Giselle? Link shrugged. I was a guest performer at the Victoria's Secret fashion show last year. We chatted backstage. Just chatted. Leonardo frowned, and vertical lines followed his eyes. What else? Besides, Giselle is Mrs. Brady now, so even if there are other things, it doesn't matter to you. Madam, please continue to deal cards. Link picked up a $50 bill and put it on the table. Even so, you are worse than me. I don't have so many illegitimate children outside. I will follow. Leonardo looked at the bottom card and put down a dollar bill. That's because you don't want to kill and you don't have the confidence to be a father. This is not something to be proud of. Look at the few of us here, Toby, Cassie, Woody, Franco, who doesn't have a few children at home. I suggest organizing a dad club, and then you can bring your children to participate in the activities, and talk about the children's education problems. Link smiled. Link, this is a good idea, I agree. James Franco smiled. I agree too. Scene Affleck, Tobey Maguire, Woody Harrison and others all echoed. Leonardo listened with a dark face. When playing cards, everyone was the same, but when talking about children, he became an outsider. Let's not talk about the kids. We are talking about who is a worse scumbag. Since you don't admit it, let everyone judge who is a worse scumbag between the two of us. Leonardo looked at Tobey Maguire and Cassie Affleck and asked, well, this question is not easy to answer. I suggest you launch a voting activity on Facebook and let netizens all over the world judge who is a worse scumbag between the two of you. Tobey Maguire. That's a good idea. Netizens' opinions are more comprehensive. Affleck smiled. No, I don't want to be stuck with the reputation of the world famous playboy Leonardo. It will cause great damage to my reputation. Link smiled. Thank you. You are a worse scumbag than me, okay? Leonardo retorted. Link shrugged, picked up a few US dollars, and continued to bet. Leon, there are two of us under your shoulders. Do you want to follow? Leonardo was stunned for a moment, looked at the two whole cards in his hand, and then looked at the public cards on the table. He gritted his teeth, and chose to follow. Link smiled and turned over a whole card. It was tens of Ks. Counting the 2 Ks on the public cards, it just formed 4 of a kind. There was only one A on the public cards. If Leonardo wanted to win, he would have to have a straight flush. Leon, do you have a straight flush? Shit, you win. Leonardo threw away the cards unhappily. Link smiled and glanced at his watch. The game time was about to end. He played 2 more rounds, lost all the money he won, and then said goodbye and left, saying that he would take the children home. This guy has great luck. It's hard to win when playing cards with him. James Franco looked at the cards Link threw down. Didn't I win this round? Link must be worried that he would lose a lot, so he left at this time. Leonardo grabbed the money on the table and laughed. He lost 7 or 8 rounds in a row, but this time he finally won a round, and won more than $300 from Link. That's not necessarily true. James Franco showed Link his cards, which were the Queen of Hearts and the 9 of Spades. Together with the public cards, the largest straight could be 9, 10, J, Q, K, which was bigger than Leonardo's 3 kings. Thank you, special. Link drove to Lionsgate and picked up Miss Eva Cat to go home. On the way, they talked about each other's new movies that were recently released. The movies released by Lionsgate in July and August include The Evil Dead and Safe for Now, as well as the recently released The Master. Adapted from the documentary work The Evil in the Box by journalist Leslie Goldstein, it tells the story of a girl named Dem who opened a wooden box of cutlery inherited after the war, and a series of strange and terrifying events occurred. The film cost $14 million to produce. It has been released for more than a month, and has received 49.13 million copies in North America and 36.31 million copies in overseas regions. The DVD sales are also good. It has been on the shelves for a week, and sold more than 50 copies in North America. The expected revenue is about $50 million, which is more than many commercial blockbusters. The second film, Safe for Now, had a worse sales performance. The production cost was about $22 million US. It tells the story of Luke, a frontline police elite, who protects a Chinese math prodigy from being persecuted by the mafia in order to plead guilty. The male lead is played by Jason Statham, and the actor of the Chinese math prodigy is Aoyang Nana, who was found from Taiwan. The film was released 3 weeks ago and has reached 17.14 million in North America. The overseas share is currently about 22.35 million. It is probably barely breaking even. The Master starring Joaquin Phoenix and others was released last week and cost about $32 million. Before the release of the film, it participated in many film festivals, including the Venice Film Festival in Italy, the Toronto Film Festival in Canada, and the Kansas Film Festival in the United States. At the Venice Film Festival, Paul Anderson won the Silver Lion Award for Best Director for this film. Philip Hoffman and Joaquin Phoenix won the Best Actor award together, and also won the International Critics Award at the film festival. At the Toronto Film Festival, it won 4 awards, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Supporting Actress. It also won 2 awards at the Kansas Film Festival. Judging from the awards, the quality of this film is very good. However, due to the complicated plot, it was well received, but not popular after its release. It was released in 442 theaters in the first week, with only $2.97 million US. It is expected that North America will have no more than 2,000. If one can win 2 awards at the Oscars next year, it may make a few million more. But from the current situation, it is obviously a loss-making movie, and it is also the first movie in Manhattan Beach that is obviously loss-making. Fortunately, the Beach Pictures only increased by 10 million, and the loss was only a few million, which did not have much impact. At first, Harvey asked me to cooperate with him, because he wanted to make money. Now that the movie is losing money, he will probably be very angry. Link laughed while driving. No one can imagine such a thing. Who is he angry with? Ivica smiled with a blooming flower. That's right. Chapter 505. Thanks from Ivica. Link guessed correctly. Harvey was really angry at this time. Palm Beach Pictures produced 6 movies in a row. The first 4 were big sellers, the 5th one was a small profit, and the 6th one suffered a loss. Weinstein Pictures was involved, which made him doubt the authenticity of the acquisition. It was not Link who was playing tricks and deliberately used this movie to cheat him, or Lionsgate Pictures made a fraudulent acquisition when it released this movie. Boss, according to our investigation, the probability of possession fraud is extremely small. The average sales performance of a single theater in the area where we released and the area where Lionsgate released are very close, and even Lionsgate Pictures' possession is a little higher. Daniel Badsek, head of Weinstein's distribution department, said. Harvey's face was gloomy. Through the transaction data, he could also see that Lionsgate Pictures did not falsify. In addition, the master won the first award, which also showed the quality of this movie. It was good, but he didn't understand why Palm Beach Pictures made money in the first few movies, but suffered a loss in this part. How could there be such a coincidence? Harvey, it's not Link who is playing tricks on us. The Master is the second film we have cooperated with Palm Beach. The first one, Silver Linings Playbook, was jointly produced by us and Palm Beach, and promoted and distributed by Lionsgate. From the release to the sales and profit sharing, Lionsgate has been very fair. I don't think he will do anything to sell this film. The failure of The Master is mainly because the story is too niche and the artistry is too strong, and the audience doesn't buy it. Bob said as he sat on the sofa. Harvey looked up at him. Shut up. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have cooperated with that bastard Link. Now that the film is losing money, you should take the responsibility here, not here. I know I'm responsible for the loss of The Master, but Link also lost millions. It is also the first obvious loss-making film of Palm Beach. Isn't this something to be happy about? Bob asked with his hands spread out. Harvey frowned. If his company had not invested in The Master, he would have laughed out loud when he read the news of The Master losing money in the newspaper. This time, Weinstein Pictures also lost money. How could he be happy? He stared at Bob in frustration. Shut up. I don't care what method you use. You'd better make Lionsgate addicted to big productions as soon as possible, and make Lionsgate go bankrupt and close down as soon as possible. I don't want to see any news about Link for a day now. I know. I have been fighting Lionsgate for a while. This year, Lionsgate participated in amazing big productions, such as The Wolf of Wall Street, The Expendables 2, The Hunger Games 2, and Brad Pitt's Zombie World War, all of which cost more than 100 million yuan to produce. I think Lionsgate's situation has just improved, and it has continued to participate in big productions. In the future, it will invest in more big productions, and the capital chain will become more tense. When Lionsgate encounters a movie like Cutthroat Island or Windtalkers, its fate will not be much better than that of MGM and Carlock Pictures. Bob sneered. Harvey listened and nodded. This was not bad. He was very unhappy when he thought about having to wait for 2 years or even longer to see Lionsgate go bankrupt. He wanted Bob to find other ways to let Lionsgate make more big productions and go bankrupt sooner. Bob agreed. Wow, why are you crying, little baby? Did you pee again? In the villa halfway up the mountain, Link squeezed Margarita, who was crying loudly, and said, "Crying?" Cynthia leaned beside him, blinking her big blue eyes and looking at the little guy curiously. "Yes, this is the younger sister, Margarita, and you are the older sister, Cynthia." Link smiled as he looked at the two cute little ones. Margarita was more than 3 months old. She was not wrinkled like when she was just born. She had soft hair, a delicate little face, and was as delicate as the little angel in the oil painting on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Cynthia, who was 1.5 years old, was dressed even more adorably by her mother. She had 2 small golden braids, blue eyes, a straight nose, pink cheeks, and a princess dress. She was also a little cute. Margarita. Cynthia imitated him in reading the little one's name, and she also flicked her finger to update the little one's face. Before the little one could react, she giggled first. Margarita, Rita, Alexander and a toy car came over with a clatter. She was wearing little overalls, short black hair, and blinking eyes. She looked smart and cute. Link changed the little one's diaper, pushed the little car, and took Alexander and Cynthia for a walk outside, followed by 3 puppies. Doesn't he have anything to do now? Why does he stay at home to take care of the kids every day? On the balcony, Taylor looked at the big and 3 small eyes. Isn't it good? The man who likes children the most. Evika put down the coffee cup and laughed. Huh, he likes beauties more. Taylor leaned on the chair with his legs crossed and curled the corner of his lips in disdain. Evika smiled slightly. It's not that he can't do it. He just finished shooting those commercials, and he is training recently. There is also a boxing match next week. He works all year round. Taylor nodded. When will his new album be released? It is planned to be released at the end of the year. The songs for the album have been recorded, but he has too many things to do and has no time to promote it, so the release time is pushed to the end of the year. Evika said. Taylor looked at Cynthia, who was rolling on the lawn in the distance, and was pulled up by Link. He hasn't created new songs for a long time. With his talent, he will definitely be able to write many good songs if he pays more attention to music creation. You and he have a lot of common topics in music. If you have time, you can persuade him more. Ivika said. Taylor looked at her, staring at the screen. Aren't you angry that Link and I are the only ones who care about you? Ivika was stunned for a moment, lifted the golden hair by her ear and smiled. If you and Link hadn't broken up, I wouldn't have a good man like him, nor would I have Margarita. If Link was with other women, I would be a little unhappy, but not with you. Taylor snorted. Do you want to compensate me in this way? Make up for your debt of secretly stealing my girl? Of course not. When Link and I cared about each other at the beginning, nothing super friendly happened. Even if you broke up, it was not caused by me. On the contrary, I helped hide a video and delayed the time of your breakup. I don't owe you anything, and it can't be called compensation. It's more appropriate to say that it's a thank you. Ivika chuckled while holding a cup of coffee. Huh, I don't need your thanks. In addition to thanking you on my own behalf, I also want to thank you on Link's behalf. Thank you for forgiving him, and thank you for caring about him, Alexander and Cynthia. Seeing Link now, I feel very happy and blessed that I can tolerate him, and I feel very good too. Evika also looked at the 4 fathers and sons downstairs, with a comfortable smile on her cold face. Taylor blinked her blue eyes and turned to look at the garden downstairs. Link was still taking 3 small steps for a walk, with butterflies flying around. Cynthia stumbled to catch a butterfly and fell after running 2 steps on the grass. Before Link could help her up, little Cynthia got up by herself with her little butt sticking out and continued to stretch out her little claws to catch butterflies. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Grand Slam on the second day. Come on Link. Link, hit him again. Kill him. In early September, the WBO lightweight champion was bound to be fought at the Greenpoint Boxing in Cape Town, South Africa, which was also the place where the World Cup was held in 2010. The two participants were WBA WBC IBF lightweight world champion Link and Adonis Stevenson, a black boxer from Canada. Stevenson is 35 years old this year. He was born in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, and later immigrated to Canada. He entered the professional boxing world in 2006 and subsequently participated in 18 professional competitions. His current record is 17 wins and 1 loss. In the WBO lightweight champion qualification elimination match held in May, Stevenson defeated Don George by technical knockout in the 12th round and won the qualification to compete for the WBO world champion. Stevenson, nicknamed Superman, is 180 centimeters tall and has a wingspan of 183 centimeters. He is a heavy artillery boxer who has KO'd his opponents 13 times in 18 games. But he was unlucky and met Link, the real Superman. After the game started, Stevenson was always beaten by Link. No matter how fast his fist was, Link could flexibly dodge when his fist hit him. No matter how his fist squatted, Stevenson was very frustrated. When facing Link, he felt that he was not facing a person, but a mountain, a copper wall. No matter how hard he tried, no matter what tactics or killing moves he used, he could not hurt Link at all. Stevenson finally understood why Link became the number one in the boxing world, and why those strict boxers became so weak when they were in front of him, just like children beating adults. Because Link's strength was too strong, his boxing skills were very comprehensive and flawless, and his fists were extremely lethal. Mainly being hit in the head by him, the brain would be dizzy for a few seconds, and his punching speed was very fast, hitting up and down, hitting left and right, and his fighting style was very flexible, often making people unable to defend. When playing with Link, he sensed that the next punch would be KO'd by Link, but Link did not do that. Amid the cheers of more than 40,000 spectators, Link fought brilliantly, showing his superb performance. Stevenson, the guest, was forced to use all his skills to fight against Link. Although he knew he would lose, he did not want to lose the game so easily. He wanted to defeat Link, the number one in the boxing world, and step on Link's halo to rise to the top. If he could really do it, he would become a walking money printing machine, earning tens of millions from a boxing match. Hundreds of millions a year, living in a mansion worth tens of millions, marrying a wealthy socialite, and beautiful girls from all over the world, might be able to switch to the music and film world like Link, and become a world-class superstar. That feeling was so cool. Thinking of this, Stevenson couldn't help but have red eyes. He looked at Link opposite him, looking at the last obstacle blocking his way to success. As long as he defeated him, everything would be there. Kill. He bared his teeth, roared in Creole, and hit Link's face hard. As long as this punch can hit, he has a 60% chance of knocking Link down. As long as he can knock Link down once, he will have the initiative in the following games. Stevenson suddenly found that he was only one punch away from the peak of his life, so when he swung his fist, he silently prayed to all the gods he knew, Jesus, the Virgin Mary, and the Witchmaster. He prayed to the gods to bless him to knock Link down with one punch. Bang! Before his fist hit Link's nose, Link's left fist came out from nowhere, from left to right, and a swing punch hit his side face fiercely. Stevenson's straight fist instantly deformed and passed by Link's shoulder. After his face was hit, he swung to the right violently. The back of his neck made a cracking sound. The sweat on his hair was swiped away, and even saliva and tears were swiped out. Stevenson felt dizzy and lost the ability to control his body. He staggered 2 steps and fell to the boxing ring with a bang. Wow, great job. Link knocked out his opponent. When Stevenson fell, tens of thousands of spectators raised their fists, stood up from their seats, and cheered loudly. In the last 2 World Cups, Spanish star Iniesta scored the winning goal in the 116th minute. At that time, tens of thousands of people stood up and cheered loudly for Iniesta. Stop. The boxing ring came across to block Link, squatted on the ground, and asked Stevenson how he felt, and began to count down 8, 7, 6, 5, Hearing the referee's count, Stevenson shook his head, supported the counter with his fists, and slowly stood up. Just as he straightened his legs, a strong heart attack made him unable to keep his balance, and fell to the ground again. Wow! The audience exclaimed again. The referee counted down from 5 again. Stevenson was lying on the boxing ring, feeling a little dizzy in his head. In his case, even if he stood up, he would not be Link's opponent for a few seconds. He might be knocked down by Link again within the third party of getting up. Thinking of this, Stevenson couldn't help but close his eyes and listen to the referee count to 5. Link won. Link is the Grand Slam champion. Link is amazing. Tens of thousands of spectators shouted loudly, and reporters from several media stood under the ring, holding microphones to announce the news of Link's destruction. The atmosphere became very heated. "Hey, man, how do you feel?" Stevenson opened his eyes and saw Link's handsome face, high nose bridge, deep and bright blue eyes. Although sweat dripped on his hair and face, there was no injury on any part of his body, and he still looked like a big star. This guy is extremely powerful and handsome to the point of envy. Stevenson felt very unhappy. He sat up and said with gritted teeth, "Your punch just now was like a woman's. It was soft and could not do anything to me." "Okay, I'm glad you're okay." Link shrugged, shook hands with Paco Valcárcel, the president of the WBO World Boxing Organization, and shook hands with officials from the South African Cultural and Sports Department, and then took the WBO Light Heavyweight World Boxing Champion gold belt from them. "Link, Superman Link. Link, I love you." Seeing Link holding up the WBO gold belt, the audience cheered loudly. There were also many fans of Link holding his posters high and cheering in the audience. After the WBO gold belt, Link won the gold belts of the 4 major organizations in the light heavyweight category, which also symbolized that he became the overlord of the light heavyweight category again after the super middleweight category. He is also the 4th organization Grand Slam champion in history after Bernard Hopkins and Jermaine Taylor. He is also a boxer who has won the Grand Slam in 2 fields 3 times. Roy Jones Jr., Mayweather, De La Hoya, Pacquiao, Joe Calzaghe and others have all reached the world boxing champion level in different weight classes, but they could not hold 4 gold belts at the same time. Now Link has achieved it, and he has reversed it twice. This guy's a pervert. At the California Zoological Association, Hopkins looked at Link on TV and said that he defeated De La Hoya in 2004 and became the first Grand Slam in boxing history. Now Link has become 2. He can earn 60 to 70 million in this match. This guy is a damn money printing machine. De La Hoya gnashed his teeth with envy. Link is getting stronger and stronger. Now he has collected the gold championships of the 4 major organizations in the lightweight class. The next step will be to move to the light heavyweight class. Maybe he can achieve the 3rd Grand Slam the year after next. Link is so cool. I'm afraid I can be as good as Link. Morales shouted while holding the boxing ring. The light heavyweight class is much better than the light heavyweight class. I don't think he can win the Grand Slam again. It's hard to say, said De La Hoya. Last year, Link moved to the light heavyweight class, and you also said that he might fail. De La Hoya frowned. Bernard, do you think Link has a chance to get a 3rd Grand Slam? Hopkins said, the light heavyweight class is a small class, and there are not many masters. For Link, it doesn't matter much. There are too many masters in the heavyweight class, so he probably can't do it. Damn it, this guy's already a Grand Slam champion in 2 levels. If he gets a 3rd, then all of our boxers will be stepped on by him and become his foil. His prize money for each game will probably be more than 100 million, or even 200 million. Damn, if I had signed him that year, it would be great. De La Hoya not only envied Link's boxing skills, but also his ability to make money. Haha, Link, congratulations on winning the WBO Light Heavyweight World Gold Belt and becoming a Light Heavyweight Grand Slam champion. How do you feel now? At the game, HBO host Steve Mandanda interviewed Link with a nice handheld shape. Very, just like the weather in Cape Town. Link said with 4 golden eagles. Link, you have become the Grand Slam champion for the 2nd time in 3 years. This is a feat that no one has ever achieved in the history of boxing. It's incredible. We all know that soon after you became the Grand Slam champion of the super middleweight last year, you announced that you would give up all the gold belts and challenge the light heavyweight gold belt. Now boxing fans are very curious. Will you give up all the gold belts in the light heavyweight and continue to challenge the light heavyweight? If so, when will it be? Can you give us a hint here? Yes, I have this plan, but my next challenge is not the light heavyweight. I plan to skip this field and fight the heavyweight first to get all the gold keys in the heavyweight. Link said to the Jerusalem camera of HBO TV. Fight in the heavyweight class first. Wow, is this true? Did I hear it right? Dear audience friends, I heard a very amazing news. Link said that he will fight in the heavyweight class first and strive to become the heavyweight Grand Slam champion. This news is so amazing that I have to confirm it again. Link, is this true? When are you going to fight in the heavyweight class? Steve Mandanda asked excitedly. The time will be around the end of next year, if everything goes well. Link said. Dear audience friends, did everyone hear that? Link said that he will be promoted to the heavyweight class at the end of next year and will meet all the gold indicators of the heavyweight class. Do you think Link can do it? Link, do you have the confidence to do it? Mandanda asked excitedly. Of course, you know, I never lack confidence. Link smiled, clenching his fist. Haha, I know. I'm just curious. Everyone thought you would fight in the light heavyweight class first, and then in the heavyweight class. But now you choose to skip the light heavyweight class. What's the reason? Is it because there are too many masters in the light heavyweight class? No, there are also many strong and tall guys in the light heavyweight class. I fight in the heavyweight class first because many boxers in the heavyweight class are old and have been prepared. For example, Holyfield, James Toney, Hassan Rahman, Valuv, etc. I'm worried that when I fight in the heavyweight class in a few years, they will have retired and I won't be able to fight them. This makes me feel very sorry. Link spread his hands and said, it's unbelievable. So this is the reason. Link, I remember you challenged them in 2008, so are you fulfilling your promise? Mandanda asked. Because they are all masters, I like to exchange postures with masters, which will make me stronger. Link said confidently. Is this crazy guy sitting? He just stabilized his position as the lightweight champion and now he wants to challenge the heavyweight class. Isn't he afraid of being beaten? This is a real boxer, punching the strong. Link is really amazing. Hopkins praised. He just said he wanted to fight Valuv. Valuv is 213 centimeters and he is only 186 centimeters. Isn't this a fight? De La Hoya. I think Link will definitely win. Morales said. It's not that whoever you think can win will win. Valuv's arm length is 213 centimeters and Link is only 194 centimeters. It's too far apart. He can't hit Valuv with his punches. Okay. De La Hoya said. James, Evander, Link said he wants to fight you. Do you dare to accept it? In a boxing club in Las Vegas, Tyson was watching the TV and finally looked at his idols beside him. Lights out James Toney and the real deal Evander Holyfield. Of course, I'm not afraid of Link. If he dares to fight, I will definitely beat him up. James Toney said fiercely, puffing up his severed arm. Holyfield touched his chin, looked at Link who was surrounded by dozens of reporters on TV and said, although he is very powerful, he is too light and his punches are not much of an advantage in the heavyweight category. If he dares to challenge me in the next game, he will definitely fail. I think so too. James Toney said. Haha, seeing that you are so confident, I can't wait to see your match with Link. I think it will be very exciting. Of course. James Toney looked at the TV for a few seconds, got up and walked out. Tyson asked him where he was going, and James Toney said he was going to practice in the boxing ring and strive to become the first person to defeat Link with a fist. Holyfield thought for a while, stood up and said he was going to practice. Tyson saw that they suddenly became diligent and couldn't help laughing. At this time, not only James Toney and Old Ho, but all the heavyweight boxers in the world were refreshed after receiving the news and silently stood up and walked to the boxing ring, and all the light heavyweight boxing champions breathed a sigh of relief. At the interview site, after Link finished accepting the reporter, he took photos with fans and signed autographs for fans. He met Ms. Neutralize Theron in the front row of the audience. The other party was wearing a peaked cap, an ordinary t-shirt and jacket, just like an ordinary audience. Link almost didn't recognize her. Seeing Ms. Theron greeted him, he curiously asked why she was here. When he asked this question, he suddenly remembered that she was South African Diamond and was South African. The ladies were on vacation in Strawberry Brilliantly, and they happened to see his game promotion, so they came to see him and asked him when he was free and wanted to invite him to give up South African wine and food. Sharon agreed and said he would contact her later. Chapter 507 Neutralize Theron. In the afternoon, after participating in the post-race promotional activities, Link returned to the hotel and remembered his date with Ms. Theron. He sent a message to ask where she was. Ms. Theron asked him which hotel he was staying in. She was more familiar with Cape Town than he was, and he was a big star, so it was inconvenient for him to come here. Link told her the name of the hotel and the room number. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, Bob reported that Ms. Theron had arrived. Link opened the door and invited Ms. Theron in. Neutralize Theron had obviously dressed up before coming. She was wearing a golden sling, golden high heels, and long golden brown hair. She was tall and sexy, and she exuded the smell of Channel No. 5, elegant and charming. A bottle of wine was said to be a specialty of the Constantia factory in South Africa. Link expressed his gratitude and ordered a table dinner from the hotel restaurant, chatting with Ms. Theron while eating. Neutralize Theron's father is French and her mother is German. She was born in South Africa. When she was 16, her mother joined her drunken thug father. It was after that Neutralize Theron entered the modeling circle. Then in 1995, she moved to Hollywood and became a movie star, which was also one of the most exciting aspects of Hollywood in the 1990s. In 2003/2004, she won the 61st Golden Globe Award for Best Actress in a Drama, the 54th Berlin International Film Festival Silver Bear Award for Best Actress, and the 76th Academy Award for Best Actress for Monster, and thus became a top Hollywood actress. She has also developed well in the entertainment industry in the past 2 years. The 2 movies she starred in this year, Snow White and the Huntsman and Prometheus, have achieved good sales results in the summer season, and the first-line movie stars have occupied the bracket. She has money, beauty, and fame. The only drawback is that she has not married and had children at the age of 37. She is also considered a more successful single woman in the circle. After dinner, the two continued to talk about boxing, music, and movies on the sofa. Finally, under the influence of alcohol, the two gradually entangled with each other, and Link was able to take the opportunity to vent the strength and energy he had vented in the boxing match on Ms. Theron. Although she is 37 years old, she is well maintained, works out regularly, and has a relatively tall figure. She is a good bed partner, even better than Scarlett Johansson, who is just over 1.6 meters tall. Despite this, Link has no plans to entangle with her for a long time. After all, the age gap is very important. After a few times, Link also finished his work in South Africa, including boxing event promotion, took 2 commercials, and said goodbye to Ms. Theron, who was obviously reluctant, and realized the work team returned to the United States. The total income of Link in this competition is 78 million. The basic appearance fee is 50 million new, and the remaining 28 million auxiliary belongs to peripheral auxiliary. Counting the 2 advertising endorsements he took in South Africa, this trip to South Africa earned 106 million. After the game, mainstream media around the world reported the incident. Some reports said that Link successfully won the WBO gold medal and became the historical light heavyweight Grand Slam champion. He is also the only double Grand Slam champion in the history of boxing, and the youngest Grand Slam champion in the shortest time. Many media called him the ruler of boxing and great president, and East Asian countries called him the emperor of boxing. Some media once again praised him for his fast money-making speed and an amazing tone. However, the most sensational news of this game was that Link announced at the game that he would upgrade to the heavyweight class next and compete with Holyfield, James Toney, Giant Valuv, Klitschko brothers and others. This news that he won the heavyweight class once became the headline news of the sports section of media around the world, and also topped the hot search list of platforms such as Google, Twitter, Facebook, and Weibo. In addition to marveling at Link's strong strength, the media also discussed whether he could defeat those masters in the heavyweight field, such as Giant Valuv and Klitschko brothers, and dominate the heavyweight class. The official website of Ring magazine set up a voting activity. Can Link dominate the weight class? There are 3 options: yes, no, and neutral. After a week of voting, 38% of boxing fans thought it was possible, 60% chose not, and 2% were neutral. 258,000 netizens participated in the voting. There were also 1,055 professional boxers who voted online. 25% thought it was possible, 72% thought it was not, and the rest chose neutral. Many casinos in Las Vegas also use this as a gambling project, and gamblers are welcome to bet. The odds of Link winning the 4 heavyweight gold belts are 1 to 2.5. Media reports and hype have also attracted the attention of netizens, and everyone has discussed widely. All the current heavyweight boxers are listed to see who is Link's unbeatable opponent. In the end, there are 8 opponents listed. The first is the Klitschko brothers. Netizens believe that the Klitschko brothers have an advantage in height and weight over Link, and their boxing skills are also very fast. Link's probability of defeating them is 41% and 37%. The second is Valuv. Valuv is 213 centimeters tall and has a long arm. The height difference between Link and him is nearly 30 centimeters. It seems difficult to beat him. Link's winning rate against Valuv is 45%. 3 WBA heavyweight champions Alexander Povetkin defeated Chris Bide, Ruslan Chagayev, Mark Hack and other heavyweight champions, and currently has a record of 24 wins. According to the data of both sides, netizens evaluated that Link's winning rate against Alexander Povetkin is 48%. The 4th British champion Tyson Fury, the opponent is 206 centimeters tall, with an arm length of 208 centimeters, 24 years old this year, and has a professional record of 19 wins. Link's winning rate against Tyson Fury is 48%. The rest are Platinum Bomber Deontay Wilder, Tiger Tony Thompson, Cobra Kubrat Pulev and others who are considered to be powerful enemies on Link's road to the heavyweight master position. The reason why the media and netizens think it is difficult for him to defeat these people is not that he doesn't have good skills, but that he is much worse than these people in height, arm length and weight. In boxing matches, the height difference is very important and the disadvantage is too obvious. In terms of punch weight, although Link has shown good punch weight in the super middleweight and light heavyweight categories, his punch weight is no longer an advantage, but a shortcoming in the heavyweight category where heavyweight fighters gather. This is also the reason why netizens think it is difficult for him to dominate the heavyweight category. In addition, after Link announced that he would seize the golden key of the 4 major organizations in the heavyweight category, Valuv, Chris Bird and others shouted through the media, saying that if Link dared to challenge them, they would definitely let Link ruin the taste. Link, it's a bit too much to upgrade directly to the heavyweight category. Don't think about it again. Delay it for a few years before upgrading to the heavyweight category. You are only 23 years old now, and you are still a long way from gold. You don't need to be too anxious to achieve this goal. Frank advised on the plane. I understand what you mean, but I like to do difficult things, such as defeating those boxing champions in a higher level. In addition, doing so can also gain more attention, which is conducive to the promotion of the competition. Link put down the magazine and said, nodding. Considering that Link is not a neighbor, he stopped persuading him. However, when arranging the match, he can first let him fight some young, famous, and weak boxers to practice and ensure the winning rate of the match. After Link adapts to the heavyweight competition, he will be arranged to participate in the Boxing Champion Challenge, so that the gold gain of the 4 major organizations will be greater. After returning to the United States for a few days, Link took a rest and fought against WBC champion challenger Tavoris Crowder and IBF champion challenger Sergey Kovalev respectively. He successfully won the game and completed the first round of the 4 major organizations' gold reign. He also earned 112 million bonuses with this victory. His professional record has also reached 30 fights, 30 wins and 30 KO ultimate strikes, and set a record in the boxing world. including the most consecutive KO Ultimate records, the shortest KO Ultimate record. He is also the person who has defeated the most world boxing record champions in the history of boxing. At present, he has defeated 18 people with world boxing champions, and is also known as the boxing champion killer. After these games, there were no more events scheduled for the whole year, and Link also had a short break. In addition to exercising every day, he would stay at home to take care of the children. Since Taylor was busy, he would occasionally take care of 3 children at the same time, becoming a real full-time dad. In addition, under Taylor's nagging and enticement, he had to take some time out to practice piano and compose, and copied several popular songs into songs he composed, and put them in the new album to increase the quality of the new album, and strive to create several new sales records. Chapter 508 Musical Arrangement. Your tenacious love for you is what I deserve. It belongs only to me. There is no denying the sweet and tenacious love. Sweet and firm love accompanies me. You are my lucky charm. You are my lucky goddess. In mid-September, Link Music launched the first promotional single Tough Love of Link's new album. In the first week of its release, it received 380 million plays worldwide on the Spotify platform, of which 14% were paid users, setting a record for the number of plays on the platform. It also topped the US Billboard Singles Chart, and the singles charts in the UK, Belgium, Canada, Japan, the Netherlands and other countries. This is a love song written by Swedish singer SYNOPSIS. In terms of quality, it is not necessarily better than songs such as All of Me, Say Something and Love Is Gone. But because Link's current fame is greater than when he released his 4th album last year, and his singing ability is stronger. After the release of the song, he was sought after by a large number of fans, and praised by popular music critics, who are all looking forward to his 5th work. This year's MTV Video Music Awards was held at the Nokia Center in Los Angeles. Link attended the evening as a presenter again, and won the Taylor Swift Award for Best Video of the Year. D also won the Best New Artist Video Award for the song The Way, and Charlie Puth, who debuted in a similar way, was also nominated for the award. Link, the news said that you will quit the music scene after the release of your 5th album. Is that true? Yes, I said it at the beginning. Link said. Link, we all thought you were joking. Are you really going to quit? Miley Cyrus turned her body sideways. Why do you want to quit? You are so popular now. You can get hundreds of millions of views for just a single. The media predicts that the population of the United States for your 5th album will not be less than that of the 4th album. According to this situation, the 6th album may be more than the 5th album. Maybe it can sell tens of millions of copies a month. It's amazing. Don't you want to create some new records? Katy Perry asked. I'm too busy. I don't have time to create or promote. Link said. I think you make too much money. A boxing match can earn hundreds of millions of tons, which is much faster than racking your brains to write a new album. If it were me, I would also consider retiring. Lady Gaga said. It's like this. Artists can't be too rich. As a fan of Link, I really hope he goes bankrupt, so he has to write more good songs to sell. Haha, in the middle. Link, money is your enemy. You can donate all your money. Carrie Underwood, Kesha, Pink and other singers around joked. K.A.O. said, I just won't release new albums anymore. Not completely retire. There will be new songs released on Spotify in the future, which will save a lot of trouble. Link, it sounds like you are very busy, but I heard from Selena that you are taking care of your children at home every day. Is this true? Miley Cyrus asked with a sweet smile. Are the children also working? Link smiled. Link, do you like children very much? Katy Perry blinked. Katy, you ask this. Do you also want to give Link a child? Lady Gaga joked. One is too few, at least 2. Katy Perry joked. Link smiled and shook his head when he saw Ariana Grande on the stage taking the trophy and giving her acceptance speech. He clapped with everyone. When giving her acceptance speech, Ariana mentioned that she met Link on Miami Beach in 2010, thanked Link for his guidance, and called him teacher. Link was a little embarrassed. He was too busy in the past 2 years and only met Ariana a few times. He gave her advice on the style of her songs and helped her create 3 new songs. He didn't interfere much in other things. Now Ariana can become the winner among new singers, mainly because she is talented enough, with the help of the producer of Link Music, as well as the resources and channels of Link Music. In addition to Ariana and Charlie Puth, the company has signed 5 new singers and 2 bands, including Yellow Boss Ed Sheeran, Carly Rae Jepsen, Halsey, One Direction. Some are trainees signed from YouTube, and some are already debuted singers. They are temporarily placed under SB Project Entertainment. Link Music is responsible for the music work of the singers, and SB is responsible for commercial marketing and promotion. Ariana and Charlie Puth are the 3rd generation of music, and the newly signed singers are the 4th and 5th generations. The emergence of these newcomers, coupled with Link Music's resources and channels, can ensure the company's stable development. After the award ceremony, Link left by car. On the way, he met Taylor's car, and changed to Taylor's business car seat. "I heard that Katy Perry wants to have a baby for you. You are really charming now." Taylor was dressed in white, holding a glass of fruit wine in his hand, with a sneer of ridicule at the corner of his lips. "Just kidding. How can you take it seriously?" Link's shaking speech gave him a new understanding of the speed of rumor spread. "How do you know Katy Perry isn't serious? Why don't you try? Maybe she's really willing to give you a baby," Taylor said with a half smile. "Are you jealous?" Link looked at her, stretched out his hand to hold her slender waist and smiled. "Are you there?" Taylor hit him hard, threatening him not to move. "How is my new song?" "It's average. I prefer songs like All of Me and Love Is Gone," Taylor said. "Do you remember what you said last time?" "Last time? What?" Taylor blinked her eyes, looked away cunningly, and didn't say anything to him. "Don't try to deny it. Hard Love is now the #1 singles chart. I'm here to fulfill my promise." Link waved his arm and took Taylor into his arms, lowering his head and looking into her beautiful eyes quietly. In order to encourage him to continue to create, Taylor made an agreement with him that, as long as the song he wrote could top the singles chart, he would agree to be bullied by him once. With this, Link had a new motivation to create, because otherwise he wouldn't waste his cells thinking about songs in vain. "Pervert, let me go, or I'll beat you up." Taylor pressed her snow white fist against his chest muscles, but she was too weak to escape Link's clutches. Link lowered his head and kissed her lips with the scent of moist wine, and his palm gently fell on her round and slender wrist. "This is a business car. There is a partition between the driver's room and the rear cabin, and the relatives in the back will not be discovered by Taylor's driver and assistant. Taylor has her own reserve. She only allows him to kiss and take advantage of her hands, and allows him to mess around. Otherwise she will bite his lips, and Link has to do what she wants." When they arrived at Beverly Hills, Taylor asked him to get out of the car and buy a bouquet of flowers, but as soon as he got out of the car, Taylor closed the door and asked the driver to start the car and leave. Taylor also waved his fist at him proudly. "Save the savings for next time." Back at the villa halfway up the mountain, Ivica was still awake, watching TV in the small living room, wearing a mask, and doing bedtime on a pilot's blanket. After more than 3 months of exercise, her figure has returned to the state before pregnancy. She is tall, sexy, round and smooth. Her skin is whiter and more delicate than before. She exudes a faint milky charm and elegance. After taking a charming nap, Link put on a lot of body clothes and shorts, and accompanied Ivica to exercise. Dear, today Lucien Granger, president of Universal Music, called and proposed a financing plan again. He is willing to invest $1 billion to acquire 50% of Link Music shares, based on the market value of $2 billion. What do you think? Ivica sat cross-legged on the blanket, wearing a white sling. The thin shoulder straps were tied on her white and smooth shoulders. It was heavy underneath, leaving 2 obvious marks. But, what do they think? Link did warm-up exercises. Some of them agree, some don't, so the decision-making power finally falls to us. Ivica shrugged. Link stopped to think about it. Initially, the purpose of him and Ivica's album Link Music was mainly to make money, not to pursue a musical dream. He didn't have much pursuit in this regard. So after the company became bigger, selling it to the 5 major record companies was also the earliest plan. But the problem was that he and Ivica were not short of money now. The profit dividends from Link Music reached tens of millions or even hundreds of millions every year, so it was not cost effective to sell the company. He thought about it and proposed a plan to split Link Music, SB Entertainment and Spotify Holdings. If Universal Music wants to raise funds, it can invest in Link Music. According to the market value of $1.4 billion, it can release 35% of the shares to ensure that the two of them hold more than 50% of the shares and have the greatest decision-making power over the company's affairs. In addition, he does not want money. Currently, Universal Music Group has been listed separately with a market value of about $22 billion, which can be replaced by shares of Universal Music. His purpose is to deepen the connection with Universal Music and use Universal's channel resources to promote the albums of local singers more conveniently. Compared with a behemoth like Universal Music, Link Music has only been established for more than 4 years and lacks the ability to distribute in the international market. This short gap cannot be made up, and it cannot be caught up even in 20 years. It is undoubtedly a good idea to use Universal Music's channels. But using Universal's channels is equivalent to dividing the other party's cake, and Universal Music may not be willing to do so. This requires both parties to negotiate and find a balance of interests under the premise of cooperation. That's good. I will continue to negotiate with Universal Music and see what they think. Ivica nodded slightly and said, "Okay, but don't worry, Link Music is still in its rising stage and has great potential for development. We can talk slowly. Okay, I'll listen to you." Ivica gently lifted up the golden ear that was wet with sweat. "Wife, do you really listen to me?" Link sat on her, kissed her swan neck and smiled. Ivica smiled slightly and did not refuse his intimacy. She wrapped her slender arms around his neck and gave him a gentle kiss. Chapter 509, The Situation of the Film Company. Compared with Taylor, who likes to win, Ivica is undoubtedly a gentle woman. Her personality is like the sea that embraces everything. Her eyes are like spring water, her red lips are like sweet spring water, and her body skin is as warm and soft as hot spring water. When they are in love, Link will almost fall into her, and sometimes even have a crazy feeling, which will make his scalp numb and his whole body tremble. Before, Ivica said that, if he dared to marry her, she would take away the most beautiful thing in the world and dig him. She did it. After that, Link was also greatly satisfied psychologically and physically, and his interest in other opposite sexes dropped sharply. Except for the top beauties who took the initiative to deliver to the door, Charlize Theron and Scarlett Johansson, he would not look at the other women more. In September, the North American summer season ended, and the film market entered the autumn season. In the autumn season, Gate Pictures prepared to release 4 movies: the romantic film The Vow, the comedy love movie Good People and Good Deeds, the shocking movie The Conjuring directed by James Wan, and the first thriller Sinister starring Ethan Hawke. The first 2 movies were released in September and October, and the 2 horror movies released around Halloween at the end of October were also to cater to the market. When promoting the movie The Second Vow, Link also timely launched the 5th promotional single What Are Words. When he first wrote this song, he specially arranged for a scout to inquire about the situation of the creator Chris Medina, and found that the other party's girlfriend did not have a car accident, was in good health, and was still his fan. The two have officially married and had a child last year. Probably because Annie did not have a car accident, this song was not created by Chris. Now Chris is just a musical interest and has no intention of becoming a singer. After being released, Link's What Are Words received a very good response, and the reputation was better than the previous song Consolidated Love. Once released, it became popular all over the internet. People saw and heard Link's miserable situation on the streets and alleys. At the same time, his 2 songs are very healing love songs, which echoed the 4th album of Love Lon. When the media was promoting the hype, they thought that he broke up with Taylor and was depressed, so he wrote sad songs such as Love Is Gone and Let Her Go. Now he is with Ivica and is healed by Ivica, so he wrote songs praising love such as Strengthening Love and The Vow. Some fans urged Ivica to break up with him online so that he could write a high-level album like Love Is Gone. On Friday, September 28th, The Vow was released in 3,558 theaters in North America. Because of the pre-promotion of Waters and 22 Jump Street, the film received great attention before its release. Also, because the male lead of the film, Channing Tatum, lit up 20 to Jump Street and Magic Mike and became popular, the appeal increased. The pre-sale sales of the film reached 18.44 trillion yuan, setting a new record for movie sales in September. The film's premiere box office also exceeded 1 billion, reaching 50.5 million, setting a new record for the premiere box office in September. After 12 days of release, the North American box office exceeded 100 million, reaching 104 million. It is currently released in 15 countries and regions overseas, with a total of 42.25 million. Movie Variety predicts that the film's North American box office will exceed 180 million, and overseas box office will not be less than 100 million. Compared with the budget cost of $30 million, The Vow is undoubtedly a big hit again. It is also the second film that Lionsgate has spent more than $100 million in North America this year after The Hunger Games. It is also the seventh film with a plot of more than 50 million in North America after Buried, The Hunger Games, The Evil Dead, The Witness Protection Program of Mad Women, The Cabin in the Woods and Pregnancy Guide. Among the movies released in 11 this year, 30 movies have a North American box office of more than 100 million, and 72 movies have a North American box office of more than 50 million. Calculated in this way, Lionsgate's current sales are very good, and there is a great hope to surpass 20th Century Fox and Paramount Pictures, especially in the top 5 in the same industry. Lionsgate has been selling well for 2 consecutive years, and its development momentum is getting better and better, which has also led to a rise in the market value of Lionsgate. Currently, many companies on Wall Street have made financing invitations and are ready to invest in shares at a market value of 1.6 billion. Link and Lionsgate are not short of money at this stage, so there is no plan to raise funds for the time being. In the third week of the release of The Vow, the black comedy film Good People and Good Deeds was also released in North America. The movie tells the story of a wealthy and successful black transplant who lives up to expectations, no matter what he does in life, but when he meets true love, all the rhythms of life are disrupted. The premiere was in 2,135 theaters, with a revenue of 16.53 million, ranking first in the weekly revenue ranking. The initial revenue budget was 18 million, and the movie made a small profit. The champion this week is the animated film Hotel Transylvania, released last week, which has 30.57 million this week. The second is The Vow, with 23.39 million. The fourth place is the shocking movie The Street and the House of the Tale, produced by Relativity Pictures, which earned 8.57 million in the first week. The production cost of the film was only 10 million, so it can basically make some money. Ranked 9th is the new film Killing Softly, released by Weinstein Pictures, starring Brad Pitt. It earned 6.81 million box office in 24 theaters in 3 days of its premiere. The film cost 15 million RMB to produce, and is expected to lose several million. Apart from this film, as well as The Iron Lady and The Artist released at the end of last year, Weinstein Pictures has almost no movies to show for itself this year. Brian, last year Relativity Pictures proposed to acquire Summit Entertainment. Why is there no movement now? Link saw the news about Relativity Pictures in the newspaper and asked Goldsmith, the chief operating officer and head of publicity for Lionsgate. I heard that President Kavanaugh negotiated with Summit Entertainment several times, but was rejected by Summit Entertainment. First, Relativity did not have enough funds and could not give a relevant offer. Second, Relativity Pictures' production and distribution capabilities were not as good as Summit Entertainment. It was not a good choice for Summit Entertainment to marry Relativity Pictures, Goldsmith said. Link nodded. Lionsgate agreed to acquire Summit Entertainment in 2 ways, cash and shares. At that time, the companies were in good operating condition. One was the 7th and the other was the 8th. One held Twilight and the other held The Hunger Games. First of all, the cooperation between the companies was a strong alliance. The shareholders of Summit Entertainment were also willing to exchange their Summit shares for Lionsgate shares. Now it has become Relativity Pictures, which has many internal problems. Summit Entertainment is naturally not happy. But I heard that Weinstein Pictures has recently contacted Summit Entertainment and is preparing to merge into one company. Weinstein Pictures has a leading advantage in art films, and Summit Entertainment has done well in commercial films in recent years. If the companies cooperate, the production capabilities will be stronger and the competitiveness will be stronger. I'm afraid it will have some negative impact on our movies, Goldsmith said. Link raised his eyebrows. Weinstein Pictures merged with Summit Entertainment? This has never happened before. Is Gu influenced by himself? With one company ranked 8th and the other 9th, their market value after the merger will still not be as high as Lionsgate, but their production and distribution capabilities will be greatly improved, which will inevitably squeeze Lionsgate's films. However, it will also affect Lionsgate's position in the independent film production field. How is the company negotiation going? Any news on this? Link asked. I heard that the talks went smoothly. Warner Brothers also sent people to participate in the negotiations. It is expected that after the companies cooperate this year, they will fully cooperate with the new company, with Warner Brothers pulling the strings. Preliminary personnel analysis shows that the two sides have reached an agreement, Goldsmith analyzed. Link touched his chin. Lionsgate is in a competitive relationship with Summit Entertainment and has a hostile relationship with Weinstein Films. It has an average relationship with Warner Brothers because of the theft. Now these three companies are preparing to collude, and they all have bad intentions. Link pondered for a moment and made a small suggestion for Goldsmith to consult on. Then, he would restart the plan to acquire Summit Entertainment and give Summit Entertainment a reasonable offer at this time, when Weinstein Films is preparing to cooperate with Summit. Angles can affect the progress of bilateral negotiations. It is best to let Weinstein and Warner Brothers transform more during the acquisition. On the other hand, it would give Summit Entertainment another option. Lionsgate and Summit Entertainment had already planned to merge, which was a growth change, after he acquired it. If Summit Entertainment was willing to continue to merge with Lionsgate, spending $300 to $400 million to buy the other party would be a good deal. Summit Entertainment has more than 900 film copyrights, which is also a very valuable asset. Goldsmith nodded and said it would be a good idea to try it out, whether Lionsgate succeeds or fails. Chapter 510 Acquisition of Summit Entertainment. This damn Link, I'm going to kill him. In the Weinstein Films conference room, Harvey picked up the file from the newspaper and smashed it against the wall. Dozens of white papers in the folder fell down with a rustling sound. Bob Weinstein, the head of the publicity department, John Gordon, the head of the production department, Mickey Rourke and others looked at the angry Harvey helplessly. After all, they were discussing cooperation with the senior executives of Summit Entertainment, planning to use $280 million plus 45% of the shares of Weinstein Films, about $420 million, to acquire Summit Entertainment. After the merger of the companies, it was equivalent to the senior executives of the company jointly presiding over the work of the new company. Summit was mainly responsible for commercial films, and Weinstein was responsible for art films. The strong combination created a new pattern in the film industry. After 3 months of negotiations, when it was almost about to succeed, Summit Entertainment announced that the negotiations would be suspended and the signing time would be postponed. At first, they started a festival situation again, thinking that Summit Entertainment was dissatisfied with the price and was ready to use this method to ask for more money. They sent people to investigate and see how much money Summit Entertainment wanted to add. As a result, after an investigation, it was found that Summit Entertainment did not want to add money, but Lionsgate sent people to contact Summit again to restart the acquisition plan. Compared with Weinstein Films, Lionsgate Films has great advantages in market value, operating conditions, capital chain, and real estate. At present Lionsgate Films has a market value of $1.6 billion and $300 million debts. Because of the good sales of movies, Wall Street's valuation of Lionsgate is getting higher and higher. Many capitals want to buy shares in Lionsgate at a premium, but there is no chance. The film industry has a market value of only $300 million and $160 million debts. Due to the sluggish box office this year, Lionsgate Films has encountered severe challenges in the Oscars, and Moody's valuation of Weinstein Films has become lower and lower. In terms of film operations, Lionsgate Films has hit series of movies such as The Hunger Games, The Expendables, Saw, and The Madman. The brand value also shows that Lionsgate Films has great development potential, while Weinstein Films does not have such movies. Lionsgate has launched, and there are shares of Netflix, as well as TV production departments and TV guide shares, as well as a massive film library, which are all very valuable assets. In any case, it is more valuable than the Weinstein Films, which was established less than 5 years ago. In addition, in Dubai, Ivanka has shown excellent management skills during her tenure as chairman of Link Music and Lionsgate. There are also John Fillmore, Stephen Bukes, Michael Burns, Brian Goldsmith, Jamie Jones, Stassi Skneder and others, who are also elites in the film industry and have peak working abilities. Weinstein Films mainly relies on the Weinstein brothers to manage the company, and they are strong at work, especially Harvey's bad temper, difficult to cooperate with, and difficult to understand, which is no secret in entrepreneurship. Comparing the two sides, no matter from which aspect, Lionsgate Films is more suitable for cooperation than Weinstein Films. Summit Entertainment probably thought the same thing, so when they saw Lionsgate sending people to propose marriage, to discuss cooperation, they immediately suspended negotiations with Weinstein Films and actively contacted the acquisition team established by Michael Burns, the chief strategy officer of Lionsgate Films. Summit complies with the rules of such commercial negotiations, but it is very inconsistent with Weinstein Films. They talked very well before, the atmosphere was very harmonious, and they were ready to become a family, so Harvey smiled every day to face the people from Summit Entertainment. After all, he thought he could become a family with Summit Entertainment and unite with Manhattan Lionsgate. But when Gundam Company was about to complete the marriage, the tall, rich and handsome Lionsgate Films suddenly came to flirt with Summit's young lady. When Summit saw the tall, rich and handsome Lionsgate coming to propose marriage, it immediately forgot about the ugly Weinstein Films and turned to flirting with Lionsgate Films, and the image and expression showed that they wanted to devote themselves to Lionsgate. This was tantamount to a slap in the face of Weinstein Films, and also made Harvey, the CEO of Weinstein Films, lose face. After hearing the news, the hot-tempered Harvey naturally held back his anger, flew into a rage in public in the conference room, and threatened to kill Link. Harvey, don't be angry. This kind of thing has already happened. All we can do now is wait and see how Lionsgate and Summit are negotiating. If the company doesn't negotiate the pound, we still have a chance. Bob stepped forward to persuade. Other senior executives of the company knew that Harvey had a bad temper and sometimes even hit Bob when he got angry, so every time Harvey got angry, everyone stayed away from the spotlight to avoid being affected. At the same time, hearing Bob's persuasion, Harvey was even more troubled. What do you mean you can only wait now? What do you mean that most companies are not in love and Weinstein Films still have a chance? They are all film companies. Why can Lionsgate negotiate with Summit Entertainment first, while Weinstein Films is waiting in the front queue like a takeover man? It's too insulting. Harvey had never suffered such a naked insult in his life, except for the time when he was scolded by Link. Especially as the king of Hollywood, being insulted like this hurts him twice. Harvey's face was gloomy, and his bumpy face became even more ferocious. He stared at Bob and said, "Tell Robert Friedman that Lionsgate does not really want to cooperate with Summit Entertainment. Link is doing this to destroy our company's cooperation. He must not do it. You tell Robert that, if he is willing to give up the negotiations with Lionsgate, we can increase the price by 0.4%. Robert Friedman is the founder, chairman and major shareholder of Summit Entertainment. Harvey, we need to remind Summit Entertainment that we also know about this matter. There is also a 4% increase in the price. We don't have that money," Bob said tactfully. It is noted that he did not agree with the acquisition of Summit Entertainment from the beginning. Weinstein Films has only been established for less than 5 years, with a market value of just over $300 million and $160 million in foreign debt. Now going to acquire Summit Entertainment with a value of more than $400 million will undoubtedly make the financial situation of Weinstein Films more serious, and it will also bear a heavy foreign debt burden. Once a financial crisis occurs, or the film loses money or the capital chain breaks, Weinstein Pictures will face the risk of bankruptcy. Harvey also knows this. But Harvey sees that Lionsgate is growing stronger and stronger and has already surpassed Weinstein Pictures in market value and sales. Link's power in Hollywood is also growing. In last year's Hollywood Power ranking, this year, Link and his wife joined forces to make the list, ranking third on the power list. Harvey reshaped Link, suppressed Lionsgate, and stabilized the status of King of Hollywood. It would not work if he relied on Weinstein Pictures alone. Therefore, after hearing that the negotiations between the film company and Summit Entertainment broke down, Harvey tried his best to persuade the board of directors of Weinstein Pictures to raise funds and prepare to acquire Lionsgate to accelerate the development of Weinstein Pictures. The interest in completing the project was not great, and only shareholders such as Ivanovo were willing to raise $120 million. The company merger required a large sum of money. This was not a good idea for Weinstein Pictures, which had a debt of $160 million. The pressure was manual and the risk was manual. Bob tried to persuade Harvey many times, but Harvey refused to listen and insisted on doing it his own way. Bob was almost worried to death these days. Suddenly he heard that Summit had abandoned Weinstein Pictures and was going to cooperate with Lionsgate. Bob did not feel insulted at all, but was very relaxed. He was also looking forward to the cooperation between Lionsgate Pictures and Summit. Such a company would not have to bear huge security. What he was doing now was to persuade Harvey to let go of all this, make movies with peace of mind, and not care too much about those false names and power. Compared with the empty titles such as Gold Medal Producer and King of Hollywood, he would rather try to be a billionaire with a net worth of billions, close to the Forbes rich list, like Link. There is no money to borrow. We have the support of Warner Pictures. As long as Summit Entertainment is willing to cooperate, we will definitely surpass Lionsgate within 3 years. Harvey shouted confidently. Warner Pictures? Bob shook his head. Although Warner Pictures agreed to invest $300 million to co-produce 5 to 6 movies with Weinstein Pictures, this cooperation mode is dominated by Warner Pictures. Even if the movie makes money, it is Warner Pictures that makes money, and Weinstein Pictures can only make a little money. Although this is less risky, the profit is also less. It is better to make more small popular art films such as The King's Speech, The Iron Lady and The Artist every year to make more money. In addition, even with the financial support of Warner Pictures, it is impossible for Weinstein Pictures to surpass Lionsgate in 3 years. Bob felt that Harvey must have been so angry that he lost his mind and said such a thing. Harvey, the company already has $160 million in foreign debt. If we borrow another $200 million, the company will have to pay a heavy burden of interest every year. Once the company's movies suffer losses, or the funds are slow to recover, and the capital chain is broken, the company may face the risk of bankruptcy, so I hope you will reconsider it. Shut up. Harvey picked up a folder and threw it at Bob, slapping the table and shouting, I don't want to hear this. Go contact Robert Bradman quickly. I must do it before Lionsgate successfully acquires Summit Entertainment. Bob's eyes were pulled out, he sighed, and left the classroom with his assistant. When others saw Bob leave, they also left the room with a solemn look. Harvey stood alone in the empty conference room. His face became even uglier. Just 3 minutes ago, he was still fantasizing about how to arrange the work of the new company after successfully acquiring Summit Entertainment, how to increase production, and strive to surpass Lionsgate next year, slap Link in the face, and complete revenge. Everyone hoped that everything would be fine, but after the people from Summit Entertainment left, the previous fantasy was shattered like a bubble, and it became a cold and cruel fact. The gap between Weinstein Films and Lionsgate Films was getting bigger and bigger, and he would be stepped on by Link intuitively, and no matter what he did, it would be in vain. He shouted loudly at the empty conference room. Summit Entertainment offered $430 million, including the unreleased movies such as The Twilight Saga, Breaking Dawn Part 2 and The Informer. Lionsgate Films, Link asked while flipping through the documents. In terms of funds, they hope to obtain no less than 20% of Lionsgate Film shares. Executive President Stephen Biggs, Chief Strategy Officer Michael Burns, and Chief Operating Officer Brian Goldsmith were all standing in front of the desk waiting for his instructions. Unlike Lionsgate, a company that also operates film and television production departments, TV channel shares, and has strong production and distribution channels. Summit Entertainment's assets are relatively simple, with 4 main assets. The first part is the copyright of more than 900 film libraries, worth about $35 million. The second part is Summit Studios, and Summit Distribution Company is about $60 million. The third part is the Budget Library, which has 12 budgets and novel adaptation rights, worth $15 million, including The Closer, Ender's Game, The Last Witch Hunter, etc. The fourth part is also the most important asset, which is also several unreleased movies, including Twilight 4 and The Informer, which are 4 unreleased and in production movies, worth about 300 million elephants, of which Twilight 4 is as high as 200 million elephants. Summit Entertainment offered 430 million, and required payment in 2 ways, Lionsgate shares and cash. Lionsgate's current market value is $1.6 billion, including Netflix shares. 20% of Lionsgate shares are worth about $380 million, plus 5,000. Link thought for a moment, and told Michael Burns, the representative lawyer, that he accepted Summit Entertainment's offer of $430 million. But only agreed to give 10% of Lionsgate shares, equivalent to $160 million, and the remaining $270 million could be paid in cash. If Summit Entertainment wants to get more Lionsgate shares, it needs to buy them at a price of $2 billion, which is also his offer to Wall Street, and he treats Summit equally. Boss, I'm going to talk to Summit right now. Link and several other executives about a loan. Lionsgate currently has $320 million in equity, part of which is debt that has not been paid off last year, and part of which is this year's open source costs. With the gradual return of revenue from movies such as The Hunger Games and Buried Alive and peripheral income, the company now has a surplus of about $300 million. But this part of the funds needs to be used for filming next year and cannot be used entirely to repay debts. If Summit is successful in the negotiations, it will need to borrow from banks for the $200 to $300 million to acquire Summit Entertainment. Lionsgate is currently developing well, has a distribution of priced assets, and has a high credit rating with banks, so it will have no problem borrowing another $600 to $700 million. There is no problem with funding. In addition, there is the issue of work after the company's merger, which can be discussed after the success. After all, more than one company wants to acquire Summit now. That's settled. Let's continue negotiating with Summit. Yes, boss. Everyone left. Chapter 511 Hollywood 7th. When negotiating the acquisition of Summit Entertainment, Link originally wanted to split the 11.37% of Netflix for calculation. Netflix's current market value is $3.8 billion. Yes, when he acquired Netflix last year, Netflix's market value dropped from more than $12 billion to $32 billion. At the beginning of the year, Netflix's stock price once recovered to $4.5 billion, but affected by the stock market and competition from other video websites, Netflix's stock price fell back to below $4 billion in August and September. Considering that Netflix's market value is not high for the time being, and there is still a large amount of funds in hand, if you want to invest in Netflix, you can buy some more shares and increase your holdings to 10%. There is no need to split Netflix launched by Lion Shadow Doors to avoid affecting the company's layout. This is different from Spotify. Spotify's market value is growing faster, and it has now surpassed Pandora Media, and it is meaningful to reach $5 billion. Link Music announced that the price of the 16.8% shares it controls has reached $840 million, which will be more valuable in the future, and it is more cost effective to split and manage it. After several rounds of negotiations with Universal Music Group, Link Music agreed to invest $500 million to acquire 33.5% of Link Music's shares at a market value of $1.5 billion. After Universal Music's investment, Link Music's board of directors saw a greater increase. Link is still the largest shareholder of Link Music with 45.8% of the shares. Universal Music is the second largest shareholder with 33.5%, and Evacat is the third largest shareholder with 13.7%. SB Project Entertainment holds 3.2%, and the remaining 3.8% is held by several high-ranking members of Link Music, as well as singers such as Lana Del Rey and Mars. With the joining of Universal Music, Link Music's market value has risen sharply and is valued at 18. Link and Evaka have also become shareholders of Universal Music Group, equivalent to jointly holding 2.2% of Universal Music's shares. After finalizing the price of acquiring Summit, after several rounds of negotiations, Summit Entertainment finally merged with Lionsgate at a price of 10% Lionsgate shares plus $270 million in cash. Although Harvey intervened in the negotiations many times, saying that the acquisition price would be raised, the initial offer was $430 million, and finally increased to $500 million, hoping that Summit Entertainment would change its mind and cooperate with them. But after seeing the olive branch donated by Lionsgate Entertainment, Summit never dealt with people from Weinstein Films again. This also led to very smooth negotiations between Lionsgate and Summit Entertainment. According to regulations, after the merger, the same company will still distribute and produce movies according to the two labels, to maintain the independence of Summit Entertainment. The Lionsgate film sector is still managed by Lionsgate senior management, and Summit Entertainment's production and distribution departments will remain unchanged for the time being. Lionsgate can take over Summit Entertainment's finance, publicity, legal and other departments. In addition, there are changes in the Lionsgate film sector. Entertainment chairman Robert Bradman joins the board of directors and serves as the company's deputy director. Evaka is still the chairman of Lionsgate Films and owns 5% of Lionsgate shares. Seeing that Lionsgate will not go bankrupt for the time being, the original chairman of Lionsgate Films, John Feller, saw that Lionsgate would not go bankrupt for the time being, and that the investment of $75 million was invalid, so he restored 5% of Lionsgate shares and joined the board of directors. There are also Stephen Beeks, Michael Burns, Brian Goldsmith and others who did not sell their shares when Lionsgate was delisted, and they own about 4.7% of Lionsgate shares. The remaining 75.3% is held by Link, who is also the chairman of the board of directors of Lionsgate Film Industry. Haha, Robert, welcome to Lionsgate. After signing the contract, Link shook hands with Robert Bradman, chairman of Summit Entertainment. Thank you, Mr. Baker, it's a pleasure to work under your leadership. Bradman shook his hand and smiled. Robert, you are too polite. You are a senior in the film industry. Please give me more advice in the future. Link laughed. Bradman is in his 60s. In the 1997 album Summit Entertainment, he produced and released movies such as The Twilight series, Step Up series, Operation Smith, Vanilla Sky, Lock, Stock and Stock, The Hurt Locker, etc. He is also a relatively capable person in the film industry. The reason why he chose to get rid of Summit Entertainment is that the competition in the film industry has become more intense in recent years. Before the 1990s, the 8 major studios coexisted with a variety of independent production companies. Independent production companies united to compete with the 8 major studios, and the industry movies had a flourishing posture. In the 2000s, with the bankruptcy and division of MGM, Columbia Pictures was acquired by Sony Pictures, New Line Cinema was acquired by Warner Brothers, Miramax was acquired by Disney, Focus Features was acquired by Universal, DreamWorks Pictures was acquired by Paramount, and so on. Under the limit of the film industry, the total annual sales of the 6 major studios, the independent production companies controlled by the 6 major industries, and the independent production companies with independent autonomy, including Lionsgate, Relativity Pictures, Summit Entertainment, Weinstein Pictures, etc., are usually not as good as the annual sales of the 6 major studios. The increased competitiveness, the difficulty of independent production companies to survive, and the sharp reduction in profits are also the main reasons why Summit Entertainment is willing to cooperate with Lionsgate. The second reason is that Robert Bradman is old and hopes to find a good next home for Summit Entertainment before retiring. As for why they chose Lionsgate, Relativity, or even Weinstein Co. instead of joining the Big Six, it was mainly because of the company's independence. In the 1980s and 1990s, New Line Cinema, Castle Rock Entertainment, Sony Classics, Miramax, Focus Features, Screen Treasures, Hollywood Pictures, and Rogue Films were all independent film companies. After being acquired by the Big Six, these companies were gradually controlled by the Big Six and lost their independence as independent film companies. The representative is New Line Cinema, which was founded in 1967 and initially started out by distributing horror movies. In 1990, it successfully released Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and became a first-line independent film company in Hollywood. As a result, it was favored by Time Warner and acquired by Warner in 1993. Later, it became a leader in the independent film field by distributing and producing The Lord of the Rings. However, in 2007, it encountered dissatisfaction from Time Warner due to the failure of the release of his Dark Materials, The Golden Compass. New Line Cinema was merged into Warner Brothers, ending the 40-year history of New Line Cinema. Since then, New Line has not released movies, but only produced movies according to the requirements of Warner Pictures, and the movie titles no longer appear. Miramax also had a conflict with its parent company Walt Disney, and was later sold, as well as DreamWorks and Focus. If Bradman sells Summit Entertainment to the Big Six, Summit Entertainment will disappear in a few years. In addition, at this stage, the Big Six studios have launched and control 3 or 4 independent production companies. They are not very interested in acquiring new small production companies, and the offer will not be too high. This is also why Summit Entertainment hopes to cooperate with the 7th largest studio in Hollywood. Hey, Link, congratulations. Lionsgate has now become the 7th largest studio in the film industry, which is amazing. At the signing reception, senior sister David Ellison also came over with a champagne glass and smiled. It sounds good, but the bigger the company, the greater the pressure. If you have any film projects in the future, remember to come and cooperate with me. No problem. Lionsgate is now the leader of independent production companies. If there is a need for cooperation on this project, we will naturally find you. Megan Ellison said with a smile. Welcome. Link smiled lightly and talked to Megan about the upcoming Zero Dark 30, which is jointly produced by Lionsgate and Annapurna Pictures and released by Lionsgate. It is also the focus of the impact of the Oscars next year. Hey, Link, congratulations. You and Summit Entertainment have recorded a good deal. Liam Kavanagh of Relativity Pictures also came over to congratulate, and a female companion changed around him. Haha, Liam, I hope you are right. Link responded. After all, Lionsgate plans to discuss the acquisition of Summit Entertainment or other companies in 2 or 3 years. Last year and this year, Lionsgate developed rapidly, from $800 million in July and August last year to nearly $2 billion. There is not much pressure to acquire Summit Entertainment, so the acquisition was made in advance. Link, do you still use big data models to estimate the value of investing in movies? Liam Kavanagh asked with a smile. Yes, occasionally. Can you tell me how you evaluate the value of movies? What are the specific methods? I want to communicate with you and make progress together. Liam Kavanagh smiled. Link understood Kavanagh's idea. Now Lionsgate has done a good job in investing in highlight films, and Kavanagh came to learn from them. He did not hide anything and talked about his understanding and practice of big data film investment, but he also told the other party that he had too many things to do and rarely intervened in these specific film investments. Most film projects were decided by the production department. Kavanagh was a little disappointed that he did not hear the secret. It means that after the movies released by Manhattan Pictures and Lionsgate Pictures sold well, he and his analysts have analyzed in detail the hit movies such as Bridesmaids, The Gossip Project, The Help, Silver Linings Playbook and Buried. Unfortunately, no rules were found in them. This also made him more interested in Link's investment method. I'm very curious about what Link or Beach Pictures' method of investing in movies. If he can learn the core technology and produce several dark horse movies in succession, coupled with his ability to brag and hype, the market value of Relative Theory Pictures will definitely reach more than $1 billion, or even exceed Lionsgate. What a pity. Kavanagh looked at the Link-Ya couple surrounded by the crowd and bit his teeth with envy. After all, Lionsgate is the 7th largest film company in Hollywood. Summit Entertainment has been considered the 8th largest film company in Hollywood in recent years, thanks to the Twilight series of films, and its total annual investment sometimes exceeds Lionsgate. Now the 7th and 8th largest companies have merged to become one company. After this news was reported by the Los Angeles Times, it attracted great attention in the film industry and also attracted many media reports and comments and discussions. One of the discussions was the impact of the company merger. After Lionsgate acquired Summit Entertainment, its production and distribution capabilities have been greatly improved. The original annual output was about 20 films, but now it can produce 4 or 5 more films each year, comparable to the 6 major film studios, becoming the real 7th major Hollywood film studio. The negative impact is that the leading bird is shot. After Lionsgate became the 7th major film studio, it also carried the independent film industry and faced greater competition from the 6 major film studios. Once it is poorly managed and suffers losses in a major project, Lionsgate is likely to be involved in a debt crisis like MGM and be divided by the 6 major film studios. But if Lionsgate can really withstand the siege of the 6 major film studios and insist on development, it will be destined not to become a large film company comparable to the 6 major film studios. The second point of discussion is that Relativity Pictures and Weinstein Films proposed to buy Summit Entertainment in the early stage, but Lionsgate successfully won it in the end. It is said that, because of this incident, Harvey Weinstein was furious and shouted in public that he wanted to kill Link. You can imagine how angry Harvey was at the time. Some media estimated that the relationship between Harvey and Link would become worse because of this incident, and the competition between the two sides would become more intense. But some people disagreed with this, insisting that Link and Harvey had a conflict on the surface, but they were in a cooperative relationship in private, and that the conflict was also a means of publicity and hype. Link did not make any explanation. When asked about this on a CBS interview program, he publicly stated that the reason for entering the film industry was his love for movies, and the purpose of acquiring Lionsgate and Summit Entertainment was to make more beautiful and distinctive independent films, rather than to praise someone or to have a conflict with someone, which was too naive. For Harvey, he showed some appreciation, thinking that he might not be a good partner, but a capable filmmaker. Do I need you to praise? Link Baker, don't be complacent. This matter is not over. Harvey stared at Link on TV and said angrily. Bob shook his head and breathed a sigh of relief. When Lionsgate successfully acquired Summit Entertainment, it also caused a big news in the sports industry. Dynasty Sports raised $540 million from Clippers owner Sterling, reaching a 58.8% stake, becoming the new owner of the Los Angeles Clippers. Link also became one of the captains of the Clippers. Chapter 512 Clippers owner. This is a good shot. The chairman of the audience at Staples Center, Link, saw Chris Paul of the Clippers and Griffin play against each other. Griffin used a tomahawk dunk and successfully scored 2 points in the basket of the opponent Nuggets, turning the score into 73-67. At present, the main players of the Clippers are point guard Chris Paul, center Lamar Odom, small forward Matt Barnes, point guard Chauncey Billups, power forward Griffin and others. Among them, Chris Paul currently has the highest salary of $107 million for 5 years, and Griffin ranks second, with $95 million for 5 years. Jamal Crawford ranks third, with $27.5 million for 4 years. These three are also the current core of the Clippers. Most of the others are second-rate role players. The Clippers are currently ranked third in the West, with the Thunder and Spurs in first and second place, and the Lakers in 7th place. Link, do you have a favorite player? Frank Duva clapped his hands. Kobe, James, and Yao Minimum. It's a pity that Yao Minimum died before last year, otherwise it would be good to trade him to the Clippers. Odom is too old, not active enough on the court, and his scores are relatively low. Why do you like to blame Kobe and James at the same time? Frank looked at him with a strange look. At present Kobe's fans and James fans often start a war of words on the internet to compete for who is more powerful. I like powerful characters, both of them. Link shrugged and smiled. Okay, do you have any rookie players that you are optimistic about? I can ask the police to trade them to the Clippers. Rookie players? I haven't noticed them, but there are a few young players I'm optimistic about. The baby-faced Curry of the Warriors is very accurate in 3-pointers, and Durant and the bearded Harden of the Thunder are also good. Link thought of 3 NBA stars who later became famous. Curry, Durant, and Harden are also young players who have just entered the NBA. They have good skills and great development potential. Their current salaries are not high. Trading them to the Clippers is definitely a good deal. Durant, Harden and Griffin are all forwards. Curry and Chris Paul are both point guards. If these three are really traded, there will probably be problems within the team. Remember, if there is a chance, let the Clippers trade them. Frank said. Frank, we are shareholders. Can we interfere in the team's affairs? If the team loses, the coaches will not put the blame on us. Link said. Haha, the trade of 2 or 3 young players is not a big problem. I just made suggestions. It is up to them to decide whether to accept or not. For us, this team is not only about making money, but also a more interesting one. If we let the management team do whatever they want, then we will have no sense of existence, which is not good either. Frank said. Link thought about it and felt that what Frank said was not bad. For these billionaires, the purpose of buying a sports team is not only to make money, but also to participate in it. Treating the team as a toy and a chess piece, intervening in the management and operation of the team, and seeing the team become stronger little by little, and become a championship team, there is also a sense of accomplishment. If you play everything, and let the team management team participate, the sense of participation and accomplishment will be less. In addition, NBA players and boxers have some similarities in terms of profit-making methods. Through the way of competition, players can increase their fame. When players are famous, in addition to higher ratings and tickets, they can also make more money when trading. If Curry, Harden and other potential players are signed to the Clippers and let them grow, it will be a good investment for the stars to sell them after a few years. Considering this, Link decided to wait for the opportunity to buy shares of several more teams, including football teams, football clubs, baseball teams, etc. Although investing in these teams is better than investing in internet technology companies in terms of profitability, it feels more interesting to be able to directly control these teams and influence the development of the teams. Hearing similar words, the new Clippers general manager Dave Wall and head coach and president of basketball operations Doug Rivers looked at each other and felt under great pressure. They have their own plans, and the thing they are most worried about is that the team's board of directors will interfere with the management of the team and trade some players to the team, causing the team's strength to fall behind in the rankings, and finally the team's value will be depreciated, and profits will decrease, but they will have to take the blame. Thinking of the 3 players mentioned by Link, Curry, Harden, and Durant, they are also relatively outstanding young players in the current league. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to trade them over. The first game of the Clippers in the NBA 2012/2013 preseason ended. Although Chris Paul and Griffin played well, the two sides scored 38 points together, and 4 players scored in double figures, but the Nuggets performed better. Iguodala and Kenneth Faried scored 45 points together. In the end, the Clippers lost to the Nuggets 92-97. Link and Frank had nothing to say about the epidemic prevention game, but head coach Doug Rivers and general manager Dave Wall were not very happy. The team quickly made a trade. In order to leave a good impression on the new boss, they invited some people from Link and Frank to watch the game. Before the game, they also encouraged the players to perform well and show their best level. As a result, they lost at home. In the end, it was the new boss's idea to intervene in the team. Now Link and Frank really wanted to intervene, and they couldn't refuse. After the game, the news that the Clippers lost to the Nuggets at home was also reported by many media, and the news that the team's new owner Link appeared in the chairman's audience at the stadium was also reported. Times said in a teasing tone that Link was invincible in the boxing ring and Los Angeles had never failed, but the team he had just bought lost to him in front of him, which was not an interesting thing. It was also suggested that Link should join the team. Link was an omnipotent Superman. Let him lead the team and the Clippers would definitely reach the NBA Finals. This was of course what the Los Angeles Times editor said to tease him. Link would not take it seriously. Back to the movie. The Oath was released in its 4th week and received sales of 142 million in North America and 68.5 million overseas, with total sales successfully breaking through the 200 million mark. Good People and Good Deeds was released in its first week and sold 31.13 million in North America. It is estimated that the total revenue of the film will be around 50 million, and there will be millions of revenue from subsequent online channels, film and television copyrights, videotapes, etc. In general, this movie is not bad. In late October, Lionsgate's main horror movie The Conjuring was released this year. The film is a new work jointly launched by director James Wan and Lionsgate after Saw. The film is adapted from the novel true story, Dark House Lighthouse, which tells a series of shocking stories encountered by the Warren family when they moved into a house. Starring Alexandra Daddario, Patrick Wilson, Lily Taylor and others. The film cost only 20 million yuan, but it won 41.85 million box office in the first 3 days of its premiere, becoming the best horror movie this year. On the 10th day of the film's release, North America covered 82 million users. On Halloween, it earned $23.39 million, and North American sales exceeded 100 million in one fell swoop, becoming Lionsgate's third North American sales of the year. The sales revenue of The Conjuring is even more amazing. It has exceeded 100 million overseas sales in 12 days of its release. By the second day of Halloween in North America, the cumulative overseas sales reached 125 million, which is more than sales. The total sales are expected to be more than 300 million. Compared with the production cost of $20 million, Lionsgate's comedy on this film is better than 100 billion. On Halloween, another small-cost horror film Sinister by Lionsgate was released in North America. The movie tells the story of a little-known crime writer who often moves into a murder house in order to find inspiration for his creations and encounters horrific events in the house. The premiere box office was 20.57 million, although it was slightly worse than The Conjuring. The current production cost of the movie was only 3 million, and the premiere box office performance was almost 7 times the cost. There is no doubt that it is another big movie. Lionsgate released 4 movies in the full season, but 2 of them had box office revenues of over 100 million. All 3 movies were big sellers. With the box office revenues of the 4 movies, Lionsgate could earn 300 to 400 million yuan. After the news was reported, an enviable trend of Lionsgate was set off in the film industry. According to the annual movie box office data released by Film magazine, the total North American box office of the 14 movies released by Lionsgate this year reached $920 million, which has exceeded the $850 million of Universal Pictures, depicting Sony, Disney, and Warner Pictures. According to Movies, Lionsgate will release 3 more films this year, namely The Twilight Saga, Breaking Dawn Part 2, Zero Dark 30, and Beasts of the Southern Wild. Including Summit Entertainment's The Twilight Saga, Breaking Dawn Part 2, there are 4 films. Considering that The Twilight Saga, Breaking Dawn Part 4 is the final chapter of the series, the North American market sales are expected to be around 300 million. In addition to the other 3 films, Total Movies magazine predicts that Lionsgate's total North American film sales this year will be 1.5 billion. As of last year's total investment of 10.4 billion yuan, Lionsgate's share of the North American film market this year will exceed 15%, and there is a great chance that it will enter the top 3 in the film industry and trample on 4 of the 6 major film studios. Movies magazine said that this is completely exciting news for the film industry. Since the bankruptcy of United Artists, the total revenue of independent film companies has never been among the top 6. The film industry is almost monopolized by the 6 major film studios, which has put pressure on independent film companies. Now Lionsgate has broken through the blockade of the big 6 and entered the top 5 or even the top 3, achieving a DIOC counterattack. This is definitely a good thing for independent films, and it also proves that film companies can achieve good results in the film market without relying on large studios and without emergency investment. But for the big 6, this is definitely very bad news. The big 6 invest billions in movies every year, but in the end they are trampled under the feet of Lionsgate. The executives of the big 6 feel a lot of pressure. If they can't suppress Lionsgate next, they will inevitably face counterattacks and accusations. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513. 6 major film companies besieged. If Lionsgate's market contribution continues to grow, the presidents of several companies in the 6 major film studios may even face the risk of being fired. For this reason, at the invitation of The Hollywood Reporter, in mid-October, Fox chairman Jim Giannopoulos, Universal chairman Donna Langley, Disney chairman Alan Hahn, Paramount vice chairman Rob Moore, Sony Classics co-president Tom Bernard, and Warner Pictures president Toby Emery held a symposium at the headquarters of The Hollywood Reporter to summarize the current status of the Hollywood industry in 2012 and analyze the film market in the coming year. But after the news came out, the media generally believed that this was a meeting aimed at Lionsgate. The strong rise of Lionsgate has affected the market share of the 6 major film studios and shared the cake that belongs to the 6 majors. In order to suppress it, Entertainment Weekly believes that Lionsgate has reached a more dangerous stage. Starting next year, the pressure will be greater, and it may be under pressure from the 6 major film studios. The founder of Lionsgate must obtain more solid movies to maintain the current market share. The 6 major studios denied such news, saying it was nonsense, and believed that Lionsgate's current market contribution was mainly due to the release of a relatively successful movie, The Hunger Games, plus Summit Entertainment's unreleased Twilight, and several Dark Horse movies Buried, The Oath, The Conjuring and Sinister. But there is a problem. The Hunger Games 1 sold well, but there is no guarantee that the second one will continue to sell well. In addition, Twilight 4 is the last movie in the series. After it is released this year, it will not be able to continue to make money from this series next year. Therefore, Lionsgate's performance in the film market this year is just an exception, and there will be no more next year. The 6 major studios will not regard Lionsgate as a threat, nor do they need to deliberately suppress Lionsgate. Although the 6 major studios have explained in different ways that they will not take the rise of Lionsgate to heart, the media still believe that Lionsgate's future development will be more difficult. Entertainment Weekly suggested that Lionsgate relist. According to Lionsgate's current operating conditions, the market value after listing is likely to exceed $4 billion or even $5 billion, exceeding the original MGM studios. After going public, Lionsgate had more funds, and faced with the pressure from the Big 6, its ability to withstand pressure and resist risks was also stronger. Good analysis, but now is not the time. Link looked at the magazine. When do you plan to list Lionsgate? Evoca asked. In 2 years, we will let the Big 6 and our peers see that Lionsgate can develop to its current scale, what the pattern is, and what are the unexpected examples. But we are really doing well. We hope that everyone will have more confidence in investing in Lionsgate, and Lionsgate's stock price will be higher. If it can break through 10 billion, it will be even better. Link shrugged. It seems difficult. Evoca tilted her head and looked at him and smiled. Wife, I have confidence in you. I have more confidence in you. Evoca smiled slightly, leaned on his shoulder, and manually held his arm. Link smelled her fragrance and the warm touch, put down the magazine, stretched out his hand to hold her waist, kissed her lips, and put his hand on the softest place. Evoca also hung on his shoulder, gently resisting his actions. Ahaha! Before he could make more intimate movements, a cry came from the small sofa next to him. Oh no, the little baby must have peed again. Link looked at the big baby. Evoca ran over to pick up the little baby's diaper and didn't pee, but just cried a few times out of boredom. Maybe she's hungry, feed her some milk. Evoca came over and nodded. No, she just drank more than 2 hours ago. It's not time for dinner yet. Link panted and shook the little Margarita, and the little guy looked at him with bright eyes. Very well behaved. Do you remember the time when she drinks milk every time? Evoca asked. Don't you remember? You are a careless mother. Link joked. Evoca was stunned for a moment. She was busy with work every day. She was indeed more patient than Link in taking care of children, but she didn't think there was any problem. The child was too young now. Even if she was with her every day, the little guy is better taken care of by a nanny. They are more professional and definitely better than you. Evoca sat on the sofa and picked up the magazine to continue reading. Link smiled softly, without refutation, and swayed for a while. When the little one closed her eyes and fell asleep, he arranged little Margarita and went to the nursery to arrange the nannies. Back in the small living room, Evoca was still reading a magazine. Her long golden hair was loose, and she was wearing a cotton dress. Her plump and curvy figure was wearing warm casual clothes in winter. He walked over, took the magazine from her hand, and in her puzzled eyes, he directly threw her down and sent the most powerful straight punch. The scenery in the small living room suddenly became hazy. The Vow was released for the 8th week, with sales of 162 million in North America and 82.5 million overseas, with total sales reaching 244 million yuan. As the theme song of the film, What Are Words also became popular all over the world, and became one of the best love songs of the year. On the Billboard singles chart, this song also won the singles chart for the week. The release date of Link's 5th album was also announced. It will be released on December 3rd by Universal Music Group and Link Music. In the 4th week of the release of The Conjuring, the cumulative sales in North America reached 134 million, the cumulative overseas sales reached 153 million, and the cumulative global sales exceeded 280 million. It is also the best-selling horror movie this year. The global sales of 2 consecutive movies exceeded 200 million, which also made these people start to find faults in these movies through media channels, constantly posting negative comments, trying to suppress several films of Lionsgate, working overtime for the publicity department of Lionsgate, fighting a war of words with trolls and haters. The lawyers in the legal department also began to work overtime, looking for sentences suspected of being involved in the case from these reports and comments. If there is one, they will send a lawyer's letter without hesitation. In less than half a month, 102 letters were sent out, and the court accepted 8 cases. The actions of the legal department also made the trolls more cautious in their words and deeds, so as not to be bankrupted. In the 2nd week of the release of Sinister, the North American area reached 38.74 million pieces, which is more than 10 times the production cost, and overseas has 32.5 million square meters. The film earned about 80 to 90 million worldwide, including other revenues. Lionsgate made no less than 60 million in profit on the project, which is more than he earned from a boxing match. In the 2nd week of its release, the low-budget film Beasts of the Southern Wild produced by Palm Beach Films was released. The film is adapted from the one-act play Juicy and tells the story of a 6-year-old black girl, Little Tortilla, and her life in a town that is breathable in the city. The film was released at the beginning of the year and won 4 awards at the Tomna Film Festival in May, including the Catholic Humanitarian Spirit Award, the Golden Camera Award, the Youth Vision Award, and the One Focus Unit Award. It also gained another film exhibitions. It was screened in 6 theaters in North America and earned 268,000 box office in the first 3 days. The box office of each theater exceeded 10,000 box office. The word of mouth of the film was also quite positive, with a media review of 88 points, almost all of which were sad. Thanks to the positive media publicity, the number of theaters for the 2nd week of Beasts of the Southern Wild expanded to 1,124, and the first week earned 8.37 million. The production cost of this film was only 1.2 million. When colleagues saw this, they could only sigh helplessly. Another movie of Lionsgate Films sold well. The media also noticed that the producer of this movie was Beach Films. I don't know if the myth of Palestine Beach Films specializing in producing dark horse movies has been shattered after the loss of the master. Now the total transaction volume of Beasts of the Southern Wild will not be less than 20 million, and the profit will be close to 20 times. Another myth of Atlanta Beach Films was mentioned again. The reputation of this film is very good. It is considered by the media to be a hot favorite for the Oscars next year. If you are lucky, you can win 2 film awards and the box office results can jump up. All of the above are good news, but there is also bad news. After hearing the news of the preparation of The Great Gates from Leonardo, Link is ready to continue to cooperate with Leonardo and co-produce the film. However, Warner Pictures, one of the producers of The Great Gatsby, as well as Universal Pictures, Fox Pictures and Paramount Pictures may have rejected Lionsgate's invitation to cooperate, which also made Link lose the opportunity to co-invest in projects such as Pacific Rim and Fast and Furious 6. For this reason, Link can only spend more effort on exploring new budgets, and found good movie scripts and novels such as The Fake Family, The Vanishing Woman, Budapest, Grand Hotel, and Birdman. By the way, through the new projects submitted by Lionsgate's production department, such as John Wick, Annabelle, Insidious 2, The Conjuring 2, Warm Bodies, Neighbors, and Georgia Self-Rescue Brothers, Lionsgate has no shortage of film shooting for the time being, so being targeted by the 6 major studios has no impact. In addition, when inquiring about the movies invested by the 6 major studios, several rotten egg movies were found, including the famous bad movie Jack the Giant Slayer, The Lone Ranger, that turned Captain Johnny Depp into a poison, and Back to Earth that caused Will Smith's career to encounter difficulties. The production cost of the blockbuster is as high as 200 million yuan, which is being produced by the 6 major studios. Link is not worried about such opponents. Lionsgate still has popular series of movies such as The Hunger Games, The Conjuring, High School Musical, The Black Widow, and Insidious. Even if Lionsgate is surrounded and blocked by the big 6 film studios next year, it will still be able to fight, and perhaps even have a hope of surpassing the big 6, and gaining a foothold in the top 3. Chapter 514 New Album Release. On November 25th, the 40th American Music Awards ceremony was held at the Nokia Center in Los Angeles. Prior to this, the Nielsen SoundScan statistics system also announced the sales of the US record market in 2012. Link's 4th album Love Is Gone was released in mid-August last year. By the time the American Music Awards began last November, the sales in the United States were 5.22 million copies. This year, Love Is Gone sold 6.12 million copies in the United States. The current cumulative sales in the United States are 11.49 million copies, which is also the best-selling album selected by the Nielsen SoundScan statistics system this year. This album is also the first album to top the record sales chart for 2 consecutive years after MJ's Thriller released in 1980. In more than a year since its release, its ranking on the album sales chart has never fallen out of the top 20. Gone is also the 22nd Diamond album since the Nielsen SoundScan system began to count the sales data of domestic albums in the United States in 1991. The 21st Diamond album is Link's 3rd album The Woman I Love. The runner-up of the album sales ranking is Adele's 21. This album was released in April last year. As of December 31st, 2011, the total sales in the United States were 5.82 million copies. The sales from the beginning of the year to now are 4.41 million copies. The total sales have just exceeded 10 million copies. 21 is also the 23rd Diamond album eliminated by the Nielsen SoundScan statistical system. Ranked 3rd is Taylor Swift's 5th album Red, released in March, with a total sales of 3.87 million copies. This is also her 4th time to win the top 3 in the annual album sales ranking. The children's album Fairy, released at the end of last year, sold 1.25 million copies this year, ranking 8th on the album chart. The albums ranked 4th to 10th are Up All Night by One Direction, 1.62 million copies. Babel by Mumford & Sons Rock Band, 1.46 million copies, and Lana Del Rey's 3rd album Paradise, 1.42 million copies. Justin Bieber's Believe sold 1.34 million copies. Taylor's Fairy, Carrie Underwood's Blown Away sold 1.2 million copies, and Bruno Mars' Unorthodox Jukebox sold 1.18 million copies. Wiz Khalifa's Rolling Papers, released at the end of last year, sold 1.02 million copies this year, ranking 14th. This year, a total of 14 albums on the Nielsen SoundScan album sales chart sold 1 million copies. Among these 14 albums, 5 are from Link Music. One Direction, ranked 4th, is from the UK. The group's releases in the United States include One Direction's Up All Night. 6 albums were released by Link Music, nearly half of the total. This also allows Link Music's influence in the music industry to continue to grow. At present, the market value of Link Music has stabilized at $1.8 billion. The Wall Street Journal estimates that after the release of Link's fifth album, Link Music's market value has the opportunity to exceed $2 billion. If Link Music is willing to go public, there is a great chance that it will exceed $5 billion or even $6 billion in market value. The reason is that the American Music Awards are linked to album sales. Also, because Link announced last year that he would not participate in the award selection, Adele won the American Music Awards last year. The biggest winner of this year's American Music Awards is Taylor, who leads her peers with 3 awards: Best Artist of the Year, Best Country Female Singer, and Best Country Album. Justin Bieber won the highest award, Pop Male Singer, and Best Popular Pop Album. Beyoncé, Katy Perry, Rihanna, Lana Del Rey, Bruno Mars, Carrie Underwood, Ariana Grande, Maroon 5, Nicki Minaj, Shakira, etc. also won 1 or 2 trophies. Later, the media reported that the reason why Link did not win the award was to help the United to determine the signed artists to win the award. If he had not announced his withdrawal from all award selections, he would have been the biggest winner of the American Music Awards for 3 consecutive years. Justin Bieber, Bruno Mars and others would find it difficult to win music awards. Even Adele, Taylor Swift, Katy Perry and others would find it difficult to win awards. Although such evaluation is exaggerated, with the sales performance of Link's 2 albums, it is true that Link has crushed his peers, including Adele and Taylor, the daughter of Luck, who are temporarily inferior to him in album sales, and are also much less popular and influential in the music industry. Since the Olympics in July and August, his multiple identities have made him a superstar in the project, and no one can match him. Well, I think it is a horrible act for you not to participate in the awards. You are worried about causing losses to us. In the moving nanny car, Taylor looked at the 3 pyramid trophies on the box in front. Are you kidding? For singers, album sales are the most important, and the others are icing on the cake. I crush the owner in the album sales rankings, so how can I worry about not getting an album? The reason why I don't participate in the scoring is that I don't want to bully you. You dare to show off in front of me after winning the award. Link shook his head. Taylor frowned and kicked him with the tip of his high heels. Don't talk so nicely. Do you want to announce your participation in the selection from next year and see who will win more awards next year? No need. You can't take back what you said. And the 5th work is my last album. I will be in a semi-retired state in the music industry in the future. It's meaningless to announce my participation in the selection again. Last time you told me that you would continue to write songs. Are you lying to me? Taylor said dissatisfiedly. No, I will release singles when I have inspiration in the future, but I won't release albums. Taylor looked at him dissatisfiedly. You used to write so many good songs every year, but now you are getting lazier and can't write a few good songs a year. I think those comments are right. Money and fame have made you lose the motivation to create music and become lazy and vulgar. You should give up all your wealth and focus on creation. Link concluded. I said at first that the reason I became a singer was mainly because of you. Only with you did I like music and had the inspiration to create. Later, you stepped on me without hesitation. I lost my musical roots and was no longer interested in music. It was difficult to write good songs if I continued to create. So it is only a matter of time before I quit the music scene. Don't force yourself. Are you blaming me? Taylor glared at him with her lips pursed. I'm not blaming you. I'm just stating a fact. You are my musical muse. Because of you, I could write those songs in the past. Without you, how could I write songs? Now Eva is my business muse, so I will pay more attention to the development of the next few companies. But we are still together now. I'm not away from you. Taylor retorted. It's different now. You loved me before, and we were lovers in love. Now you don't love me like that anymore. You just treat me as Alexander and Cynthia's father. This is also a kind of alienation. Huh, self-righteous guy. Taylor snorted and looked at the neon lights outside the car window. Okay, don't be angry. I just said that I won't release an album, and I didn't say that I will give up music. Music creation is a lifelong work. I have created too much in the past few years and lacked accumulation, which led to a decline in my creative ability in the past few years. Resting is also for better creation. I believe the same will be true for you in the future. Link walked to her side, put his arm around her waist and said. Taylor stared at the street scene outside the car window without saying a word. The neon transparent glass reflected on her fair and delicate face. Her blue eyes and long eyelashes were even more charming under the dim light. Link took her into his arms, his palms against her smooth and delicate cheeks, cold earlobes, and ear studs. Ah. Taylor looked at him dissatisfied. Link lowered his head and kissed her thin lips. Taylor whimpered a few times and hit him a few times with her white fists, but he kissed her deeper. Taylor's white palms were against his chest and gradually moved up to hug his neck. When he was about to throw Taylor to the ground, Taylor sat on his legs. The business car drove slowly on Hollywood Boulevard. The neon lights reflected Taylor's smooth and white back, showing a lost color. Her golden hair was also loosely draped over her shoulders, gradually wet by sweat. The car windows were also covered with fog. After the American Music Awards, Link's new album As It Was released as scheduled. This album not only contains 8 old songs such as We Don't Talk Now, Blinding Lights, Good Time, Listen, and Sugar. There are also 10 future champion singles such as Something Just Like This, What Lovers Do, As It Was, Remember Me, What Are Words, and What a Beautiful Name. Unlike the past, in order to cater to the market, the standard version of this album has been reduced from 29.5 to 19.5, an average of $1 per song. This album will be jointly promoted and released by Link Music and Universal Music, and it has wider promotion resources and distribution channels than the previous album. Due to various factors, As It Was sold 3.05 million copies in the United States in its first week. The record of 2.41 million copies was broken by the 2000 album No Strings Attached by the NSYNC Band. It has raised the first week sales to a new height that ordinary singers can hardly reach. The evaluation of such an album is relatively positive. Although the style is not as unified as the third and fourth albums, the quality of the songs in this album is no less than that of the fourth album, and it is also suitable for fans of all tastes. In the first week of release, the top 12 of the brand singles chart were all songs from this album, and all 18 songs entered the top 30 of the singles chart, breaking the record of the brand chart announcement in one fell swoop. On the iTunes Music Store, Amazon Music Mall, and Spotify platform, the number of paid users playing the songs of this album in the first week exceeded 100 million times, setting a new record again. In terms of overseas, the album As It Was ranked first in the album sales charts of 22 countries including Canada, the United Kingdom, Belgium, Japan, and South Korea, and ranked in the top 3 in sales in 45 countries and regions. The total sales in the first week reached 11.8 million copies, and it was a diamond album in the first week, which also set a new record in the world music scene. The songs in the new album also ranked first in the singles charts of many countries. Because this album is so popular, fans all over the world are listening to the songs of the new album in December, and the songs of this album are played in the streets and alleys all over the world. This has almost become a cultural trend and popular phenomenon sweeping the world. Chapter 515 Spring Festival Gala Invitation Again. Because this album was so popular, the sales were so high, and it created so many new records, Taylor, Adele, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga and others complained on the phone that he was too good and raised all the records to the extreme. Link was not proud of the complaints from several people. In fact, the sales of 3.05 million copies in the first week were far below his expectations. He is currently the most famous entertainment star in the world, with billions of fans around the world. In addition, this album was released through all channels, with more than 30 million resources invested in publicity and distribution. The album price was also more than the fourth concert. This was his last album. All these added up, he thought he could sell more than 3.5 million copies in the first week, but only 3.05 million copies were sold. This reminded him of Adele's next album 25, which sold 3.37 million copies in the United States in the first week. This data is very impressive. Link felt that, even if he released another album, it would be unlikely to break it. 3.05 million copies. 3.05 million copies sold in a week. Brother, are you a pervert? In the villa halfway up the mountain, Zhao Yuanlian saw the numbers on the newspaper and kept rolling his eyes at him, hoping that he would run away and do something that was against the will of heaven and earth. "Speak nicely, or I'll hit you," Link threatened. "Am I wrong? We release albums, and we can't sell 1 million copies a year. You sell 3.05 million copies in a week. It's too exaggerated. Only a pervert can do it." Selena smacked her lips and said, "Now is the internet age. More than 3 million copies is not a lot. It will be broken in a few years, so don't make a fuss. How is it possible? The media predicts that no one will be able to break this data in the next 10 years. Oh, Billboard said that unless you release an album yourself, it will be difficult for anyone to break this record. Link, why don't you stop retiring and continue to release new albums to show everyone where your limit is? How about it?" Selena came over and asked. Link shook his head. First of all, the good songs in his music library were almost used up. He couldn't think of any more songs, even if he racked his brains. The quality of the songs he wrote himself couldn't keep up for the time being. If he continued to release albums, the quality of the next one would definitely be very high, which would give fans the impression that the song was a bad ending. It would be better to quit at the peak of his career than to retire like this. He would leave the music industry and fans with a fierce back and an undefeated legend. Humph, Taylor is right. You have been corrupted by money and are not as motivated as before. Link, it's not good for you to be like this. You are only 23 years old. You should continue to work hard and reach the peak of your music career. Selena waved her little fist and shouted, "Top. Do I have room for advancement now? No, among the singers of the same generation, there is no one who can fight. I'm like the only boxer in the ring. I have the ability to be invincible, but I can't find a suitable opponent. It's too lonely. It's better to retire early." Link sighed. Selena rolled her eyes and wanted to continue to refute him, but she found that what this guy said was true. In 2010, he was on the same level as Taylor, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, and Adele, and was named the King and Four Queens by the media. In 2011, the Four Queens were defeated by him, and even the phenomenal superstar Lady Gaga was not as good as him. This year, Lady Gaga's popularity has soared, and Link has become a superstar in the world competition with the bonus of movies and the Olympics. Now there is really no one in the music industry who can compete with him. Can't you treat yourself as an opponent? Will you become stronger and stronger if you defeat yourself? Selena patted his shoulder, speaking like an adult. Link glanced at her. Defeat yourself? I heard that you need to retake 3 subjects this semester. Don't say it. It's vacation time now. Can you please not mention such unhappy things? Before he could finish, Selena screamed loudly and plugged her ears with her fingers. The heroes Alexander and Cynthia, as well as little Annie who accompanied the 2 little protagonists, all looked over curiously. Link smiled lightly and did not continue to rub salt into the belly of the little round face. HMPH, annoying guy. Selena puffed up her little round face and said to him suddenly, "Don't talk about me. You must have failed a course. I got A in all the exams every semester and almost never got B." Link smiled confidently. "Really? You are so busy. How do you have time to read professional books?" Selena stared into his eyes for confirmation. "If you play 2 hours less games every night and use the time to read books, you will definitely not fail." "That's impossible. I'm so busy every day. If I don't play games, when I come back at night, I will be exhausted," Selena said, lying on the sofa, shaking her calves. Link shook his head and continued reading the newspaper. When he released his 5th album, The Twilight Saga, Breaking Dawn Part 2, jointly released by Lionsgate and Summit Entertainment, was released in 4,070 theaters in North America at the end of November. It had 141 million yuan in the first 3 days of its premiere. Although this result was not as good as the 142 million yuan of the Twilight Saga, New Moon released in the same period in 2009. But outside the North American market, the box office performance of the Twilight Saga 4 is very eye-catching. In the first week, it took in $199.6 million in 61 countries and cities, setting a new record for the series. The continued popularity of the film also proves that Lionsgate did not lose money in the acquisition of Summit Entertainment. Among the several films released by Lionsgate in September and October, The Vow is currently at the end of its release, with $175 million in North America and $102 million in overseas sales, totaling $277 million, nearly 10 times the area. In its 6th week of release, The Conjuring grossed $142 million in North America, $168 million overseas, and $310 million worldwide. The production and publicity costs of this film are about $5,000, and Lionsgate can earn more than $150 million at the same time. The box office of Sinister, Beasts of the Southern Wild, and Good Deeds are slowly growing. In addition to the Twilight Saga 4, Lionsgate will have 2 more films released at the end of the year, Terran and Zero Dark 30. These 2 films are also Lionsgate's focused projects for the Oscars this year, so it is more appropriate to release them during the winter vacation. Kids, it's time to eat, Catherine called out at the entrance to the hall. Here we are. Selena pressed Link's shoulders, jumped to the ground barefoot, and ran towards the restaurant with a clatter, as if hoping someone would follow her to grab food. Little Annie, Alexander, and Cynthia were going to eat, so they also dropped their toys and skipped towards the restaurant hand in hand. The 4 of them lined up in a row, like little ducks. Link smiled lightly, feeling that the house was getting more and more lively, selling more albums. After the new album was released, Link took the publicity team to hold autograph sessions and fan meetings all over the world. From New York to Tokyo, Paris, London, Sydney, and then to Hong Kong Island, Singapore, Dahe City, etc. Around the world 3 or 4 times. The completed work also made the sales of the 5th album rise steadily. In the 2nd week of its release, it sold 1.77 million copies in the United States, and this week's sales exceeded 1 million copies, which also proved that the quality of this album is very good. There is also a vinyl record. The first week sales in the United States were 75,000 copies, which is also the vinyl record with the highest weekly sales this year. Overseas, the 2nd week sales were 12.52 million copies, slightly higher than the first week sales. The reason is that the album's release area has been expanded this week, and it is currently being released in important cities in 113 countries around the world. Global sales are 29.14 million copies. It also created many new sales records. By the end of the year, he received an invitation from the director team of the Chinese Spring Festival Gala through his company, asking him if he could sing a song on the Spring Festival Gala stage. Link said yes. Currently, the total sales of the 5th album in China have reached 2.09 million copies. This figure is only less than that of the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom, which also shows that Link has a large number of fans in China. Going to the Spring Festival Gala concert to sing is also a good publicity channel. Just now, when choosing the song to sing, I don't know if he is going to sing a song from the new album, but the director team of the Spring Festival Gala suggested that he sing an old song that is familiar. He suggested singing See You Again, or Legends Never Die. These 2 songs are the most popular in China. The Spring Festival Gala director team thought it was unlucky. The former song was a elegy for MJ, and the latter song had too many dies, which were not suitable for singing during the Chinese New Year. Link thought it made sense and asked Sugar, "Okay, how about Time and Something Just Like This? These songs are more cheerful and popular." The director thought these 3 were new songs and the subway was not enough. Link didn't have a good choice and asked the director team to pick the songs, or he could accept singing Chinese songs. 2 days later, the Spring Festival Gala director team asked him if he could sing Unstoppable. This song has been released frequently since 2009, appeared at major sports events, and was used as background music for many Chinese variety shows and TV dramas. Manhattan Radio is no worse than Goodbye and Legends Never Die. Link agreed. In February, the Lunar New Year Gala, he is an international friend, so he doesn't need to prepare too early. He can go on stage after a rehearsal before the new year. Chapter 516 Father-in-law's Party. On Christmas Eve, Link and Ivica took little Margareta back to New York for the holiday. This was also the request of the old father-in-law. When there were still 11 months left, the old father-in-law kept calling to persuade them to go back to New York for Christmas, saying that more people would make the holiday more lively. Link and Evica couldn't stand the old father-in-law's nagging, so they agreed to calm down. After returning to New York, the old father-in-law held a grand party at the Thompson Manor, inviting more than 500 celebrities from New York and the East Coast. It was said that it was to celebrate the birth of little Princess Margarita, and also to let the couple get to know more people. Hearing the old father-in-law say this, Link and Evica would not refuse. That day, he followed the old father-in-law to meet many eye-catching business tycoons, political celebrities, and New York wealthy tycoons. In terms of wealth, fame, and influence, these people may not be as good as Link, but they are part of the American upper-class social network, and the power of unity can sometimes influence the political situation. During the conversation, Link also saw clearly the purpose of the old father-in-law. In addition to helping him and Evica expand their network of contacts, he also used his fame and influence to win over helpers. The old father-in-law also participated in the election this year and planned to move to the White House in Washington, but unfortunately he did not succeed. Perhaps he was unwilling to give up and was ready to make a comeback. Link said he didn't mind. If the old father-in-law could succeed, it would be good for his and Evica's careers. At the party, he also met Peter Peltz, David Zuckerman, and Luther Detch. These three people, with the help of their fathers or grandfathers, took the initiative to apologize to him and said that when he first succeeded, he would do those things as long as he could get Evica. Link looked at the three people with interest. What's the matter? The three looked at each other and were a little embarrassed. In the end, it was Luther Detch who said that the news in the media last year and the year before that hyped him as a scumbag was also their participation. They wanted to use this method to discredit him, but it was a pity that Link's blood was too thick, and those black materials had no effect on him at all. Link recalled that he was under a lot of pressure because of the scandal last year. Since the second half of last year, he has become more low-key and more profound when talking to the opposite sex. The negative news about him in the media has become less and less. Many media said that he started to be a playboy after getting engaged to Eva Cab. As time went by, his reputation became better and better, and the negative news about him in the media became less and less. In July and August, he won 12 gold medals, 3 silver medals, and 1 bronze medal in the London Olympics, setting an amazing record and winning praise from all American media. In that month, almost all media praised him. All kinds of beautiful and positive crystals were piled up on him. Even though he had many rumored girlfriends and was rumored to have many illegitimate children, he was considered by the media to be masculine, strong, fertile, charming, and a man among men. After being cleansed by the mainstream media for more than a month, he became a great public figure, not only a superstar, but also a great idol, admired by many people. The black materials that were exposed in the media in the past were reconstructed to be worthless. If someone criticizes him as a scumbag in the media, those fans and netizens will help him speak, saying that he is so powerful and rich. So what's wrong with having more women? A powerful human like him should reproduce more offspring. And Link only has some flaws in his private life, and he is a perfect idol in other aspects. Now even if someone wants to use a blow to repair him, they can't stop talking. Link, you are so powerful. I dare say that, even if you have 100 girlfriends and 100 illegitimate children now, no one will call you a scumbag. It's normal for a guy as powerful as you to have more girlfriends. Luther Detch was very tall. Link shook his head and smiled at the three people. Anything else? I want to hear what you did in the past. Okay, there is one more thing. We wanted to arrange a few beauties to approach you to see if there is a chance to trick you. Unfortunately, we didn't succeed once. You are more difficult than you thought. Luther Detch said. Link smiled lightly, listening to the other party's flattery. Link, we were ignorant before, thinking that we were all the same age. Why were you so powerful? We were not convinced, but now we have to be convinced. You are really too powerful. Not only are you the world boxing champion, the emperor superstar, and the greatest athlete in the world, but you are also too successful in business. The scoreboard music has been realized by you and Evoca for billions of dollars, and the Lionsgate films with hundreds of millions of dollars has been realized by you too for 2 billion. Don't say that we can't do this. Our grandfather and father can't do it either. If we continue to be your opponent, we will definitely lose, so it's better to surrender as soon as possible. Luther Detch said. Okay, I understand. Then, can you forgive us? Link looked at him, and then at Peter Peltz and David Zuckerman, who were embarrassed. We are all the same age, and I don't want to be unhappy with you. In the future, as long as you don't mess with me, I won't focus on these meaningless things of ours. Understood? We promise not to mess with you again. If we mess with you again, you will probably lose your inheritance rights. Luther Detch said to the elders who were talking to old Thompson next to him. That's it. Let's play together when we have time. Link raised his glass to signal the three people and then turned to join the conversation of his father-in-law and others. These people are Nelson Peltz, a famous Wall Street investor, Mortimer Zuckerman, the owner of the New York Daily News, Donnie Detch, the president of IMS Advertising Company, and Peter Peltz, David Zuckerman, and Luther Detch. They are all billionaires, with a net worth ranging from more than 1 billion to more than 300 million, and are frequent visitors to the Forbes rich list. Originally, his value was higher than Link and his father-in-law, but this year Link's net worth has increased significantly, and his father-in-law's company is also doing well, so his net worth is now higher than the three. However, these three are also New York wealthy families, considering the huge family industry and connections. At this point, when Luther Detch and the other two came to apologize, he chose to accept it temporarily. Except that he would not forgive them. This is in addition to their future performance. If they really repent sincerely and no longer do things against him, they can be forgiven on the premise that their past behavior did not cause such a big loss to him. If they apologized on the surface, but were still doing small things behind the scenes, he was not a soft-hearted person. Link, how is it with Luther? The old father-in-law asked with concern. Not bad. Link shrugged. Why didn't you say anything just now? At the party, Luther Detch looked at his two companions unhappily. You can just say it, we don't need to say anything more. Peter Peltz said with a curled mouth. Won't you apologize to Link? Are you still thinking of targeting Link with Ryan and Josie? Don't talk nonsense. David Zuckerman glanced at Mortimer Zuckerman, who was chatting with Link, and pulled Luther away. After all, they didn't intend to apologize to Link at all, but the family didn't know from where that they were not in Manhattan with Link, and severely criticized them and asked them to come and apologize to Link. If they dare to target Link again, the expenditure exceeding zero will be deducted, and the inheritance rights will also be increased. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and come. But when they saw Link, they were so embarrassed that they couldn't open their mouths. I don't care what you think. From now on, I will not participate in matters targeting Link. That guy is too powerful. He is less than 24 years old and is worth more than 6 billion. My father said that Link will become one of the richest people in the world in the future. It will not be good for us to go against him, and it will also affect the business of the casino. Luther Detch said. I know. My grandfather also told me that this guy is very powerful, no matter what he does. If he wants to go into politics in the future, relying on his fame and wealth, and the relationship with the Evoca family, he may become president. David Zuckerman sighed. How can this guy be so great? Peter Peltz frowned and looked at Link in the crowd. The crowd was full of elderly people in their 50s and 60s, billionaires, and Link was the only young man. But he stood in the middle of the group and talked. Although he didn't like Link at all, he had to admit that Link was a very powerful guy. His achievements made all his contemporaries feel ashamed. Even Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook, didn't dare to say that he was better than Link when he was in front of him. This kind of person is a genius. Ordinary people can't compare. Unfortunately, we are all ordinary people. Luther said helplessly. Apologize to our Link. Ryan, do you know how to explain it? David Zuckerman asked. The reason why they had a conflict with Link was mainly due to the influence of Ryan Kunis. Don't worry about him. Ryan is the eldest son of the Kunis family, but we are not. Luther said. David Zuckerman and Peter Peltz nodded and accepted his statement. Look, Ryan, said Peter Peltz, pointing to the crowd not far away. Little Cunis, wearing a high-end suit, holding a glass of wine, talked to Evoca in the crowd. Evoca just nodded politely, then turned and walked to Link, intimately holding Link's arm with their fingers crossed. Link was wearing a well-fitting suit, with a strong and upright figure and a masculine and handsome appearance. He was always the focus of attention of the women on the scene. Evoca was wearing a slim banquet dress, tall and plump, with her dignified and cold face, beautiful hairstyle and accessories, and the tulips growing on the clouds in the scene, which always attracted the attention of the men on the scene. The two stood together, very much in harmony, and also the most enviable sight. Peter Peltz also noticed that after Evoca left, little Cunis still hugged Evoca tightly, his face gloomy and pale, sadness and anger in his eyes, like an abandoned poor creature. "Should we go and persuade Ryan?" Peter Peltz asked. "It would be a waste if we apologized shamelessly," Luther Detch said. Peter Peltz and David Zuckerman thought what he said made sense. It turned out that they greeted little Cunis and walked into the crowd to continue enjoying the party. Chapter 517 Christmas Again. Did little Cunis find you? At the party, Link looked at the fragrant Ivica Peninsula beside him. "Did you see it? I only have eyes for you." Link held her graceful waist, feeling the warmth from her soft skin, and didn't want to let go at all. "Stingy guy." Ivica waved at him charmingly. "Little Cunis, I said Merry Christmas, I said thank you, and then I came over. Why did you chat for a few words?" "Don't worry, I'm not that stingy," Link said generously. Ivica blinked her lips. "Really? That's your hand-painted hand. I went over to chat with him. No, you're tired of walking around in high heels. We'll just stand here and listen to everyone chatting." Link held Ivica tighter. Ivica curled the corners of her lips, leaned obediently in his arms, and their body temperatures blended. "Link, are you interested in politics? I think it's a good choice for you to go into politics." Georgia Bloomberg's father, former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg said. "Haha, Link, I think so too. You can consider it." The old father-in-law laughed. Others nodded, and Link smiled. "I've thought about it, but I don't understand politics, and I've been too busy with work in recent years, and I don't have time to learn and understand politics." Haha, Link, I'm afraid you don't know that politicians, like transplants, focus on exchanging interests. Only those who don't understand politics can abide by politicians, and those who understand politics are more suitable to be staff. Investor Nelson Peltz laughed with his belly bulging. "That's what I mean. Your father-in-law is that kind of person." Michael Bloomberg nodded and smiled. No, Michael, I'm different from ordinary politicians. I'm trying to be a politician. You know, politicians only consider personal interests, while politicians consider collective interests more. I will definitely become an inconspicuous politician, the old father-in-law announced with a wave of his hand. Link clapped his hands tactfully and expressed his admiration for his father-in-law's political ambitions. Others advised him to go into politics, and he did not refuse immediately. If he was bored in another 10 years, it would be a good idea to try the political waters. The party lasted for more than 2 hours, and Link and Evoca left the villa. When they came out, some snowflakes were floating in the sky. There was a light layer of white snow on the lawn in front of the villa, and the stars from the street lamps were silent and dim in the snow. Link and Evoca were wearing tweed windbreakers, walking hand in hand in the snow, feeling the cold snowflakes, and he hugged Evoca tighter. Creak. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce Phantom rushed over on the road ahead. Because there was a road, Link was not worried about the car rushing over, but he also stopped on the side of the road. The Rolls-Royce stopped on the side of the road, and the car window slowly slowed down, using the pale and thin face of little Cunis. "Evoca, you will definitely make up if you marry him, and I will definitely become an insignificant person in the future," little Cunis said. "Ryan, you are already in your 30s. Can you stop doing such childish things and saying such childish and ridiculous things?" young Evoca said coldly. Little Cunis gritted his teeth, snorted coldly, and drove over at high speed. Link shook his head, took Evoca in his arms, and walked into the nanny car parked on the side of the road by Bobby's car. Back at the Woolworth high-rise apartment, little Margarita had fallen asleep under the care of the nannies, her pink little face wrapped in a soft quilt, her perky little nose, her little fists clenched together, moving unconsciously a few times. Link and Evoca stood by the crib and watched for a while, kissed the little guy on the hair, and hugged each other back to the bedroom. Evoca asked him if he didn't want to have more children, and she could continue to have them. Link thought it would be more appropriate to wait a few years, because it was inconvenient to be intimate when pregnant, which was usually unbearable for him. So at this time, when Evoca couldn't get pregnant, he would cherish the opportunity to claim her. Before Christmas, Link's fifth album was on the shelves for the third week, with sales in the United States of 1.03 million copies, and sales of more than 1 million copies for 3 consecutive weeks, which also became a record in the music industry, the first album to sell more than 1 million copies in 3 weeks. The total sales overseas this week also exceeded 10 million copies, reaching 11.05 million copies, with cumulative sales of 40.19 million copies. The media predicted that the global sales of this album will hopefully exceed 100 million within 3 years. The song Something Just Like in the album replaced What Are Words and topped the Billboard singles chart this week. This is also the third single to win the championship in this album. In terms of movies this week, Twilight 4 was released in its 4th week, with total sales in North America reaching 271 million, total overseas sales reaching 482 million, and global sales reaching 753 million, which is expected to become the highest-selling one of the 5 films in the series. In total, Lionsgate and Summit Entertainment can earn more than 300 million plots from this movie. Last week, Trust in Terran, produced by Lionsgate, was released in North America. It earned 26.56 million in 3,232 theaters in the first 3 days. The results are not bad, and there is a great chance that the box office will exceed 100 million. The reputation is also good, and Ben Affleck's directing ability has been recognized by the mainstream media. The audience rating on the CinemaScore website is A+, and the comprehensive evaluation given by 43 media on Metacritic is as high as 86 points, of which 13 media such as New York Post, Wall Street Journal, New York Times and Chicago Sun-Times gave a full score of 100 points. The media predicts that this film will have a great harvest in the Oscars next year. The media also noticed that Lionsgate was on the list of production companies of this film, and it was ranked at the table. Gorgeous Ben Affleck used to have a good relationship with Harvey, and now the producer of this successful film is not Weinstein Films, but Link's Lionsgate. The media believes that this is another poaching by Link. For this move, Ben Affleck was rejected in a movie interview program. When preparing to shoot in Terran last year, he was still short of nearly 15 million yuan in investment. He found Link through Cassie Affleck and asked him if he had any ideas. After reading the investment profile, Link thought it was good. Ben Affleck thanked Link in public, saying that he was a very visionary investor and worthy of cooperation. In Terran was released for 10 days and received 64.33 million yuan in acquisitions and 31.63 million yuan in overseas acquisitions in the first week. The production cost of each film was 45 million yuan, which has been recovered so far, and the remaining acquisitions are all profitable. Also this week, Lionsgate's last film Zero Dark 30 was screened in 5 theaters in North America, reaching 499,000 box office in 3 days, with an average single theater box office revenue of 33,000 box office, which is a very good result. The reason for choosing to screen at this time is that it is now the designated stage of the Academy Awards. The release at this time can catch up with the selection, and it can also invite judges to watch the film, to canvass votes for the film, which is also a common means of public relations for the Oscars. On the other hand, the quality of the film has made good media actively report on the film, which can save publicity and promotion costs, and get more box office. If the North American box office of this film can also exceed 100 million, then Lionsgate will have 6 films that have exceeded 100 million this year. According to the number of about 30 films that have exceeded 100 million in previous years, Lionsgate can directly account for 1/5. Don't read the newspaper. Today is Christmas. How are you going to spend it? Tiffany wore a red pointed plush Christmas hat and stood next to the Christmas tree to take a few photos. Spend it at home. Link put down the newspaper and glimpsed little Margarita. The little guy had just woken up and was leaning in his arms, staring at him with bright eyes. The little guy was wearing a bear suit and a bunch of hair on his head. It was very cute. Just at home? That's too boring. How about we go to Times Square together? I can't walk. It's cold and crowded. There's garbage everywhere. In the best home. Link used a small toy to make the little guy laugh. On the Woolworth building, through the floor to ceiling windows, looking out at the heavy snow falling outside the window, and the skyscrapers standing in the snow with colorful lights. If you want to appreciate the surrounding street scenes, you only need to stand on the pillow. You can see which street is the busiest around, and you can also see several Christmas trees of different styles in the square. Celebrating the holidays is definitely better here than in the chilly and messy Times Square. Selena was glaring at the surveillance while carrying a stuffed pumpkin pie. Link opened the elevator to let the conversation come up. "Oh, Selena and Annie are here. That's great. Someone is playing with me." Tiffany shouted happily and ran outside to greet Selena. Link shook his head and said that when these two get together, the house will probably be very noisy today. Chapter 518 Golden Globe Awards Ceremony. After the new year, in early January, the list of nominees for the 70th Golden Globe Awards for American Film and Television was announced, among which films released by Lionsgate received 18 award nominations. Trust in Terran received 5 nominations, including Best Drama Film. Zero Dark 30 received 4 nominations, including Best Drama Film, Best Director, Best Actress, and Best Screenplay. The Master received 3 nominations, including Best Actor in a Drama, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Supporting Actress. Beasts of the Southern Wild received 2 nominations, including Best Actress and Best Screenplay. The Intouchables received 2 nominations, including Best Actress and Best Screenplay. The Hunger Games received 1 nomination, including Best Original Song. The Vow received 1 nomination, including Best Original Song. Buried received 1 nomination, including Best Actor. Last year, Lionsgate released 20 films for the first time, 8 of which were nominated for the Golden Globe Awards, and received 18 nominations, accounting for 18 over 70 of all film nominations, exceeding the fiscal year, and the results were not bad. The rival Weinstein films also received 5 nominations for the movie Django Unchained, and 8 for The Master. Compared with last year's nominations, Weinstein Films was left behind by Lionsgate. This year's Golden Globe Awards dinner was held at the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel. Link and Eva Cap, Taylor, Catherine, Jennifer Lawrence and others were invited to attend. Link had 2 nominations, Best Actor and Best Original Song, and Taylor had 1, Best Original Song. This year Taylor was nominated again in the same award, becoming a competitor, and also became a Golden Globe before a more interesting news. "Hey, Link, it's amazing to meet you here unexpectedly." At the Golden Globe Awards dinner, Leonardo Link patted his shoulder hard, which was equivalent to revenge. "Why is it amazing? Haha, you, a boxer, can also be nominated for the Best Actor award, isn't it amazing?" Leonardo shrugged and laughed. "No, I also won it for Midnight in Paris last year. This is the second time. It shows that my acting skills are good. This is related to the magic. By the way, why are you here too? I remember that your name was not among the actors nominated for Best Actor. I was nominated for Best Supporting Actor. You also sent me a text message to congratulate me. Did you forget?" Leonardo asked with a dark face. "Really? Congratulations." Link smiled lightly and was ready to pat Leonardo on the shoulder. Leonardo's face changed immediately and he took a big step back. "Very flexible. You are very suitable to be a boxer," Link praised, and when director Quentin Tarantino came over, he took the initiative to greet him and congratulated him. Tarantino's Django Unchained was also one of the films with the most Golden Globe nominations before. Just as he was talking to director Quentin Tarantino, Harvey Weinstein happened to come over. It turned out that the other party saw the expression of a happy conversation. Harvey couldn't help but change his face, and his eyes were dangerous. After Link left, he hurriedly found Quentin and asked him what he talked about with Link. Quentin said they were just chatting casually. Harvey breathed a sigh of relief. After Meryl Streep, Ben Affleck was also poached by Link, and he made a movie that was both popular and profitable. Ben Affleck also praised Link many times in public, which made him very unhappy. Seeing Link chatting with Quentin just now, he was very worried that Link would dig a hole in the wall again. Did Link mention making a movie? Harvey asked nonchalantly. Yes, Link said that we can find him for cooperation if there are suitable projects in the future, Quentin Tarantino said. His eyes twitched. Quentin, Link is a layman and doesn't understand movies at all. It's not a good idea to cooperate with him. Link is a layman. How is this possible? This year, Lionsgate has 8 films nominated, almost half of all the nominated films. This is too exaggerated. The media said that Lionsgate's films will sweep all awards in the future, which also shows that Link has a very good vision in film investment and production, Quentin Tarantino said seriously. Harvey looked grim and wanted to say something, and the award ceremony began. The Golden Globe Awards are expected to be sponsored by comedy celebrities Tina Fey and Amy Poehler. The two hosts teased the host with humorous language, including Link, and complained about this year's Golden Globe Awards, Lionsgate's annual meeting. All the crew and actors on the scene were from Lionsgate, including the two of them. After the warm-up, the Best Award ceremony began. The first award was for foreign language films, and this award was won by the French film Amour. The second award was for Best Supporting Actor, which was won by Christoph Waltz, the supporting actor in Django Unchained. Leonardo was also nominated for Best Supporting Actor for this movie, but missed the award. The award was for Best Supporting Actress, won by Amy Adams, the supporting actress in The Master. Link and Taylor were invited to the stage to present the Best Original Score, which was won by Michael Dinner, the soundtrack writer for Life of Pi. The Best Original Song award was won by Adele, the singer of Skyfall, the theme song for Skyfall. The Best Actor in a Drama Film award was on the list, and the actors nominated for the award included Link from Buried, Daniel Day-Lewis from Lincoln, Joaquin Phoenix from The Master, Richard Gere from Arbitrage, and Denzel Washington from Flight Down. The final winner was Daniel Day-Lewis, who has already won 2 Oscars for Best Actor, and is a hot candidate for this year's Oscar for Best Actor. In the Best Actress in a Drama award, Jessica Chastain from Zero Dark 30 defeated Helen Mirren from Alfred Hitchcock and Naomi Watts from The Impossible. Rachel Weisz from The Deep Blue Sea and Gwendolyn A. Wallace from Beasts of the Southern Wild won the award. In the Best Director award, Ben Affleck defeated Spielberg, the director of Lincoln, Ang Lee, the director of Life of Pi, Quentin Tarantino, the director of Django Unchained, and Catherine Bigelow, the director of Zero Dark 30, and won the award unexpectedly. In addition, Trustin Theron also won the Best Picture and Best Screenplay in the Drama category. With 5 nominations and 3 wins, Trustin Theron also became the biggest winner of this year's Golden Globe Awards. The film released by Lionsgate won a total of 5 awards that night, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Screenplay, Best Actress in a Drama, and Best Supporting Actress. 18 nominations and 5 wins. Still, there were several relatively important awards, so the results were not bad. The movie released by Weinstein Pictures only won 1 Best Supporting Actor award, which made Harvey's face darken, and he was very unhappy. After all, the Golden Globe Awards and the Oscar Awards belonged to his stage, but now the person who played the leading role on them became Link. Although Link did not win any awards tonight, he was thanked 4 times, which slapped him in the face. Harvey, there are stars, don't look dark, so that others will think you can't afford to lose, Bob reminded from the side. Damn it, this is all your fault, Harvey said in a low voice. If you hadn't taken the initiative to invest the money in The Master, how could the company have no money to invest in Terran Independence? This is all your fault. Every time I think of this, Harvey feels very sad. The year before last, there were more than 10 million left in the company's account. If it was used to invest in Terran, not only could a lot of money be made in film acquisitions, but also film awards could be won. Unfortunately, that money was invested in The Master by Bob. After the release of The Master last year, the global holdings are currently only 29 million. The production cost of this film plus the publicity and distribution cost is 32 million. The founder's return on investment, the global holdings are at least more than 40 million. This project caused Weinstein Films to lose more than 6 million. Trust Terran currently has sales of 102 million in North America and 66.3 million overseas, and global sales are expected to be around 250 million. The film is also the 5th film released by Lionsgate this year that has sold over 100 million in North America. As one of the producers and distributors of the film, Lionsgate can make at least 40 to 50 million. If this movie was produced and released by Weinstein Films would not only make a lot of money, but also beat Lionsgate in awards. But in the end, it was all given up by the idiot Bob. Well, it's all my fault. Bob shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression. He was the one who proposed to invest in the master 2 years ago. At that time, the movie produced by Tidal Flat Films was a big hit. He thought it was a good opportunity to make money, but he accidentally lost money in the end and missed the good project of invest in Terran. He admitted that he was wrong about this matter, but Harvey did not object to investing in the master. There was also investment in trust in Terran. Ben Affleck had approached Harvey several times, but Harvey was worried that the investment would fail and refused on the pretext of having no money. Now that Trust in Terran has made money, Harvey is unwilling to admit that he made a mistake and put the blame on him. Bob shook his head, feeling that Harvey was becoming more and more irrational after Link. How could he make money if he continued like this? Chapter 519 Annual Movie Summary. The film awards were given, and the television awards were given. Are you disappointed that you didn't win an award? Ivanka asked softly at the awards ceremony. No, the opponents this year were too strong. I didn't win an award. Link saw Jay Phoenix next to him, Daniel Day-Lewis not far away, and Richard Gere and Denzel Washington. These people are all veteran actors. It seems that they grabbed the trophy with both hands from them. The trophy is huge. So he didn't have much hope before the awards ceremony. Link, I think you acted very well. Jennifer Lawrence next to him smiled. Then I will try to win it next time. Link smiled. It's impossible. You didn't make any sacrifices in making movies. You didn't get ugly or fat. You are far behind Mr. Lewis and Joaquin. I think there is a lot of water in your nomination for the Golden Globe. Tyler Mills said bluntly. Link looked at her helplessly. Anyway, my acting is better than yours. I've won the Best Actor award at the Berlin Film Festival and was nominated for the Best Actor award at the Golden Globe Awards twice. There is no doubt that I'm an actor with good acting skills. Ha, that's so funny. Your performance in Midnight in Paris was called a male vase, and in Buried, all the selling points were on your face and figure. You still have the nerve to say that you are an actor with good acting skills? I think all your performances are exaggerated. Taylor drank milk powder. Link shook his head and sighed. Jennifer, you are a professional actor. How do you evaluate my acting skills in Buried? Great. Jennifer covered her mouth and chuckled. Taylor, Link is that kind of talented actor. His performance is very contagious and immersive. It's really good. You didn't expect that you have to become ugly, fat and gay to be considered an actor? Link smiled proudly. Taylor frowned, snorted and turned his head away. In the middle, Ivanka smiled slightly, pulled Taylor and said, don't argue with Link. He is very thick-skinned. Even if you say his acting is bad, he won't blush. You might as well say that he will never win an Oscar. He will never be able to refute this. Forever? You are too absolute. Link retorted. Not absolutely at all. Even an actor as good as Leonardo can't get it, let alone you. Taylor said provocatively. I won't argue with you. I will show off to you when I get the Oscar. Link clapped his hands for the award-winning actor with the gesture of a good man not fighting with a woman. Taylor Bay gave him a gentle tug and spoke softly while pulling Ivanka. Not far away, Leonardo was watching the award ceremony while keeping an eye on Link Strawberry. At first, when he saw the organizers put Link, Ivanka, Taylor, and Jennifer together, he and the people around him were ready to watch the show and see how the others viewed it and whether it would be awkward. After watching for a while, he was surprised to find that not only were they not awkward, but they could even chat while sitting together, just like friends. How is this possible, Joaquin? How did this guy Link do it? Leonardo couldn't imagine what. Joaquin Phoenix turned around and asked. Look at Link over there. Ivanka is his wife. Taylor is his ex-girlfriend, and Jennifer is his rumored girlfriend. They sit together and not only don't fight, but they also chat very intimately. How is this possible? Women are picky creatures, not to mention that Eva Cap, Taylor, and Jennifer are all unique and outstanding women. How can they live in peace together? Leonardo asked. Joaquin Phoenix glanced at the table next to Link, shrugged and said, "You've got me stumped. I don't know why. Could it be that Link is too charming? Girls are willing to live in peace for him?" Woody Harrelson. He was nominated for Best Actor this year for the TV movie Game Change. That's impossible. I've tried and it's hard to do. Why can he do that? Initially, when he was in contact with Gisele Bündchen, he was also secretly in contact with Czech supermodels Eva Herzigova and Paris Hilton. Later, Bündchen found out and proposed a breakup. He refused and tried to keep her many times, and even promised that he would not cheat again, but Bündchen still broke up with him. After this loss, he picked up a girl every once in a while, and broke up with her every once in a while, and only then did he avoid the Shura situation. Now, sitting next to Link are the strong woman Eva Cap, country music queen Taylor, and Oscar-winning actress Jennifer Lawrence. It's a super Shura situation. Facing these three powerful women, Link can still handle it with ease. Leonardo thinks it is very unfair. Maybe Link has some secret in this kind of thing. If you want to know, you can ask him. Woody Harrelson joked. Leonardo's heart moved. This is a good idea. Clap, clap. The last Golden Globe Lifetime Achievement Award was presented to the famous actress Jodie Foster, and warm applause rang out at the scene. After the Lifetime Achievement Award, the award ceremony ended, and they started to eat, drink and chat. I wanted to talk to Link about picking up girls, and when he stood up, he found that many people ran to Link to say hello. Amy Adams, Anne Hathaway, Naomi Watts, Emily Blunt, Jessica Alba, Nicole Kidman and other beautiful actresses, as well as some actors, directors, screenwriters, and producers, all took the initiative to walk to Link. Those who knew him congratulated Link, and those who didn't know him introduced themselves first, and then handed over their business cards. There were endless people around Link, as if he had become the focus of the scene. Leonardo didn't find an opportunity, so he could only suppress the matter, and talk about it later when playing cards. "Hello, Mr. Baker, I'm your fan." Link, congratulations. The film awards tonight were almost swept by you Lionsgate. Mr. Baker, Ms. Thompson, I'm Daniel Katz, CEO of A24 Films. I'm very happy to see you here. Hello, hello. After the award ceremony, due to the outstanding performance of Lionsgate at the award ceremony, Link and Eva Ka also became the objects of pursuit by a group of filmmakers. Link also responded to Elizabeth to those who came to say hello. He did not introduce the people he met, such as Daniel Katz, CEO of A24 Films brought by Megan Ellison. The film company was founded last year by Daniel Katz, David Finkel and John Hodges. As it is a new company, it is not well known at present, but starting this year, it has become more and more famous in the independent film circle, and has released many high-quality films. For example, the Oscar-winning Best Picture Moonlight, Under the Skin, where Scarlett Johansson was naked, Spring in which Little Round Face participated last year, as well as The Blink of an Eye, Lady Bird, Ex Machina, Hereditary, Midsummer Night's Terror and so on. It is considered to be the new upstart in the independent film industry after Weinstein Films. When meeting A24's boss Daniel Katz, Link naturally had to chat a few more words to facilitate future cooperation. Now Lionsgate's left side in the independent film industry mainly includes Kazakhstan Beach Films, Annapurna Films, Skydance Films, Summit Entertainment, and Brad Pitt's Plan B with more Atlanta. Lionsgate's development is also smoother. After the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, the media summarized and reported on the winners of this year's Golden Globe Awards. Lionsgate's films won 5 out of 18 nominations, and won 5 of the 14 film awards, more than 1/3, and will undoubtedly become the biggest winner of the Golden Globe Awards. Voterin will also become the film with the most Golden Globe wins with 5 nominations and 3 wins. Les Miserables ranked second with 5 nominations and 2 wins. Jessica Chastain won the Best Actress award. Daniel Day-Lewis won the Best Actor award again. Lincoln Taylor lost the Best Original Song award, and Adele won the award, which also became the more interesting news of this year's Golden Globe Awards. The most lively news of the Golden Globe Awards before was that Eva Taylor and Jennifer Lawrence sat at the same table at the awards ceremony and had a pleasant chat. This situation can't help but attract attention. Everyone talked about the relationship between the three people. Some said that Lincoln Taylor and Jennifer still have an ambiguous relationship and are still connected. Some said that several people reached a secret agreement to divide Link equally, and some netizens had a wild imagination and said that Link had sex with Jennifer. The public publicly stated that Jennifer, Taylor, and Eva are good friends, and there is no messy relationship. Please don't speculate. Taylor's agent Emily said in an interview that Taylor and Link are fulfilling their responsibilities as parents and working hard to create a loving environment for their children to grow up. After discussing for a while, the media and netizens could not find fresh materials, and their attention shifted to other entertainment gossip. For example, Britney Spears announced her breakup with her agent and fiancé, and supermodel Miranda Kerr and Orlando Bloom encountered a marriage crisis. After the Golden Globe Awards, all the nominated and award-winning films performed well in terms of sales. Lionsgate listed several films that were released and also had sales. 3 days after the Golden Globe Awards, the sales of Terran in North America soared by 12 million, and the cumulative sales are now 118 million. The overseas sales increased by more than 15 million, reaching 81.3 million in total sales. The total sales are about to exceed 200 million. After the release of Osama bin Laden at 12 p.m., the theaters were 2,937, and the current cumulative purchases in North America were 29.91 million. The purchase data showed a good growth trend, and there is a great hope that it will exceed 100 million. More than a month after the release of Beasts of the Southern Wild, the sales performance was 3.37 million grammar, and the current sales in North America were 15.73 million, and the overseas sales were 6.67 million. For the production cost of 1.2 million, the revenue ratio has increased significantly. There are also movies such as The Oath, Buried, The Master, and The Hunger Games, which have also gained a lot of box office in the theaters, where they are re-screened. It is expected that more box office will be earned during the same period of the Oscar awards in February. In addition, the global box office of Twilight 4 has exceeded 800 million, temporarily ranking 6th among all the movies released last year. Ranked first is The Avengers, with a global box office of 1.58 billion. In second place is Skyfall, with a global retention of 1.08 billion. The third is Batman Prequel 3, The Dark Knight Rises, with a global retention of 1.02 billion. Ranked fourth is The Hunger Games 1, with a global retention of 964 million. The fifth is The Hobbit 1, An Unexpected Journey, with global sales of 928 million. In addition, The Conjuring has a global sales of 320 million, and The Oath has a global sales of 280 million, both of which are in the top 20 of annual sales. On the list, movies such as Kidnapped Terran, Zero Dark 13, Buried Alive, The Evil Dead, and The Witness Protection Program of the Black Madwoman also entered the top 50. Overall, among the movies released by Lionsgate last year, only 2 lost money, The Flowers of War and The Master, which were just right, adding up to less than 10 million. The total box office of the 20 movies released in North America is currently 1.48 billion, while the total box office of the North American film market last year was 10.8 billion, an increase of 5% over last year. Among them, Sony Columbia Pictures ranked first with $1.77 billion, accounting for 17.1% of the total market share in North America. Disney ranked second with $1.52 billion and 14.6% donation. Lionsgate ranked third with a donation of 14.2%, surpassing Warner Bros., Universal Pictures, 20th Century Fox, and Paramount Pictures. Lionsgate also created a new performance record, which is also the best result created by an independent film company in the North American film market in the past 50 years. In other aspects, Summit Entertainment, Relativity Pictures, and Weinstein Company also made the top 10, but they are obviously not comparable to Lionsgate. Lionsgate is also considered by the media as one of the parties in the film industry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520 Oscar nomination. Lionsgate had good sales performance last year, but Link will not be complacent. The reason why Lionsgate's market share in the North American film market can rush into the top 3 is mainly because the sales revenue of Twilight 4 is also calculated. This opportunity only comes once, and it will not be until next year that it can reach the top 3, which is of great significance. This year, Lionsgate's films mainly include The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D, The Wolf of Wall Street, The Expendables 2, The Hunger Games 2, Dallas Buyers Club, SYNOPSIS, World War Z, Black Madness, The Marriage Counselor of the Mother, Insidious 2, Now You See Me, and Rust and Bone. Beach Pictures films include The Hot Cop, August, Osage County, and Identity Thief. Summit Entertainment has 4 films, Red 2, The Informer, Warm Grave, and 2 films in cooperation with Annapurna Pictures, Her and American Hustle. A total of 20 films, an average of 2 films released per month. How Lionsgate's sales performance this year will depend on the performance of these 20 films. In the new year, Lionsgate, Palm Beach Films and Summit Entertainment are preparing new film projects. Lionsgate has temporarily confirmed 12 films, including The Hunger Games 3, The People of Us, The Fake Family, John Wick, The Grand Budapest Hotel, Annabelle, The Conjuring 2, Neighbors, Georgia Brothers, Whiplash, Fatal Call, etc. The 2 known film projects of Beach Films are Gone Girl and Badman. Summit Entertainment currently has 3 confirmed films, Ender's Game, Close R, Alien Awakening and Step Up 5. This year, the total budget of the 3 film companies for movies is as high as $600 million. Last year, Lionsgate's total revenue in movies was $1.6 billion, including North American property rights income, overseas property rights income, television department income, film copyright property rights income, and subsequent property rights income. Last year's investment in movies was $1 billion, including film production costs, publicity costs, acquisition of Summit Entertainment, and acquisition of multiple excess book adaptation rights. Net income is about $600 million, after paying off more than $300 million in loans and leaving behind the cost of film production and publicity. Lionsgate had a fiscal deficit of about $300 million last year. For a large company like Lionsgate with a market value of more than $2 billion, a deficit of $300 million is not a big pressure. Instead, Lionsgate is the film company with the best financial situation in the current film industry. According to The Hollywood Reporter, 20th Century Fox lost about $1 billion last year, and the total fiscal budget reached more than $5 billion, almost 1/8 of the total market value. Paramount Pictures lost about $850 billion last year, and the current fiscal deficit is also more than $4 billion. There are also Universal, Warner Pictures, Disney and Sony Columbia, which were not as profitable as Lionsgate last year. Lionsgate was also evaluated by the media as the most profitable film company in Hollywood last year. Ivanka also ranked first in the Hollywood Power ranking recently released by The Hollywood Reporter, because she is the chairman and representative of Lionsgate. Link ranked third as an actor. Harvey Weinstein fell to 12th this year. Leon Kavanaugh ranked 8th, slightly higher than Harvey. Catherine ranked 14th as the president of Palestine Beach Pictures. After the Golden Globe Awards, the list of nominees for the 85th Academy Awards will be announced soon. Aidan Terran received 7 nominations, Zero Dark 35, Beasts of the Southern Wild 4, The Master 4, and The Intouchables 1. Buried starring Link was rejected by the Oscars. It is expected that the most Oscar nominees are Lincoln, with 12 nominations, Life of Pi is second with 11 nominations, and Les Miserables directed by Martin Scorsese ranks third with 8. This year's Oscars are highly competitive, and several films of Lionsgate have won more awards, with a greater increase. The support for Django is also great. Lionsgate Chief Operating Officer Goldsmith said, "Do your best." Link said as he flipped through the newspaper. Since 2010, the number of films nominated for Best Picture has increased from 5 to 10. This year's nominated films include Love, Beasts of the Southern Wild, Embedded in Terran, Zero Dark 30, The Master, Life of Pi, Lincoln, Django Unchained, and Les Miserables. Lionsgate released 4 films, and there are many types of them, but the quality of several films nominated this year is very high, such as Lincoln, Life of Pi, and Django, which can all be called classics. The advantage of Zero Dark 30 compared to several films is that it conforms to the main theme. The Academy Awards is the most important film award in North America, with more than 90% of the judges coming from the United States. When selecting the awards, people also pay more attention to whether the content of the film is in line with the main theme. For example, All Quiet on the Western Front, Forrest Gump, Crash, The Hurt Locker and other films are all movies that are more in line with the main theme. Therefore, the probability of The Hunt and Kidnap winning the award is also relatively high. Considering this, Link discussed with the public relations department and decided to increase public relations efforts to strive for this award. In addition, there are also important awards such as Best Director, Best Actor and Actress, and Best Adapted/Original Screenplay, and increased public relations efforts. This kind of investment is gambling. If the bet is right, it can be made up in the acquisition. If the bet is lost, it will lose millions. Lionsgate made a lot of profit last year, and it is not short of these millions. So Link's order to the public relations department is to do the best public relations and not be afraid of spending. There are awards for successful public relations. It doesn't matter if you lose. While the PR department of Lionsgate Films was working hard on PR, the PR teams of other film companies also began to make efforts, including Weinstein Films, and began to cheer for their own films, while not forgetting to step on the films of their opponents. Lionsgate Films received more nominations this year and has a high chance of winning. The number and frequency of being stepped on are very good. Some media broke the news that Ben Affleck had scandals with other women during his marriage. He is a good director, but not a good husband or father. Some media also broke the news that hard-working sister Jessica Chastain was not filial to her old father and even did not attend the funeral when her biological father died, trying to use this news to destroy the reputation of the hard-working sister. Some media also broke the news that the crew of Beasts of the Southern Wild and The Master were suspected of destroying the local environment during filming and were suspected of harming small animals. Some media even made up stories saying that Jessica Chastain and Amy Adams had affairs with Link. Lionsgate Films also responded to these critical comments in a timely manner, making clear statements in a timely manner, and sending lawyers letters when necessary, and at the same time not letting go of the opportunity to step on opponents. During the period before the Oscars, the American entertainment industry was in a mess. While the American entertainment industry was busy, the Chinese region began to celebrate the Spring Festival. A week before the New Year's Eve, Link took a flight to Beijing to participate in the rehearsal of the Spring Festival Gala, to visit Chris Liu, who was more than 8 months pregnant, and to accompany her, Jennifer Shu, and Zhao Shunan to celebrate the new year. Chris Liu got pregnant in May last year, less than 2 months before her due date. After getting pregnant, the fairy sister's figure became rounder, but she was still very delicate and beautiful, and she had a more mature charm. Link didn't know if he had time to come when she gave birth, so he could only accompany her more when he was not busy and try to be more responsible. Zhao Shunan is almost 1 year old now. Link only held him a few times when he was filming in Hong Kong Island in May last year, and when he released an album at the end of last year. He took advantage of the time now to accompany the little guy. In addition, another year has passed, and the executives of Hong Kong Island Jinbeck Investment Company also came to follow up on his work report. Currently, Jinbeck Investment holds 11.6% of Wanda Pictures, 4.2% of Baiduo, 3.4% of JD.com, 0.35% of Maute, 0.22% of Alibaba Investment, Dolphin Bay Films and Jiaxiangsha Real Estate Management, with a total value of about 8 billion yuan. Last year, the revenue and dividends of several companies were 650 million yuan, equivalent to more than 250 million yuan. Prach and Link took out 20 million yuan to give Chris Liu and Xu Changsu living expenses, and reinvested the rest in real estate, and acquired company shares. By the way, he transferred $300 million from the United States to acquire some Baiduauto, JD.com, and Maute shares. He increased his investment in Baiduauto to 5.1% and joined the board of directors, increased his JD.com shares to 4.1% and increased his Maute shares to 0.45%. At present, his total assets in China have reached 10 billion yuan. Chapter 521 Spring Festival Gala. The 12th month in Beijing is colder than New York. When the new year is approaching, it snows heavily, and the outdoor temperature drops to below -5 or -6 degrees. Link lives in Los Angeles all year round, and he feels even colder when he encounters this kind of weather. Why did you come out? In the Haohei courtyard, Link came out of the gym and saw Chris Liu standing under the eaves with her belly bulging, watching the snow, with her long black hair loose, and wearing a long down jacket, followed by 2 Filipino maids. It's too stuffy in the house, come out and get some fresh air. Chris Liu smiled while supporting her waist. The ground is too slippery when it snows, you stand a little inside. Link walked over, held her shoulders, and stood under the eaves together to watch the snow. It snowed all night, and the black roof tiles were covered with snow. Long icicles hung on the eaves. The white snow, black eaves, and red columns, doors, and windows were antique. I haven't seen such heavy snow for a long time. How about we go for a walk in the snow? Chris Liu grabbed his arm. Don't make a fuss. Who wants to go for a walk in the snow with a big belly? Link half hugged her in his arms to stop her from being willful and running to walk in the snow. How about I sit in the wheelchair and you push it? It must be fun to see the snow. Go and push the wheelchair quickly. Chris Liu said. It's not safe to sit in a wheelchair. It's easy to slip. You should rest assured and take care of your pregnancy. After the baby is born, we will go skiing in Switzerland. I have a holiday villa there. You can play as long as you want. Chris Liu previewed her pink lips and blinked her beautiful phoenix eyes, a little unhappy. Link was helpless. Chris Liu was more prone to temper after she got pregnant. Sometimes she would get angry for no reason, which made him a little puzzled. How about we drive out for a walk? It's also nice to go to Haohei to see the snow scene, Link said, touching her cold and smooth cheek. Chris Liu blinked her long eyelashes and nodded and said okay. Do you want to go? Before the two of them set off, Shu-chan came out of the opposite wing, holding the little Shunan who had just woken up in his arms. We are going to go shopping. Let's see if there is any place that sells pea jelly. Do you want to go with us? Chris eating jelly on a snowy day. Aren't you afraid of having a stomachache? No, it's okay to eat hot food. Let's go, together. Linka held Shunan, and Chris Liu took Shu-chan's arm, and got into the business car together. Several people sat in the business car, and strolled slowly on the snowy street. There is an advantage of the Prague government in Huaksha. Most of the media are controlled by departments. As long as you have a good relationship with the relevant departments, you can basically eliminate all negative news. The car went around Haohei and had a bowl of jelly in a private restaurant. First, charcoal grilled venison. Chris Liu was satisfied, and the group returned to the courtyard. As soon as I entered the door, I met Liu's mother. She stared at the 3 people with a gloomy face and asked them to leave. Eat hot and sour jelly. We also brought you a portion. Chris Liu said. What the hell? There's so much snow outside. What if you accidentally slip? Mother Liu blamed. You didn't slip. Don't worry about it. Chris Liu said with a smile. Shu-chan also said that he was very careful on the road, drove very slowly, and went straight into the restaurant when he got off the car, not walking on the snow. Mother Liu was stunned for a moment, and her expression became even more unhappy when she looked at Link. Link shrugged helplessly. If he met a man with a bad temper, he would just knock him out with one punch, but if he met a woman with a bad temper, he had no way to deal with her. After Mother Liu came, she told him some things about the company. Last year, Wanda Pictures invested in 8 movies and released 12 movies with a total of 3.85 billion foreign films. Last year, the total investment in movies in China was 16.8 billion yuan, and the market share of movies released by Wanda Pictures reached 23%, which is the first stock in the mainland cinema chain. Chris Liu and Xu Chang's film studio participated in the investment of 2 movies and a TV series last year, totaling about 12 million yuan. Mother Liu asked him what plans he had. Link said no, the money earned by the studio is controlled by 3 people, and the dividends of Wanda Pictures are handled by Jinbeck Investment Company for secondary investment. He doesn't want to interfere too much in this aspect of work, and he doesn't have time to interfere. Mom, it's the new year, don't work, let's chat, sit here and chat, isn't it good to eat melon seeds? Liu's mother took off her glasses, rolled her eyes at her, and hurriedly said, you only know how to eat all day, you have gained a lot of weight. If you say it out, I will exercise. Chris Liu said, don't make a fuss. Link pulled her to sit down. It doesn't matter, if you are a little fat now, you will lose weight 2 or 3 months after giving birth. Look at Jennifer, her figure is better than before. That's the result of her daily exercise. I don't like to exercise. What if I'm always so fat? Do you still like me? Chris Liu asked. Of course, it's better if you are a little fat. Other beauties are too thin and not very healthy, Link said, hugging her waist. If the actors around are a little fat, they will be called fat and suspected of being pregnant. Fat girls can't be stars. Chris Liu said. You are a big star now, you don't need to worry about your figure anymore, Link said, pinching her round cheeks. Chris Liu pulled his arm and dozed off in his arms. Mother Liu took a blanket and covered her back. The next day, New Year's Eve, Link came to the backstage of CCTV Spring Festival Gala at around 5 in the afternoon. He met a large number of stars at the table, including Phoenix legend, Wan Leheng, Yu Quan, Zhang Liangayan, Zhu Yingsong, Feng Gong, Ji Odegan Master and Apprentice, Comedy Mahua, etc. The foreign stars were mainly him and Lin Dan. Chairman Lin Dan had 2 songs this year, one was My Heart Will Go On and the other was a duet with Zhu Yingsong Jasmine song Flower. Probably to balance, Link's performance program also became 2 songs, one was Unstoppable and the other was a duet with the princess, When You Are Old. If Chris Liu was not pregnant, she could also go on stage. When Link appeared backstage at the Spring Festival Gala, the actors on the scene all watched him and looked at him, and several acquaintances came up to say hello. The CCTV reporter met him, pulled him to interview a few questions, and taught him how to greet the new year in Mandarin word by word, such as Happy New Year of the Snake, and wish you good luck and prosperity, which was very interesting. Link's program was scheduled at 9:15. He first went on stage to sing the Chinese and English versions of When I Get Old with the Princess. They had rehearsed several times in advance, and the cooperation was good. The atmosphere was also very warm. After the princess left the stage, he sang Unstoppable alone, which set off a small drama on the scene. After the end, Lin Ke returned to the courtyard to eat the New Year's Eve dinner. In addition to Chris Liu and her daughter, there were also Xu Chang's family. There were more than 10 people performing at the table. It was very lively. He also prepared big red envelopes for several elders and juniors, and gifts for the athletes. Why do I feel that you are very familiar with the customs of the Spring Festival? You know how to do it without me teaching you. Chris Liu said. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I specially participated in the homework before coming here to avoid violating your taboos. Well done, praise you. Chris Liu picked up a spring roll and fed it to him. Link smiled gently, holding her and said, I thought you would kiss me. With so many people, who wants to kiss you? Chris Liu blushed and gave him a white look, lowered her head and said, I'll kiss you tonight. Link nodded and held her soft little hand under the table. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the children ran to the yard to set off firecrackers, which made crackling sounds. Link listened to the sound of firecrackers and looked at the rows of red lanterns on the eaves of the yard. He felt very familiar. Since he left to Aksha last year and went to Thailand to fight underground boxing, he has not seriously celebrated a real spring festival. Hearing the lively sound of firecrackers, festive red lanterns, sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner, and a lively family. It feels great. He decided to come to Huangsha Strawberry every spring festival in the future, so that he can have one more festival. After the New Year's Eve, Chris Liu and Xu Chang were reluctant to let him leave, so he stayed in Prague for a few more days. His duet with the princess on the Spring Festival Gala stage was also ranked as the second most popular program by the audience, and it was also the program with the highest ratings that night, with a maximum rating of 42.1087%. In addition, due to the relative fame of him and Lin Dan, the ratings of this year's Spring Festival Gala in overseas regions also increased by 55% compared with last year, which also achieved the purpose of the director team, to promote the Spring Festival Gala. Yang Dami, Lilith Zhao, Nini, and Alice Lee called him to wish him a happy new year, and asked him when he would be free to invite him to dinner. Link said that he had no time recently. Chris Liu was emotionally unstable after her pregnancy. During this time in China, he could not get too close to other opposite sex except Jennifer Xu. After playing until the 5th day of the first lunar month, Link took the opportunity to come to Tokyo and watch the next woman born by Zhejiang in a private hospital. Zhejiang named her Sasaki Zinmi, and her Chinese name was Lala. She was also Link's 7th child. Zhejiang saw that the child was very beautiful and said that she also wanted to have one. Link did not agree for the time being. There are too many children now, and it is difficult to take care of them. Problems will easily arise over time. He plans to wait until these children grow up a little and then have another baby in 70 or 80 years, when he is in his 30s, when he will have money, leisure, and time to take care of the children. Besides, Yui-chan and Tien are not too old, so it doesn't matter if they have children a few years later. After a trip to China and Japan, Link returned to the United States in mid-February. The second round of voting for the Academy Awards has ended, and the interesting news in the media has suddenly decreased. However, there are more predictions about various awards in the media. Lincoln, Life of Pi, Focus on Terran, Zero Dark 30, and so on are all popular options. Which movie will laugh at the end depends on the vote of the Oscar jury. In February, Link also started to get busy. In addition to the affairs of several companies, boxing matches have also been arranged. Starting from March, he must participate in 6 games, 2 of which are heavyweight non-boxing championship challenges, against James Toney and Holyfield respectively, and 4. In addition, he has 2 movies this year, Captain America 2 and Gone Girl, and guest appearances in several movies. Chapter 522 Academy Awards. At 8 p.m. on the 24th, the 85th Academy Awards was held at the Dolby Theatre in Hollywood. Link, Eva Cap, and Catherine were all invited to attend the award ceremony that night. At the same time, he will continue to be the presenter of the award ceremony with Taylor and present the Best Original Song Award. From this point of view, the winner of the Original Song Award tonight will probably be Adele. The Academy of Oscars hopes to see the 3 top music stars stand together to contribute some topics and ratings to the live broadcast that night. The host of the Oscars is the famous director and comedian Seth MacFarlane. The other party is the director and screenwriter of the hit movie Ted. Last year, the movie cost $50 million and won 540 million sales worldwide, becoming one of the highest grossing movies last year. Seth MacFarlane also sang the Little Yellow Song We Have Seen Your Boobs on the Spot, and listed more than a dozen actresses and movies that have introduced Nazi in the song, including Naomi Watts' Mulholland Drive, Angelina Jolie's The Silence of the Lambs, Anne Hathaway's Brokeback Mountain, Halle Berry's Monsters Ball, Nicole Kidman's Eyes Wide Shut, Kristen Stewart's On the Road, Charlize Theron's Monster, Helen Hunt's Intimate Treatment, Jessica Chastain's Lawless, Jodie Foster's The Silence of the Lambs, etc. Among them, Kate Winslet was named the most, with 10 times, and Nicole Kidman was named 8 times. The content of this song is more about the male protagonist, and the female workers named also showed embarrassed expressions in front of the camera. Do you play this kind of song? Taylor moved the corners of his lips. It's quite playable. I don't know which movies have such exposed shots. I'll find them when I have time. Link said. Rogue. Taylor sighed softly and bumped into Ivica beside her. He's so vulgar. Don't you do anything about him? It's quite interesting. Watch it with Link when you have time. Ivica smiled with the corners of her lips raised. Taylor rolled her eyes, and she finally understood why she lost to Ivica, because Ivica was too indulgent to Link, and she always wanted to control Link. From this point of view, she found that her desire for control was also very strong. Aren't you afraid that he will turn bad? No, his self-control is declining, and he can't be much worse, Ivica said with a smile. Taylor wrinkled her nose, stretched out her hand and suddenly pinched Link from behind. Before she could withdraw her hand was firmly grasped by Link and she couldn't pull it away. Pa pa pa. After Seth MacFarlane and the Gay Friends Choir finished singing, there was a warm applause from the audience. After the opening performance, the Los Angeles Awards ceremony began. The first award was for Best Supporting Actor, which was unsurprisingly won by Christoph Waltz, the supporting actor in the movie Django Unchained. The other party was also a shortlisted actor with the highest voting rate for this award on the Tomato Movie website. The following technical awards included Best Cinematography, Visual Effects, Costume Design, Makeup and Hair Design, Best Sound and Sound Editing, Best Sound for Documentary Feature/Short and Foreign Language Film, Best Adapted Screenplay and Best Original Screenplay, as well as Original Score and Best Original Song. Among these awards, Lionsgate's films only won 3, with Aidan Terran winning Best Editing and Best Adapted Screenplay, and Zero Dark 30 winning Best Animation Editing. After winning the award, Anne Hathaway defeated Amy Adams, Helen Hunt and others for her wonderful performance in Les Miserables. This was also the first time that Anna Hathaway won the award, and she was very excited on the podium. In the Best Actor award, Daniel Day-Lewis won the award for his obsessed acting in Lincoln, defeating his opponents Hugh Jackman, Joaquin Phoenix, Denzel Washington, and John Hawkes. This is the third time that he has won the Oscar for Best Actor after My Left Foot in 1990 and There Will Be Blood in 2008. He is also the only one in Oscar history. The Best Actress award was won by Jessica Chastain, the actress of Zero Dark 30. Her opponents for this award include Emmanuel River in Love, Quinzine Wallace in Beasts of the Southern Wild, Naomi Watts in The Impossible, and Helen in Hitchcock. On the Rotten Tomatoes website, French veteran actor Emmanuel River received 38.27% support, and Jessica Chastain ranked second with 33.82% support. But with the strong public relations of Lionsgate, Jessica still won the award. When Jane Dujardin, the best actor in the previous session, read out Jessica's name, many people in the audience turned to look at Link with complicated expressions. Damn it, what's wrong with the Oscar judges? Knowing that Link is using this award to pick up girls, why did they still vote for Jessica Chastain? In the crew area of Django Unchained, Harvey Weinstein lowered his voice and cursed bitterly. Although the film produced by Weinstein Pictures was not nominated for the award, in order to feed Link and prevent him from succeeding, during the second round of voting, he arranged for the media to hype the news that Jessica Chastain was unfilial. Because most of the judges of the Academy of Oscars are old white men, and Jessica's biological father is also an old white man, hyping such things can arouse the empathy of the judges, so Jessica won. The award was still won by Jessica Chastain. Jessica explained that her biological father abandoned the family when she was 7 or 8 years old, causing her sister to die early. He was a very irresponsible man, and her relationship with her stepfather, not bad, Bob said from the side. Harvey snorted. Of course he knew about this kind of thing, but he was still very unhappy that Jessica got this award. He was previously called Oscar Best Actor and Best Actress Maker by the media, and now the Best Actress award for 2 consecutive years has been won by the Public Relations Department of Lionsgate Films. Maybe from tomorrow, the media will begin to call Link Oscar Best Actress Maker. When the time comes, the laborers in Hollywood will all run to lick Link and regard Link as a hot commodity, while no one cares about him. Whenever he thought of this, he was very angry. He searched for the back of Link's head, wishing he could shoot him. In the audience, Jessica Chastain, whose name was called, also saw an extremely extreme expression and excitedly hugged the director Catherine Bigelow and walked to the podium with her skirt lifted. With tears in her eyes, she thanked many people, including director Bigelow, the movie starring Megan Ellison and Catherine, agent Susan Cobus, as well as Eva K and Link, praising each other as the most perfect. Have you slept with her? Taylor clapped his hands and asked in the audience, "Of course not. Really? Would you help her publicize the Best Actress award if she didn't have sex?" Taylor blinked and asked in confusion. Link covered his forehead. "We helped Jessica publicize this award. First, she acted well and has the ability. Second, successful public relations can increase sales revenue and make millions or tens of millions more. This investment is very good and cost effective. It has nothing to do with whether she had sex or not. The same is true for Jennifer Lawrence." Leo I believe you when you say Jessica, but I don't believe Jennifer Lawrence at all. Taylor frowned and said. Link shrugged and didn't argue with him. "Who are you going to support as the actress in the next Best Actress Oscar? You. What do you think?" "I don't care. My Grammy award is enough," Taylor said with his chin slightly raised. At the Grammy Awards ceremony not long ago, Taylor won 2 Grammy Awards again for her 5th album Red. Now she has 8 Grammys in her hands. She has the qualifications to be proud. "Pervert, you are so good, how come you didn't even get an Oscar nomination for Best Actor?" Taylor asked with a half smile. Link didn't answer her, but put the chair behind her and gently pinched her buttocks through her thin skirt. Taylor's face flushed and her snow white fists clenched tightly. At the end of the award ceremony, the Best Director award was won by Ang Lee, the director of Life of Pi. This was his 2nd time to win the award, and he was the first person to win the award for a 3D movie. On the podium, the award presenters Jack Nicholson and Michelle Obama looked at the response in the envelope and shouted, "Support Taron." Yeah. The crew of Support Taron cheered loudly. On the Rotten Tomatoes movie website, the movie with the highest support rate for this award was Life of Pi with 39.4%. Support Taron ranked second with 22.7%. Although Lincoln also fits the main theme, director Spielberg did not perform well in this movie, which led to many problems in the movie, and the support rate was only 10.3%. The support rate of the 7 movies was below 10%. After all, Youth was considered the winner of this year's Oscar for Best Picture, but after the award was announced, it was Trust in Taron. Ben Affleck and others were very excited. Link also clapped his hands with satisfaction. Trust in Taron won this award, and the global collection will make tens of millions. As the distributor and producer of the film, Lionsgate can also make more money. How can they win this award? Lionsgate is increasingly besieged at the Oscars. Bob said. "Shut up. Many of Lionsgate's public relations awards can be copied from mine. Trust in Taron won the award, and Link the Bastard also made tens of millions more. Damn it, this is all your fault. If you hadn't foolishly chosen to invest in the master in the first place, we should have celebrated the victory with them at this time, instead of watching Link proudly here. Bob, all this is your fault." Harvey cursed Bob harshly without refutation. On the podium, Ben Affleck, producer of Shaping Taron, Stacey Snider, producer of Lionsgate, and other 3 producers gave acceptance speeches, thanking the Academy, as well as Link and Evica. Link and Evica received 3 thanks tonight. Bang. Finally, the host Seth MacFarlane and soprano singer Kristen Chenoweth came on stage to perform Here's to the Losers for Losers. The 85th Academy Awards closed successfully. Considering that there are children at home, Link, Evica and Taylor did not attend the Oscar dinner, but drove directly back to the villa halfway up the mountain. On the way, Taylor reported Link for molesting her in front of Evica and punched Link several times. Chapter 523 Forbes Rich List. After the awards ceremony, the winning films and actors were widely discussed by the media and netizens. Some fans complained that their favorites did not win the awards and believed that the movies Life of Pi and Lincoln should have won the Best Picture. Some media and netizens complained about the ownership of the Best Actress award, thus questioning the relationship between Link and Jessica Chastain. Some media had malicious intentions and called Link an Oscar actress maker. Any woman Link liked had a chance to win an Oscar. It was said that the shortcut for Dallas people to win the Oscar was to get along with Harvey Weinstein in the past, but now it is to cooperate with Link. Some media continued to hype the relationship between Link and Jennifer Lawrence, insinuating that Link and Jessica had no relationship. Since they came to confuse the audience, the Oscar judges would no longer support the heroine launched by Lionsgate. For this reason, the legal department of Lionsgate issued more than a dozen lawyers' letters Although some people were dissatisfied with this year's Oscars, there was much less discussion than last year, when Jennifer Lawrence won the Oscar for Best Actress. In the media hype, Trust in Terran, Zero Dark 30 and Beasts of the Southern Wild have received a lot of attention, and the exposure of the films has continued to increase. The box office performance of several films has also shown a significant increase within a week after the Oscars. 3 films were released in a few months. Terran currently has $148 million in North America and $103 million overseas, with a total share of $250 million. The production plus publicity plus public relations costs of the film are $68 million, and Lionsgate has made a profit of no less than $80 million on this project. Zero Dark 30 has been released for more than 2 months. The current North American box office is $112 million and the overseas box office is $42 million. The total cost of this film is $48 million. Manhattan Beach, Lionsgate and Annapurna Pictures expect to make a profit of about $65 million. Beasts of the Southern Wild has been released for nearly 4 months, with sales of $20.77 million in North America and $8.19 million overseas. The total cost is only about $3 million, and the return ratio is higher. In addition, these films have both good reputation and box office, and Lionsgate, as the distributor, has also received a lot of praise. Although Lionsgate performed very strongly at the Oscars, since Link took over Lionsgate in 2011, Lionsgate has changed its reputation of making junk movies and has launched more than a dozen high-quality independent films, becoming a leader and trendsetter in the film industry. It has made great contributions to the North American and world film industries. Link and Ivica have also appeared on the covers of magazines such as Time, People, Vanity Fair, and The Hollywood Reporter. Ranked by The Hollywood Reporter as the person with the greatest influence on the film industry in 2012, Lionsgate said that with its leading position in the same category, it is changing the pattern of Hollywood and the world film industry. After acquiring Summit Entertainment last year, the market value of Lionsgate was once again raised by Wall Street to $2.8 billion to $3 billion. Although it is still not as good as MGM before its bankruptcy, the media believes that it is only a matter of time before Lionsgate replaces MGM, the 7 major parties in the Hollywood film industry. In addition, the market value of Manhattan Beach Pictures has also been raised to $100 million to $120 million, ranking among the top 20 in the field of independent production. The market value of Weinstein Pictures and Relativity Pictures has dropped compared to the previous year. Due to the poor performance of Weinstein Pictures film revenue last year, the market value of Weinstein Pictures fell to around $360 million, and Relativity Pictures' market value fell to $450 million due to the exposure of creditor problems by the media. Whether in terms of film production or box office performance, the 3 companies are no longer rivals of Lionsgate. Lionsgate's current goal is to maintain its position in the top 5 in Hollywood. The Hollywood Reporter commented that it was thought that the competition between Link and Harvey in the film industry would last for 4 or 5 years, and finally ended with Lionsgate's bankruptcy and the insider Harvey won. The fact is that it took outsider Link only 2 years to dump Harvey and Weinstein's film industry on his brother. For this reason, several shareholders behind Weinstein Pictures called Harvey and expressed their disappointment with Weinstein Pictures' performance last year. After all, they also believed that Harvey, an elite in the film industry, would be in trouble. The board of directors required Harvey to improve the situation of Weinstein Pictures in the next 2 years, otherwise they would consider withdrawing their investment. Damn it. Harvey put down the phone, his face became hideous, and the fat on his face trembled slightly. He used to be an elite in the film industry, a top producer, and was sought after by Wall Street capital, giving him the freedom to choose who to work with. But now, because the box office performance of last year's movie was not ideal, the board of directors expressed dissatisfaction with him. What's more hateful is that he can't fall out with the people on the board for the time being. Without their help, the company has no money to invest in more movies. Damn it, damn it. Harvey clenched his fist and hit the photo of Link and Ivica on the cover of Time magazine. One was wearing a white suit and the other was wearing a black coat. They were handsome men and beautiful women, and they were a perfect match. The cover was printed with the Lionsgate logo, and the title was "Who is the real leader of Lionsgate?" Harvey stared at Link's hateful handsome face, picked up the pen, and walked a few times fiercely. I don't know how lucky he is in the film industry. Since he met Link, nothing has gone well for him, and the company's performance has been getting worse and worse. It missed the Oscars a little. All this is Link's fault! Exclamation mark. Ding-ling-ling. The phone on the desk rang. Harvey glanced at it irritably. It was the number of the major shareholder Ivy. He could only hold back his anger and pick up the phone to ask Ivy what was going on. Ivy told Harvey that Warner Pictures promised to support him in restricting the development of Lionsgate and would subsequently invest 300 million yuan to support Weinstein Pictures in making movies. They would also publicize and support him in the media. I hope he can seize the opportunity to make a few more high-yield movies and grab the market share of Lionsgate. Harvey was immediately excited when he heard it. The main reason why Lionsgate was getting more and more was that it was not short of money. The annual production cost of 600 to 700 million US dollars was higher than the market value of other film companies in the circle. Weinstein Pictures, Relativity, Legendary Pictures, etc., could not compare in this regard. If there is financial support from Warner Pictures and the support of the media under the Warner Group, he is very likely to catch up with Superlink and Lionsgate in the next few years and become the king of Hollywood again. He was not exaggerating, but in addition, from 2011 to 2012, Lionsgate films developed faster and faster, with higher and higher sales performance. Last year, it surpassed Warner, Universal, 20th Century Fox, and Paramount, becoming the third in the industry, and also snatched market share from the big six film studios. Lionsgate films touched the six big cakes. The big six film studios will naturally not sit idly by and watch the capital of Lionsgate films. They will promote the development of Lionsgate films in all aspects, such as in publicity and release, in film project cooperation, and in the cooperation between directors and actors. In this favorable situation, Harvey believes that he will not lose. Humph, Link, our comparison is not over yet, you wait and see. Harvey looked at the magazine cover that was smashed to pieces by the ladder, and said coldly, "Dang dang dang. Harvey, this is the list of Lionsgate Films film projects this year. Do you want to see it?" Bob walked in with only a folder. Harvey took it, and glanced at it. Why did the production cost of 2 movies exceed 100 million? Last time I told you that young people can drag down Lionsgate with big movies. Why is Lionsgate's investment becoming more and more conservative? This is an internal decision of Lionsgate. After all, at the high-level meeting at the beginning of the year, the head of the production department said that last year's box office performance was good, and they could make more big productions. Eva K gave a negative answer to this proposal. She told the people in the production department that this year's budget should still follow last year's method. 2 or 3 big productions plus multiple low-cost plus horror movies, at least for the next 3 years. I also changed Eva K's decision. Bob shrugged in astonishment. Harvey's eyes were drawn away. With the current size of Lionsgate, it would not be a problem if it invested in more than 5 big productions every year, but now it only invests in 2 or 3 big productions every year. If Lionsgate continues to do this, when will it go bankrupt due to investment failures? Harvey thought that he should ask Bob to continue to find ways to encourage Lionsgate to invest in big productions, or to encourage Summit Entertainment to do big productions. In short, we should do everything we can to make Lionsgate go bankrupt. Okay. Bob didn't know what to do, but seeing the magazine on his desk that was torn to pieces by Harvey's iteration, he wisely chose not to argue with him at this time. In March, Forbes magazine sorted out the big and small lists and then came out. In the 2 fields of sports and music, Link still has an annual income of 950 million and 220 million, making him the highest paid person in the 2 fields. In terms of sports income, in addition to boxing bonuses, more than 500 million came from advertising films after the Olympics. In terms of movies, he only made 2 movies last year, The Expendables 2 and Rust and Bone, ranking 8th with an income of 25 million. But on the Forbes Global Rich list, his net worth reached 9.6 billion yuan, ranking 114th, more than 100 yuan higher than last year. His current assets are mainly divided into 3 parts. The first part is the shares controlled by Jinbek Investment Company, including 15.5% of Nvidia shares, 17.2% of Tesla shares, 5.7% of SpaceX, 1.3% of News Corporation shares, 8.6% of Netflix shares, and shares of small Amazon, Facebook, Inc., Apple and other companies. Among them, Nvidia recovered to about $10 billion in October last year after more than 2 years of lows, and its current market value is $9.8 billion. Jin Investment has continued to buy 15.5% of Nvidia shares at low prices in the past 2 years, and this part of the shares is worth $1.5 billion. Tesla has performed well this year. At the end of last year, the stock price was $36, and it closed at $67. Tesla's market value has also risen to about $8.5 billion. Tesla's stock rose, mainly because it achieved quarterly profits for the first time at the end of the year, which also triggered a significant financial improvement in Tesla's situation. Kim Baker Investment owns 17.2% of Tesla shares, with a market value of approximately $1.45 billion. Netflix's current market value has rebounded compared to last year's estimate and is currently worth $4.5 billion. 8.6% of Netflix shares were purchased continuously in the year before last and last year, excluding the portion launched by Lionsgate, and are worth approximately $380 million. There are also News Corp shares. The reason why Link bought News Corp shares was the phone hacking incident in July 2011, which caused Murdoch and News Corp's reputation to plummet. News Corp's stock price shrank by nearly 31%, and its market value fell from $50 billion to less than $32 billion. Link took advantage of the cheap News Corp stock price and bought 1.3% in succession. After more than a year of recovery, News Corp's current market value has recovered to around $45 billion. 1.3% of News Corp shares are worth approximately $580 million. SpaceX's current market value is $1.5 billion, 5.7%, which is about $80 million. The remaining Amazon and other shares are worth about $400 million. Then, the shares proposed by Jinbek Investment are worth about $4.5 billion, and Link holds 98% of Jinbek Investment. The second part of assets includes music companies, film companies, and sports shares. In terms of music, it includes Link Music, Spotify shares, and SB Entertainment. The market value of this part of assets is about 1.8 billion users. In terms of film companies, it includes Lionsgate and Palm Beach Pictures, as well as Lionsgate's 11.37% Netflix shares, which are worth about 2.2 billion local people. In terms of sports, it includes Dynasty Promotions' 23.5% shares and Nike Sports brand, which are worth about 400 million local people. The third part of assets is overseas assets, including Hong Kong Island Jinbek Investment Company, 41% of the shares of the hottest company, Paris Rose Film Company, etc., with a value of about 1.2 billion yuan. The total of these three parts of assets is about 9.6 billion yuan. This is a number given by Forbes magazine. At the same time, the magazine also analyzed that the reason for Link's asset surge this year is equivalent to the growth of stocks such as Sony and Nvidia and Tesla. Second, the market value of Link Music and Lionsgate doubled, and the growth of Spotify's market value added hundreds of millions of dollars to Link and EvaCap. The third point is that Link's investment changes in the Chinese region last year have achieved good returns. This also doubled Link's net worth compared to last year. In the new Forbes rankings, the top 10 are not big. Mexican telecommunications tycoon Carlos Slim Helú has won the title of the world's richest man for the fourth consecutive year, with a net worth of $73 billion. Bill Gates' net worth reached $67 billion in the fifth quarter, and Spanish retail and clothing tycoon Amancio Ott reached $57 billion in the fifth quarter. Larry Ellison reached $43 billion in the fifth quarter. Murdoch's net worth doubled from last year, ranking 91st with $11.2 billion. The old father-in-law's net worth is about the same as last year, ranking 395th with $3.4 billion. Georgia Bloomberg's father Michael Bloomberg's net worth soared, ranking 13th with $27 billion. In addition, Ivanka also entered the Forbes magazine's list of richest women, with a current net worth of $800 million, including Link Music shares, Spotify shares, Lionsgate Film shares, fashion and retail companies, etc., ranking 162nd on the list of richest women. Due to her outstanding performance in managing Link Music and Lionsgate Films, she was selected by Forbes magazine as the best female CEO in the entertainment industry of the year, becoming a benchmark figure among the second generation of rich people. There are also Ms. Catherine and Ms. Mandy, who did not make it to the Forbes rich list, but because Beach Pictures and Beach Bay achieved good results last year, both of them are worth more than $30 million and have been reported by many media, becoming industry elites. Chapter 524 Film Investment Arrangements. In addition, Forbes magazine also released a list of the most profitable singers in the United States in the past year. Link ranked first with a total income of $220 million. 24-year-old country music queen Taylor Swift ranked second with an annual income of $69.7 million. In addition to the income from the 2 albums, her income also includes the income from the global tour Red Tour. In half a year, 40 tour concerts brought her about $40 million in income, including the sale of concert themes and mass brand entrance advertising fees. In third place is veteran country music singer Kenny Chesney, with an annual income of $32.96 million. Beyonce ranked 5th with an annual income of $28 million. Lana Del Rey ranked 8th with an income of $22.5 million, including album, concert income, Link Music dividends, etc. Justin Bieber ranked 11th with 18.8 million voices. Bruno Mars ranked 12th with 16.8 million voices. Wiz Khalifa ranked 22nd with 9.5 million voices. The round-faced girl ranked 25th with an annual income of $8 million. Last year, Link Music listed the singer's income status as very good. There are also Palestinian companies that have launched contracted actors. Jennifer Lawrence ranked second in the US dollar income list with an annual income of $34.5 million. The income includes The Hunger Games 2 and X-Men, American Hustle, August, Osage County, and Dye perfume endorsements. The first is Sandra Bullock, with an annual income of $51 million, and Jennifer Aniston is a third with $31 million. Emma Stone ranked 4th with an annual income of $26.5 million. Amy Adams ranked 8th with $13 million. Kristen Stewart ranked 10th with $12 million. D'Addario became a Hollywood quasi-first-line movie star after starring in Lionsgate's The Cabin in the Woods, The Conjuring, and The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D last year. He earned $8.5 million nominal dollars last year, ranking 13th. Not bad. Everyone made money last year. Link said as he looked at the magazine. You didn't make much, but you made more than $1 billion net a year. Now everyone makes money. Selena sat crookedly on the sofa, with little Margarita, Alexander, Cynthia, and Ticketons lying beside her. Link shrugged. Last year was a special case. The 12 gold medals in the Olympics brought him too much exposure and advertising endorsements. The advertising income alone was more than $600 million, which no one could compare to. Brother, you are now worth nearly $10 billion. How do you feel? No feeling. To me, money is just a string of numbers. It doesn't matter how much it is. Link smiled. Then you give me some. I don't want too much. $10 billion is enough. How about it? You want that much money? Spend it. Buy big villas, big buildings, big planes. Fill my closet with all the beautiful clothes, bags, high heels in the world, and perfumes. All kinds of cosmetics. $10 billion is not enough for me to spend. Celine, it sounds great. I'm also planning to buy a private jet recently, but I haven't chosen the case yet. In terms of luxury goods, Louis Vuitton Group and Hermes Group have developed well in the past 2 years and have investment value. If there is a chance, I will consider buying some shares. Buying a private jet is a good idea. Buying shares of LV and Hermes Group. Can shares be worn on the body? Selena rolled her eyes at him. You will immediately become shareholders of the company. Urge you to wear the bags and fashions casually, and if you are interested, you can also participate in fashion design. Isn't that cool? It does sound great. Selena flashed her big eyes. Link smiled gently. Selena will also be a small boss in the future. The rare beauty and cosmetics brand she created will have a market value of more than $1 billion in the future and become an entry-level luxury product. She has done a great job in this regard. If she is still planning to start a business in the future, Link would not mind helping her. By then, the people around her, including Eva Taylor, Selena, Catherine, Ms. Mandy, Ms. Kathy Wood, Jennifer Lawrence, etc., will all be billionaires, which is also a very good thing. The future billionaire Selena suddenly cried out in pain. Little Margarita climbed onto her shoulders, holding her long black hair with her little hands, drooling at the corners of her mouth. Does it hurt so much? The little guy is less than 1 year old. How can he have any strength? Humph, do you want to try? Selena rolled her eyes at him. Link smiled gently and went over to pick up the little guy. The little guy was almost 1 year old, holding 2 small buns of hair, with big eyes and a small mouth, and sparkling eyes. He was very cute. Alexander, Cynthia, it's time for piano lessons. Oh, Daddy. Alexander and Cynthia climbed down from the sofa. Link and little Margarita took the 2 children to the piano room and played the piano for them. The 2 children also had small electronic keyboards. Taylor said that this could cultivate their interest in music. When they grow up, Link did not object, and his objection was ineffective. I'll come too. Selena followed with her shoes clacking. In the afternoon, Evica came back from the company and told Link something about Ender's Game, which was invested by Summit Entertainment. The film was approved last year with a budget of $100 million. It is one of the 2 films of Lionsgate this year with a partial cost of over $100 million. Specifically, the film was developed by Summit Entertainment and produced by 6 companies, including Warner Bros., Zero Entertainment, and Digital Domain Special Effects Studio. Now Warner Bros. Has withdrawn its investment without reason, resulting in a funding gap of $25 million for the project. Summit Entertainment submitted a plan to Lionsgate production department, hoping to get Lionsgate's support. However, after review, Lionsgate production department believed that the investment in the project was too large and failed to recover the cost. In addition, Lionsgate's film production plan for this year was full, and the production department no longer had extra money to support the film. Robert Friedman, president of Summit Entertainment, called Evica and mentioned this matter, hoping to convince Evica. Evica chose to support the opinion of Lionsgate production department on this matter and asked Summit Entertainment to reinvest or reduce costs or suspend the project. You are doing the right thing. I support you. Link said as he stirred the soup. Ender's Game is based on the best-selling novel by science fiction writer Orson Scott Card in 1985. It tells the story of a group of people who were selected to be trained in the combat school of the training space station after the Zerg attack on Earth, and finally joined forces to fight monsters. The male and female protagonists are both beautiful boys and girls in their teens, who are trained in the space school, similar to the routine of Harry Potter. The movie is also a key project launched by Summit Entertainment after the end of the Twilight series, hoping to achieve the brilliant results of Twilight. Link remembered that the revenue performance of this movie was very average, and there was no follow-up after 1 film. But considering that the film was a project that Summit Entertainment had finalized before it was acquired by Lionsgate, Summit Entertainment had participated in the investment, and he did not get involved after reading the project. Now Warner has withdrawn its investment, causing the project to be suspended. Link did not want to intervene either. You can give Robert some advice. The cost of adapting the first novel should not be too high, which is equivalent to testing the waters, just like the first part of Twilight and the Hunger Games, which cost only 70 or 80 million. Even if the transformation fails, it will not affect the company's operations. I thought so too. Evica nodded. Speaking of good science fiction movies, Link thought of several movies that will have good box office and reputation in the future, such as Interstellar, The Martian, Ready Player One, and the already approved Edge of Tomorrow and Gravity are all good. In addition, Who Ushers the Wandering Earth series is also great. During the Spring Festival, he inquired about The Wandering Earth and the 3-body problem. The copyright of The Wandering Earth has been sold, and the project has been approved for the time being. The 3-body problem movie has been approved, but the progress is relatively slow. There is a chance to cooperate with mainland film companies. In terms of film effects, Hollywood film companies are a bit similar. The two sides will work together to make better movies. At the dinner table, Link and Ivica also talked about the movies that were recently released. In January and February, Lionsgate released 5 movies: Texas Chainsaw 3D, Warm Crazy Corpse, and The Informer, as well as Brothers and The Last Stand, that replaced other film companies. In terms of sales, Warm Corpse performed the best. It has been released for more than 2 months. At present, it has 66.38 million in North America and 50.6 million overseas. The production and publicity cost of the film is 35 million, and the company can make a net profit of 20 to 30 million on this movie. D'Addario's The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D was released in mid-month. It has currently acquired 36.41 million in North America and 14.99 million overseas. The production cost was 22 million, and it is expected to make several million. There is also The Informer starring Dwayne Johnson, which was released in late February. On the first day of its release, it grossed 26.75 million in North America. The production cost of the film was 21 million, and it has now paid off. The box office results of the other 2 films were average. Brothers starred 3 veteran actors: Al Pacino, Christopher Walken and Alan Arkin. The film received good reviews after its release, but the box office results are only a few points for the time being. The Last Stand is a second action movie starring Arnold Schwarzenegger after he stepped down. After more than a month of release, the global sales were less than 40 million, and it is certain that it will not pay off. In addition to Arnold Schwarzenegger, the box office results of action movies starring action superstars such as Bruce Willis, Harry Forson, and Russell Crowe are very average, which also made Lionsgate release The Expendables 2. I was sweating when I read it. Chapter 525 The Expendables 2 is released. I hope action movies are becoming less and less popular. On the table, Ivica forked a piece of pineapple. Old-fashioned action movies that only rely on theft have no market. Mission Impossible, science fiction, and comedy are all good, such as Tom Cruise's Mission Impossible series, Marvel movies, and DC animated movies, which have good box office results. In addition, Twilight and The Hunger Games are also considered youth plus action movies. Link said, "The performance of the last few old-fashioned action movies is very average. Will The Expendables 2 lose money?" Ivica asked. "Don't worry, I'm here. North America has a minimum of 100 million. Link said. Cass smiled with her seductive petals. "Yes, you are the best." Ahem. Selena puffed her lips and rounded her face, staring at the other party dissatisfiedly. "I'm still here. Can you stop being so annoying? I can see that I can't eat." "Okay, I almost forgot you're still here, Selena. How is the recording of your new album going?" Ivica smiled. Selena was busy filming a movie last year and did not release a new album. This year, she has shifted her career focus back to music and is preparing to release her 4th solo album. It's still being recorded. Selena's eyes turned and fell on Link, smiling sweetly. "Brother, you haven't written a song for me for a long time. How about when you can write one for me?" "No time. I have to train and film a movie. I'm too busy." Link smiled. "How could it be? You can't do it every day. You stay at home as a father. You are the most idle among us. No, you have to write a song for me. Otherwise I will cry for you." Selena frowned and said, "Okay, you are also an actor. If you can cry in 3 minutes, I will write one for you. How about it?" Link smiled. "Damn it." Selena pouted even higher, sniffed a few times with her nose, but unfortunately she still couldn't cry. She threw herself on Ivica's shoulder and said, "Eva, you see he bullied me. You helped me teach him a lesson." Ivica touched her hair and smiled, and said to Link, "Taylor often said that you can write songs very quickly. If you have inspiration, write a song for Selena." "Yes, Taylor often said that you can write a song that tops the singles chart within an hour, and at the same time you can shoot a song MV with over 1 billion views. You can definitely write a song for me within 2 hours." Selena said pretentiously, while wiping her eyes. Link touched his chin and thought for a while, then nodded. "You said you would write a song too. When can I listen to it?" "Find some inspiration." "I wrote it." Selena scratched her face in confusion and agreed. After dinner, Selena ran away, making Link have to doubt that the purpose of her coming here was to ask him to write a song, not to think about the three little guys and come to accompany the monsters. When it comes to buying an airplane, Link and Evoca discussed and chose the Gulfstream G650 business jet, which is the most popular among the wealthy among the crowd of private aircraft brands. Gulfstream is currently the largest brand of luxury business jets. Since the 1970s, it has sold more than 3,000 business jets, with a reduced proportion of luxury models. The fastest speed is 0.925 Mach, close to 1 times the speed of sound, and the flight altitude is about 13,000 meters. The cabin has a set of advanced safety devices, with few accidents and the highest safety factor. The aircraft is 38 meters long, and has a bedroom, kitchen, bar, entertainment room, etc. It accepts customized interior decoration, and can accommodate 32 passengers, including base station members. The price is about $85 million. The old father-in-law also bought an airplane in 2010, a Boeing 757, which costs about $100 million, and can accommodate 150 people. Although Link can also borrow it, he and Evoca are not short of money now, so it is more convenient to buy one. After deciding on the model, he arranged for someone to contact Gulfstream Aerospace to discuss the purchase of an airplane gift to see if there was a ready-made airplane. If there was, he could pick it up directly, otherwise he would wait for a new one. With a private airplane, it would be more convenient for him to visit Chris Liu, Nozomi Sasaki, Tian, and others abroad in the future. At the same time, in order to ensure his own safety, he signed up to learn airplane driving skills and decided to practice parachuting. In mid-March, The Expendables 2 starring Lincoln Stallone, Schwarzenegger, Jason Statham, Jet Li, Alice Lee, and others was released worldwide. Before the release of this film, the sales performance of several action movies starring veteran action movie actors was generally poor. Red Dead Redemption, the action movie starring Stallone for the first time in October last year, had sales of less than 10 million in North America and a global turnover of only 21.94 million, with a loss of more than 50 million on the profitable side. The Last Stand, which was released in January, currently has a global turnover of only 45 million, with a loss of more than 30 million. There was also an action movie in May, Broken City, starring Rockwell and Mark Wahlberg, with a global turnover of only 34.73 million, and an estimated loss of more than 30 million. In the context of these action movies suffering asset losses, the media was not optimistic about the asset performance of The Expendables 2. Some media even hyped that the movie would lose money before it was released, and Lionsgate would fight a sleepless night on this blockbuster project. Loss, must lose money. Link's opponents looked at the newspaper and prayed secretly. Under the attention of the public, The Expendables 2 was released. In the first 3 days of the premiere, it achieved sales of 57.35 million yuan in 3,887 theaters in North America, ranking first in weekly sales. This result is not too explosive, but it is not too bad. Relatively speaking, the overseas sales performance is good, and the global revenue in 45 countries overseas in the first week is expected to be around 400 million. The cost of this movie plus the cost of publicity and promotion is about 115 million. Lionsgate is one of the distributors and producers, and the expected revenue is about 100 million. In terms of word of mouth, there are both praises and criticisms. Media review. 73 points, Rotten Tomatoes. 64%, 46 people support, 23 people oppose, Yahoo audience, B+. Fans actually praised and supported Link's performance, believing that Link's fighting moves are very cool and his performance is much better than the previous one, which is a rare highlight of the film. For Stallone, Schwarzenegger, and Bruce Willis, fans think that they are old and often perform too greasy lines and outdated and long-winded jokes, which is very boring. With the ladder of starring in the movie, it is believed that Link should be the leading actor. Jason Statham is the second male lead, and Stallone and Schwarzenegger are quite suitable as supporting roles. The audience is more interested in the Easter eggs at the end of the movie. At the end of the movie, Schwarzenegger's trench was damaged, and he said he would quit the Expendables, and introduced a new teammate to Link, who is the daughter of the trench. The new member is Jessica, played by Scarlett Johansson. When she appeared, she had blonde hair, leather jacket and leather pants, and she looked beautiful, and had a hot body. Seeing the beautiful Jessica, Link couldn't help but whistle, looking like he wanted to hook up. The beautiful Jessica went straight forward with a flying kick, and fell to the ground in a cross-arm bar. She was very tough and cold. The audience liked this very much, and they applauded and cheered when they saw this segment. When promoting the movie, the crew said that Scarlett Johansson would be the next heroine. After receiving the news, the fans expressed their support and wanted to see what kind of movie Link and Scarlett could create in the next movie. The movie was released for 12 days, and the North American sales exceeded 100 million, becoming the first movie of Lionsgate in 13 years to exceed 100 million in North American sales. The overseas sales in 12 days totaled 185 million people, and the Chinese region alone had a total of 32 million plots. The distribution work in the Chinese region is handled by Wanda Pictures. Wanda Pictures is also the producer of this movie, and it worked very hard in the promotion. In addition, Jet Li and Alice Lee also have a high appeal in the Chinese region. This also forced Lionsgate to consider retaining one or two Chinese actors when designing the sequel. In mid-March, when Link went to Huaxia for promotion, he accompanied Chris Liu in the Hong Kong Island hospital to give birth to a little girl who looked very beautiful when she was born. Chris Liu wanted to name the little girl Liu Ruanan or Liu Tinan, but Liu's mother slapped her and asked them to think of a better name. Link and Chris Liu flipped through the Xinhua dictionary in the ward for a long time and named her Liu Jiani. Jiani means good girl, and Ajani is a French beauty. The little girl will definitely be more beautiful than Ajani when she grows up. After hearing this, Liu's mother looked at her with the eyes of an illiterate and decided to use this as a nickname. Find a cultured person to give the full name, which cannot be worse than Yi Fei. After accompanying Chris Liu and little Jiani for 3 days in Hong Kong Island, Link continued to promote the film with the film team. At the end of March, he returned to the United States to participate in the WBO Light Heavyweight Championship challenge against his old acquaintance Andre Berto. In the 2008 National Glove Conference Finals, Link and Andre had fought on behalf of the East and West regions. Andre entered the boxing world in 2010 and participated in 16 professional matches for the first time. His current professional record is 15 wins and 1 loss. Last year, he challenged professional IBF light heavyweight Chad Dawson and was defeated. This year, in the WBO Light Heavyweight Championship qualifying tournament, he reversed and defeated 4 opponents and got the qualification to challenge Link. Because the opponent is an old rival, the match has also attracted the attention of boxing fans after strong media publicity and promotion. The match between Link and Andre Berto was held at the Chilla River Arena in Phoenix City, Suzhou, which is also a place where boxing matches are often held, and there are many boxing fans in Suzhou. On the day of the match, 38,000 spectators came to the scene, filling the auditorium. Most of them were fans of Link, and there were also many acquaintances during the amateur competition, and Razej Fonfala, Jones Foles, Mario. Everyone wanted to see what would happen if they fought again after 5 years, such as Andre Berto defeating Link and becoming the new overlord of the light heavyweight. This is of course impossible. The match between Link and Andre lasted for 2 rounds. In the cycle, Link then knocked Andre down 4 times, showing a huge gap in strength, and Link successfully won the crown defense. I don't know who can beat him. Mantis and Andrzej sighed as he looked at Link on the ring. Time. Morales burst out his arm. What? Time can beat Link. In another 20 or 30 years, when Link is old, I will let my son beat him. Morales laughed. Haha, this is a good idea. According to what you said, Link will dominate the boxing world for more than 20 years. Got, what will the boxing world be like in more than 20 years? I think Link will make enough money in a few years, so he should consider retire. Jones Fellers, a small-headed black man, said. Impossible, this guy's now worth tens of billions, and is the most valuable professional boxer in the history of Riot. If he wanted to retire, he would have retired long ago. Morales said. TSK 10 billion US dollars. What an exaggerated number. If I had this much money, I would never stay in the boxing ring and get beaten. And as Ajib aside, turning his mouth. That's because you are not strong enough, so you will be beaten on the stage. Link is too strong. He is the only one who beats others on the stage. He makes money while beating people. There is no better profession than this ranking. Morals envied. In the ring, after the referee finished counting down, Link pulled up Andre Berto and said with a smile, "How do you feel, man?" "I'm fine." Andre Berto wiped the sweat off his face with his arm and leaned against the ropes and said, "Link, your progress is very important. In 2008, you still needed tactics to beat me. Now, whether it's strength or speed, you have the ability to crush me. I'm no match for you. You're not bad either. You've improved a bit since 2008. After I give up all the gold championships in the light heavyweight class, you'll also have the ability to compete for the world boxing champion. Well, I hope I can do it." In the super middleweight class, Link didn't give up the gold belt, and no one else could get one. The same is true in the lightweight class. With him, all boxers will be suppressed. Nothing is impossible. Even when Link said this, it didn't make people feel arrogant, but an ironclad fact. "Let's go, and as Edge and the others are here, let's go for a drink." Link invited. "It sounds great." After the game, Link and Andre played in Phoenix for a long time before they separated. After this match, Link's professional record reached 31 wins, 31 KOs and 31 defeats. His income from this match was equivalent to 68 million, which was slightly lower than last year's matches. The main reason was that the strength gap between the two sides was large, and the result of the match was not difficult to guess. In addition, Link's matches were relatively short, which also affected PPV income. He is now a superstar with many fans. He can make some money from tickets and advertising sponsorships, as well as the sales of peripheral products for each match. The defense match also set several new records, such as the most expensive professional boxer and professional match in boxing history, and the most consecutive KO shootings in history. After returning to Los Angeles, Link continued to train and prepare for the next heavyweight match. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.